Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 1300 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The story begins with the sound of rain falling in a city, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. A silhouette of a man walks down the street, undeterred by the weather as the rain begins to ease. As he moves, a voice resonates, reflecting on the nature of choices and their consequences in a world filled with superpowers. Some individuals become heroes, others villains, and some find themselves in between. The speaker, 𝐻𝐿, contemplates his identity, feeling the weight of the past months that have transformed him into someone who embodies both heroism and villainy. He then introduces himself, stating that this is the story of how he became the fastest hero alive. 11 years ago in a kindergarten playground, 2 boys face off against 3 others. One boy sits on the ground, tears streaming down his face, while the other, though also crying, tries to maintain his stance. The boy named Izuku questions the cruelty of his opponent, Katsuki, and bravely declares that he will stand up for his friend. Katsuki, with a smirk, taunts Izuku about his lack of a quirk, preparing to unleash his power. Just then, a rush of movement occurs, and Katsuki is pushed back by 2 children who step in to protect Izuku. One is a boy with brown hair and mismatched eyes, while the other is a girl in a red dress. The boy, 𝐻𝐿, commands Katsuki to back off, while the girl, Wanda, supports him. Katsuki, frustrated, warns them that this isn't over and leaves, vowing that Izuku won't always have help. Once he departs, 𝐻𝐿 and Wanda assist Izuku, who expresses gratitude despite his tears. Wanda questions why Izuku continues to associate with Katsuki, labeling him a bully. Izuku acknowledges Katsuki's impressive quirk but admits he wishes things were different. 𝐻𝐿 reassures Izuku, affirming that he is glad Izuku stood up for himself. 𝐻𝐿 reflects on their friendship, recalling how they have known each other since childhood, including their complicated relationship with Katsuki Bakugo. 9 years later in the present day, a streak of blue lightning races through the streets, weaving between vehicles. 𝐻𝐿 explains that this lightning represents him and his quirk, a manifestation of the superpowers that define their society, where the majority of the population possesses some form of ability. He arrives at a middle school, where he enters a classroom just in time. The teacher comments on his habitual tardiness, prompting 𝐻𝐿 to apologize, citing traffic as the reason. The teacher addresses the class, urging them to think seriously about their futures and aspirations, hinting that most of them aim to become heroes. The students cheer, showcasing their quirks, but the teacher reminds them that power usage is prohibited in school. Katsuki, ever the provocateur, dismisses his classmates, boasting about his own abilities and declaring his intent to surpass even the greatest heroes. As the teacher reviews student records, he notes 𝐻𝐿's impressive test results, suggesting he might have a chance at UA High, a prestigious school for aspiring heroes. Katsuki, confident as ever, claims he is the only one worthy of attending UA, envisioning a future where he is renowned worldwide. When the teacher mentions Izuku, 𝐻𝐿, and Wanda, Izuku feels anxious about the attention, especially when classmates mock him for being quirkless. Izuku stands up to assert that the rule against quirkless students has been lifted, but Katsuki retaliates with a display of his explosive power. Just as he prepares to strike, Wanda intervenes with her own energy, warning him to back off. Katsuki, undeterred, insults the trio, questioning their worthiness compared to his own potential. 𝐻𝐿, unfazed, counters Katsuki's arrogance, highlighting Izuku's kind nature. Tension escalates as Katsuki confronts 𝐻𝐿, who stands his ground. Izuku pleads for understanding, expressing his lifelong dream of becoming a hero despite his lack of a quirk. Katsuki, still brimming with disdain, scoffs at the idea that Izuku could ever compete with the best. "You'd fail the exams, defenseless Izuku. You already need 2 extras just to protect you, so don't embarrass yourself further by failing so hard." Arcturus believed that if he were at UA, he would accept Izuku with or without a quirk. Izuku had more of a chance of being a hero than Katsuki, who would be better suited as a villain. This statement made all the students uneasy, and Katsuki looked furious at Arcturus. He readied an explosion in his hand, warning Arcturus to take back his words. Arcturus, with blue lightning crackling from his hand, challenged him to make him. Both were prepared to clash, but the teacher intervened. As the day came to an end, everyone packed up to head home. Arcturus and Wanda stood by Izuku's desk while he scrolled through his phone, reading about a villain attack from that morning. Izuku remarked that the fight was all over the news. Wanda recalled hearing about it and asked Arcturus if that was why he had nearly been late. Arcturus explained that while he wasn't late because of the fight, the aftermath had certainly delayed him. Izuku decided to jot down some notes before he forgot anything, but Katsuki snatched his notebook away, joined by two of his friends. Katsuki taunted Izuku, insisting they weren't done. Arcturus pointed out that they had already finished. One of Katsuki's friends questioned what Izuku had in his notebook, suggesting it was a diary, while another mocked him for taking notes on how to be a hero. Wanda defended Izuku, calling out the two boys for sticking with Katsuki. Izuku stood up, asking for his notebook back, but Katsuki slammed it against his palm, creating a small explosion that left the notebook slightly damaged. In a fit of frustration, Izuku threw it out the window, but Wanda used her quirk to catch it and bring it back. Wanda scolded Katsuki for his actions, but he ignored her, proclaiming that most first-string heroes showed potential early on. He believed people could see their greatness at a glance. Arcturus challenged Katsuki's self-importance, reminding him that he wasn't the only student applying to UA. He warned that when Katsuki arrived, they would see him as the arrogant person he was. Katsuki, grabbing both Arcturus and Izuku by the shoulders, let smoke rise from his hands as he issued a warning not to think about applying or else. Izuku looked terrified, but Arcturus remained unfazed, brushing off Katsuki's intimidation. He questioned what Katsuki would do next, suggesting that if he thought he had a right to his attitude, he would be knocked off his high horse. As Katsuki and his friends walked away, he made a final remark, suggesting that if Izuku wanted to be a hero, he should pray to be born with a quirk in his next life. Before he could finish, Wanda fired a red orb of energy near his head, glaring at him with glowing red eyes. Katsuki, taken aback, dismissed her with a scoff, while her fierce glare sent his friends scurrying off. Arcturus reflected that things hadn't changed much over the years. He couldn't understand why Izuku continued to seek friendship with Katsuki, but one reason for Katsuki's bullying was that Izuku was quirkless. In a world where 80% of people had powers, the remaining 20% were often looked down upon and mistreated. Izuku, who wanted to be a hero more than anyone, faced significant challenges. In a flashback, younger versions of Arcturus and Izuku were at Izuku's house for a sleepover. They watched a video that Izuku loved, featuring disaster footage and the debut of the greatest hero, All Might. The excitement in their voices was palpable as they watched All Might save people from a damaged bus, his tall and muscular figure radiating confidence. All Might declared that hope had arrived, and the boys cheered for him, especially Izuku, who dreamed of becoming a hero just like him. However, things took a turn for the worse when Izuku received the heartbreaking news from the doctor that he would not develop a quirk. Alone in his darkened room, he watched the video of All Might, longing for the hope that seemed so distant. He expressed to his mother, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, that All Might's unwavering smile inspired him even in the face of adversity. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, feeling her heart break, hugged her son tightly, wishing things were different. Later, Arcturus and Wanda tried to support Izuku, encouraging him that he could still be a hero, but their words didn't ease his pain. In the present, as the three friends walked out of school, Wanda headed home while Izuku and Arcturus walked under a bridge. Arcturus reassured Izuku not to listen to Katsuki, affirming his belief that Izuku could be a hero. Izuku smiled in response, grateful for his friend's support. Suddenly, a slimy creature appeared, shocking the two boys. The sludge villain declared that Izuku would make a perfect skin suit and lunged at him, knocking Arcturus aside. As Izuku struggled, Arcturus called out to him, ready to help his friend. 𝗏𝗧𝗏 glared at the villain, demanding that he let Izuku go. In a flash of blue lightning, he dashed around the villain, attempting to free his friend. However, his efforts were thwarted as the sludge villain laughed, taunting him about his fluid form and claiming that 𝗏𝗏𝗏's quirk wasn't strong enough to defeat him. With a powerful shove, he sent 𝗏𝗏𝗏 crashing to the ground. Izuku felt panic rising within him as he thought about 𝗏𝗏𝗏's struggle. He feared for both their lives, feeling as if he couldn't breathe. Desperate, he silently pleaded for help. Suddenly, a manhole cover flew off, and a heroic figure emerged, startling the villain. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looked up, equally surprised to see the legendary hero. All Might assured them that they were safe now that he had arrived. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was in awe, realizing the magnitude of the moment. The villain lunged at All Might, but he deftly dodged the attack. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a force that shattered the villain's form, freeing Izuku. As Izuku briefly caught sight of All Might, darkness enveloped him. All Might approached 𝗏𝗏𝗏, helping him to his feet and checking if he was all right. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, still in shock, expressed his gratitude for saving Izuku. All Might studied 𝗏𝗏𝗏 for a moment, noting that he looked familiar but couldn't place him. He decided to help them before moving on. After a short while, they found a clearing where All Might was gently trying to wake Izuku. When Izuku opened his eyes, he was stunned to see the hero before him and instinctively backed away in surprise. All Might reassured him, apologizing for the chaos and explaining that navigating the city's sewer system had been more challenging than expected. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 chimed in, agreeing about the difficulties of sewers. All Might praised their efforts and revealed that he had captured the villain, holding up 2 soda bottles as proof. Izuku was overwhelmed with excitement, realizing he was face to face with the most incredible hero in the world. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 called out to Izuku, who finally found his voice, expressing his longing for an autograph. He discovered that All Might had already signed his notebook, which sent him into a frenzy of gratitude. All Might, needing to take the villain to the police, bid them farewell, reminding them to stay out of trouble. As he prepared to leave, he leaped into the air, thanking them for their support and creating a gust of wind with his departure. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 gazed upward, marveling at the encounter, before turning to find Izuku had vanished. He quickly realized that Izuku had somehow managed to keep up with All Might's speed. After receiving a message from his mother about picking up groceries, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 headed home. Upon arriving, he met up with Wanda, who informed him that their mother was working and would be home later. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 explained the situation with Izuku, and they turned on the news just in time to see Katsuki being held hostage by the same villain. Thankfully, All Might appeared again, saving the boys once more. Later that afternoon, as Izuku walked home, he heard a familiar whoosh and turned to see 𝗏𝗏𝗏 approaching. Concerned, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked if he was all right after seeing the news. Izuku reassured him that he was fine and wondered why 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was there. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 expressed his worry and questioned Izuku's impulsive decision to rush in during the crisis. Just then Katsuki ran up to them, breathing heavily. He dismissed both of them, insisting he didn't need their help and labeling Izuku as a failure. After a tense exchange, Katsuki turned away, leaving 𝗏𝗏𝗏 surprised that he had expected gratitude. Izuku reflected on his actions, feeling that he hadn't done enough to help, but acknowledged that at least he had tried. As 𝗏𝗏𝗏 turned to walk away, he felt a sense of resignation about his dreams. Suddenly, All Might appeared in front of them, declaring his presence with enthusiasm. Both boys jumped in surprise, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 exclaimed in shock. Izuku, equally startled, questioned All Might about his unexpected arrival and how he had managed to evade the reporters. With a laugh, All Might proclaimed his commitment to justice, but then, unexpectedly, his form shifted dramatically, revealing a much shorter and thinner man who coughed up BLD. The boys gasped at the sight. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was bewildered, while Izuku was filled with concern. All Might, still recovering, shared that he had a story to tell and hoped they would keep it a secret. He then expressed his gratitude to Izuku for inspiring him to act during a recent crisis. Izuku, overwhelmed, felt he had only caused trouble and wasted All Might's time and energy. All Might reassured him, explaining that he had seen a quirkless boy bravely trying to save a life, which had motivated him to step in. Izuku's eyes widened as he began to tear up, slowly sinking to his knees. Arcturus, feeling the weight of the moment, placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. He recalled a memory of Izuku's mother expressing her regrets about his situation, realizing that what Izuku truly needed was hope. All Might then encouraged Izuku, telling him that he too could become a hero. Despite his tears, Izuku remained silent, absorbing the weight of those words. Arcturus reflected on the idea that dreams could become reality and recognized that this was the beginning of his best friend's journey to becoming the world's greatest hero. The scene shifted to the two friends still processing All Might's words when he surprised them with an incredible offer. He deemed Izuku worthy of his power, stating that his quirk was available for inheritance. Izuku, confused, questioned what that meant, while Arcturus shared in his bewilderment. All Might, amused by their reactions, clarified that accepting his power was entirely Izuku's choice. He explained that while many believed his quirk was simply super strength, the truth was far more complex. His ability was a sacred legacy passed down from someone else, and now he was offering it to Izuku. Both boys were astonished by the revelation. Arcturus expressed disbelief at the idea of someone giving All Might his powers, while All Might confirmed it was true and that Izuku was next in line. Izuku struggled to process the information, recognizing the mystery surrounding All Might's quirk and the implications of inheriting such a legacy. As Izuku rambled about the significance of this revelation, All Might urged him to focus. He explained that the true name of his power was One for All, a unique ability that grew stronger with each successor. Izuku was taken aback, questioning why All Might would choose him and expressing his fears of not being able to live up to the responsibility. All Might reassured him, sharing that he had been searching for a worthy successor and had witnessed Izuku's heroic actions during the crisis. Hearing those words stirred deep emotions in Izuku, who began to tremble with the weight of the moment. All Might encouraged him to stop crying if he wanted to accept the quirk, prompting Izuku to wipe his eyes and stand tall. With determination, Izuku declared his acceptance of the offer, surprising Arcturus with his swift decision. All Might, pleased with the response, acknowledged that he had expected nothing less. Later, Arcturus returned home to find Wanda and two blonde women waiting for him. They were Cynthia and Ryuko, his mothers, who had been concerned about his whereabouts after the earlier villain attack. As they prepared dinner, Arcturus reflected on his family history, recalling how his parents had been pro-heroes. He remembered watching his mother, known as Lightning, take down a villain on the news, and the tragic loss of both his parents in the line of duty. The memories lingered, shaping his and Wanda's lives as they continued to navigate their own paths in a world filled with heroes and challenges. Thankfully, Cynthia and Ryuko welcomed them into their home and had been a great support ever since. The family of four sat down for dinner, and during the meal, Arcturus brought up something important. He asked his mother if she had any news to share. Cynthia smiled and revealed that she would be teaching at UA High. The kids were surprised and excited by this announcement. Although she wouldn't be their homeroom teacher, she would be part of the staff helping to shape the next generation of heroes. After dinner, she suggested they go outside. Once they finished eating and cleaned up, the kids followed Cynthia outside while Ryuko watched from the doorway. Arcturus asked why they were outside, but Cynthia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she leaped into the air, prompting Arcturus to quickly move aside as she executed a powerful drop kick that left a small crater in the ground. Both kids looked worried as Cynthia's eyes glimmered with determination. She declared that if they wanted to attend UA, they would need to be at the top of their game, and with a smirk, she announced her intention to WHP them into shape. Cynthia, known as Strength Hero Cynthia Tatsuma, possessed the quirk known as Dragon Strength, which granted her incredible power and some dragon-like attributes. Ryuko reminded her not to be too HRD on them. Arcturus and Wanda prepared themselves for the next round of training. After a short time, the training session concluded, leaving Arcturus and Wanda exhausted on the ground while their mothers observed them. Cynthia noted that they both needed more work than she had anticipated. She pointed out that Arcturus had good hand-to-hand skills but relied too much on his quirk, which could be a disadvantage. Wanda, on the other hand, was skilled with her quirk but needed to improve her hand-to-hand combat. Arcturus, still on the ground, asked how they could improve. Cynthia and Ryuko helped them up and assured them they had 10 months to get better, promising to prepare them for the challenges ahead. Wanda eagerly requested their help. Arcturus reflected on the next 10 months, describing it as a grueling experience. They balanced their final year of middle school with intense training to enhance their quirks and physical abilities. Meanwhile, Izuku was also focused on his own training. 10 months later, the day of the exam arrived. Wanda and Cynthia were set to drive down, while Arcturus planned to pick up Izuku. He made his way to the beach, where he spotted All Might getting out of a car. All Might greeted him and asked what brought him there. Arcturus replied that he was there to pick up Izuku as well. As they walked, they heard screams and turned to see Izuku standing atop a pile of trash, exhausted but determined. All Might was impressed by Izuku's efforts, noting that he had even cleaned beyond the designated area. Arcturus ran across the beach and confirmed that there wasn't a trace of trash left, just in time for the exam. All Might transformed into his muscular form, amazed by Izuku's progress. He caught Izuku as he began to fall, praising his hard work and showing him a picture from 10 months ago, highlighting how far he had come. Izuku expressed his gratitude and questioned whether he deserved the opportunity All Might had given him. Arcturus reassured him that he did, emphasizing that his determination and effort were what truly mattered. All Might echoed this sentiment, stating that Izuku had earned his reward through hard work. He then offered Izuku a strand of his hair, explaining that to inherit his power, he needed to consume some of his DNA. Arcturus joked that hair was preferable to other options, while Izuku was taken aback by the unconventional method. All Might urged them to hurry, reminding them they would be late for the exam. Izuku, feeling the pressure, ate the hair as instructed. All Might then took the boys to his truck, and they set off for UA High. As they arrived at UA High School, known as the most prestigious academy for aspiring heroes, Arcturus felt the weight of the moment. Legends like All Might and Endeavor had trained there, and it was a place where dreams of becoming the #1 hero could come true. Izuku expressed his anxiety about the exam, admitting he hadn't tested his new power yet. Arcturus hoped it would activate when needed. Wanda greeted them, and they prepared to walk together. Suddenly, Katsuki approached, looking frustrated. He warned Izuku to get out of his way, threatening to set them on fire. Arcturus greeted him with a calm remark, while Izuku tried to diffuse the tension by wishing everyone good luck. As they walked, Izuku accidentally tripped, but a brown-haired girl caught him before he fell. She introduced herself as 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 and explained that she had used her quirk to help him. Arcturus thanked her, and she expressed her own nerves about the upcoming exam. Izuku stumbled over his words, but Arcturus reassured them both that everything would be fine. 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 decided to head inside, bidding farewell to her friends. As she walked ahead, Izuku suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. He thought to himself about how he had just spoken to a girl, even if it was just a brief interaction. The group soon entered the building, heading to the area where they would receive instructions for the exam. In the next scene, Arcturus, Izuku, and Wanda joined a crowd of other participants, taking their seats in the bleachers as the announcer began to speak. Present Mike, the energetic voice hero, greeted the candidates with enthusiasm, urging them to respond, but was met with silence. Undeterred, he continued, explaining how the practical exam would unfold. Izuku was starstruck, marveling at the fact that all the UA teachers were professional heroes. Katsuki, ever the skeptic, interrupted Izuku's excitement, while Wanda urged Katsuki to be nicer. Present Mike informed the students that they would engage in 10-minute mock battles in urban settings, emphasizing the importance of being heroic and avoiding attacks on fellow examinees. The students examined their cards, realizing they had been separated from their friends for the battles. Katsuki expressed his frustration at not being able to face his friends directly, while Arcturus acknowledged the challenge ahead. Present Mike explained the types of faux villains they would encounter, noting that one type would be an obstacle worth 0 points, advising the students to focus on the more valuable targets. A student raised a concern about the printed materials, prompting Present Mike to clarify the situation. As the exam began, the participants were dropped off at the grounds, and Arcturus reflected on his friends' well-being, particularly Izuku, who still needed to activate his quirk. He hoped for the best as he took in the scene around him. He soon encountered a girl named Mina, who expressed her appreciation for his support of Izuku. They exchanged good luck wishes just before the test commenced. As the signal sounded, 𝐻𝗏𝗧𝗟 sprang into action, taking down robots and accumulating points. Meanwhile, the teachers observed the students' performances from a viewing room, discussing their progress and the upcoming challenges. Suddenly, a massive robot appeared, causing chaos among the participants. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟 noticed some students, including Mina, were trapped and felt compelled to help. Spotting two sharp objects, he devised a plan and charged at the robot. With a powerful leap, he spun and sliced through the robot, causing it to break apart. He quickly kicked the falling debris away from the trapped students. In the midst of the chaos, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟 spotted Izuku in the air, having activated his quirk to save 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 from danger. As Izuku began to fall, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 rushed to catch him just in time. After landing, he noticed Izuku's injuries, realizing that his legs and arm were severely hurt from using his quirk without proper training. Other students looked on in shock at Izuku's display of power, and Recovery Girl approached to assess the situation, ready to help. Recovery Girl had seen worse patients. She kissed Izuku, and his broken limbs began to heal, thanks to her quirk that allowed her to mend any injury. Recovery Girl was the main reason UA could conduct extreme tests like the one they had just experienced. She assured everyone that Izuku would be fine once he woke up. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟 expressed his gratitude. A week later, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 was in the living room, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. He reflected on the past week, noting that Izuku had not scored any points in the mock battle. His mother, Cynthia, had told them to wait for the official announcement. Lost in thought, he moved the cube too quickly, nearly breaking it. Ryuko noticed his distraction and commented on it. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 acknowledged that he was preoccupied with thoughts about the test and expressed concern for Izuku's results. Ryuko reassured him that Izuku was a good kid and would be fine. Wanda entered, holding two envelopes, announcing that their results had arrived. They gathered on the couch, and Wanda handed one envelope to 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. As they opened them, they found half of a disc in each. When combined, they revealed a message from All Might, who appeared as a projection. He congratulated them on their performance in both the written and practical exams, especially highlighting their extraordinary rescue points. The kids were surprised to learn that they had all passed, with 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 scoring 88, Izuku 60, and Wanda All Might welcomed them to Hero Academia. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 smiled at Cynthia, realizing she had known all along. She explained that as a teacher, she couldn't say anything beforehand, preferring to surprise them. They decided to celebrate this achievement with a hug before heading to the kitchen to prepare for a celebratory dinner. Just then, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 received a message from Izuku, confirming that he had also passed and would be joining the hero course. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 reflected on how their journey to become pro-heroes was just beginning, knowing it would be long and challenging, but hopeful that they could achieve their dreams together. The next chapter began with 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 and Wanda packing their belongings in preparation for their first day at UA. Ryuko checked in to make sure they had everything they needed. Cynthia mentioned that their homeroom teacher would be Shota Aizawa, a pro-hero known for being tough and for expelling students regardless of their exam results. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 found the name familiar, while Wanda expressed concern about Aizawa's reputation. Cynthia reassured them that despite his methods, he was a good teacher and hoped he wouldn't play tricks on them. After finishing their preparations and receiving goodbye hugs from Ryuko, the three set off. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 noted that the acceptance rate that year was as low as ever, with only 1 in 300 applicants getting in. They were split into two classes of 24 students each, with a few additional talented students included. Upon arriving, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 and Wanda ran to meet Izuku, who was startled by their speed. Izuku greeted them, and they learned he was in Class 1A as well. They walked together to the door marked 1A, where Izuku expressed his nervousness about the promising students waiting inside. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 encouraged him to relax, assuring him that even if Bakugo was there were bound to be better people. As they opened the door, they were met with an argument between two classmates. One, wearing glasses, reprimanded Bakugo for scuffing the desk, while Bakugo retorted with his usual bravado. Arcturus interjected, noting that while they might have scored well, their personalities were another matter. The argument paused as the three friends entered. Ida introduced himself, and Izuku nervously introduced himself and his friends. Ida recognized Izuku's perceptiveness regarding the practical exam and admitted he had misjudged him. Arcturus advised Ida to avoid being like 𝐻𝗫𝐽𝐻. Just then, Ichiko entered, recognizing Izuku. He was thrilled to see her again, recalling how nice she had been to him. As they chatted, Arcturus took his seat and surveyed the class, noticing various students with different quirks. He caught 𝐻𝗫𝐽𝐻's glare but simply smiled in response, unaware of the rivalry brewing. Ichiko wondered what they would do that day besides orientation and expressed excitement about meeting their teachers and classmates. A voice interrupted the students, surprising them as they looked down to see a man in a sleeping bag. Wanda thought the man resembled Izawa. He welcomed them to Yue's hero course and pulled out a juice pack. The students, Izuku, Ichiko, and Ida, were puzzled by the item. The man stood up, unzipped his sleeping bag, and revealed his black outfit with a gray scarf. He noted that it took them 8 seconds to quiet down, emphasizing that time was precious and rational students would understand that. Arcturus thought about how his mother had mentioned that this man was extraordinary, but he looked either sleep-deprived or like he had been out late. Izawa introduced himself as their teacher and reached into his sleeping bag to pull out training uniforms, instructing them to put them on and head outside. Although confused, the students complied. Once outside, they realized they were about to undergo a quirk assessment test. Ichiko exclaimed about missing orientation, but Izawa dismissed their concerns, stating that if they wanted to make it to the big leagues, they couldn't waste time on pointless ceremonies. He explained that Yue was not bound by traditions, allowing him to run his class as he saw fit. He pointed out that they had taken standardized tests all their lives but had never been allowed to use their quirks in physical exams. He believed it was irrational to pretend everyone was created equal by not allowing those with greater abilities to excel. He called out to 𝐻𝗏, who had scored the highest on the entrance exam, asking about his farthest softball throw in junior high. Arcturus replied that it was about 70 meters. Izawa challenged him to try it with his quirk. Accepting the challenge, Arcturus stepped into a circle, stretched his arm, and prepared to throw. Blue lightning crackled around him as he spun at super speed before launching the ball, which flew an impressive 806.8 meters. Izawa noted the importance of knowing their maximum capabilities as a way to gauge their potential as pro heroes. The other students gasped at the results, with Kaminari expressing disbelief at the distance. Mina eagerly wanted to try, and 𝗏𝗏 was excited about using their quirks freely. Izawa reminded them that they had 3 years to become heroes and that it wouldn't all be fun and games. He revealed that they would compete in 8 physical tests to assess their potential, warning that those who came in last would be expelled immediately. The students felt a wave of anxiety wash over them as they realized the seriousness of the situation. Izawa reiterated that he would decide how the class ran, giving them the option to leave if they had a problem with it. As they processed this, most students steeled themselves for the tests, though Katsuki grinned while Izuku remained nervous, still trying to master his quirk. Ichiko protested against the idea of sending anyone home, arguing it was unfair, especially on their first day. Izawa countered by pointing out the unfairness of the world, filled with natural disasters and villains. He emphasized that it was a hero's job to combat such unfairness. Wanda muttered to herself about Izawa's seriousness. Izawa continued, stating that to become a pro, they would need to push themselves to their limits. He warned that Yue would present them with one hardship after another over the next 3 years, urging them to go beyond and show that they deserve to be there. Arcturus resolved to meet the challenge head-on. Izawa declared that they were wasting time talking and that the games would begin. The first few tests included a race, a strength grip test, and a long jump, which many students found manageable. During the 5th test, the ball throw, Arcturus did not have to participate again since he had already gone. However, when it was Izuku's turn, he struggled to use his quirk, resulting in a normal throw. Izawa informed him that he had erased his quirk. Izuku looked at Izawa, noticing his scarf moving, his eyes glowing red, and his hair standing on end. Aizawa explained that the judges for the exam were not rational enough and that someone like Izuku should never have been allowed to enroll at UA. Izuku realized Aizawa was the erasure hero, Eraserhead. Wanda recalled that Aizawa had worked with her father. Arcturus confirmed that they were both stealth-based heroes, which brought them close in their work. Meanwhile, All Might and Cynthia observed from a distance. All Might thought about Aizawa's disdain for media interference and his judgment of celebrity heroes like himself. Cynthia reflected on Aizawa's serious approach, acknowledging that while Izuku needed to be there, he ran his class as he saw fit. Aizawa told Izuku he wasn't ready and lacked control over his power. He questioned whether Izuku planned to injure himself again, relying on others to save him. Izuku protested, insisting that wasn't his intention. Suddenly, Aizawa grabbed him with his scarf, stating that regardless of intentions, Izuku would be a liability in battle. He compared Izuku's reckless passion to that of another hero who had saved many but emphasized that without control, he was worthless as a hero. Izuku was shocked, but determination replaced his surprise. The other students, curious about the exchange, were unaware of the details, but Arcturus and Wanda were concerned, with Arcturus holding Wanda back from reacting. Aizawa released his quirk, allowing Izuku to take his final throw. Aizawa instructed him to hurry and get it over with, walking away as Izuku returned to his spot. Ida wondered if their teacher had given Izuku advice, while Katsuki speculated that Aizawa had likely told him to panic. Izuku stood still for a moment, preparing to throw the ball. When he finally released it, the ball soared high into the sky. His classmates watched in awe, noting that he had only broken a finger this time, an improvement from his earlier attempts. Arcturus recognized that Izuku had outsmarted them all. Izuku, with determination, acknowledged Mr. Aizawa, proving he was still standing. Aizawa, surprised, couldn't help but marvel at the boy's resilience. All Might reflected on Izuku's performance, feeling a mix of pride and concern. He admired how Izuku had managed to use One for All without unleashing its full power, allowing him to minimize injury while maximizing the throw. All Might was impressed by Izuku's cleverness. Cynthia, watching from the sidelines, cheered for Izuku's strategic thinking. Arcturus congratulated Izuku on his impressive throw, while Wanda and Achiko expressed their excitement over his display of true power. However, Ida pointed out the broken finger, and Arcturus noted that it was better than a more serious injury. Meanwhile, Katsuki, shocked by Izuku's unexpected skill, couldn't comprehend how he had achieved such a feat without a quirk. Fueled by frustration, he charged at Izuku, demanding answers. Before Katsuki could reach Izuku, Arc intervened, but Aizawa was quicker, using his scarf to restrain Katsuki and prevent him from unleashing his quirk. Katsuki struggled against the hold, bewildered by the strength of Aizawa's scarf. Aizawa explained that it was a specialized capture weapon, advising Katsuki to calm down to avoid further consequences. The other students were impressed by Aizawa's abilities, and he eventually released Katsuki, allowing the next student to step up. As Arc and Izuku distanced themselves from Katsuki's glare, All Might observe the tension between Katsuki and the others. Cynthia noted that Arc had a protective nature, likely inherited from his parents. All Might was surprised to learn that Arc was the son of Richard and Claire Farron, realizing the potential he possessed. After completing the tests, Aizawa prepared to announce the results. He ranked the students from best to worst, revealing that Arcturus had come in first while Izuku was last. Concerned, Izuku was taken aback when Aizawa revealed that he had been lying. No one was going home. The students were shocked by the revelation, and Momo expressed her regret for not catching on sooner. As the class ended, Aizawa instructed everyone to pick up a syllabus and prepare for the next day. He handed Izuku a slip, advising him to visit the nurse for his injury, emphasizing the challenges that lay ahead. After class, All Might and Cynthia approached Aizawa, expressing their disapproval of his earlier tactics. Aizawa acknowledged their concerns but insisted he had his reasons for pushing the students. Cynthia, feeling protective of her students, reminded Aizawa of the potential dangers of their backgrounds. Aizawa warned her to ensure that Arc and Wanda did not follow in their parents' footsteps, leaving Cynthia feeling conflicted. As the school day came to a close, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 and Wanda awaited Izuku's return from the nurse's office. Wanda voiced her concern that Izuku might become a frequent visitor due to his quirk. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 explained that Izuku's quirk had manifested recently, and he was confident that with practice, Izuku would gain better control. Just then, Mina approached them, expressing her happiness that they had made it into the hero course. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 introduced himself as Ark, while Wanda introduced herself as his sister. Mina complimented their performances in the tests and thanked Ark for his help during the exam. Ark welcomed her, pleased to make a new friend. Exam or not, leaving anyone behind was not an option. Mina decided it was time to go and said her goodbyes. Shortly after, Izuku approached them, looking a bit sluggish. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 asked if he was okay, and Izuku admitted he felt tired. Wanda remarked that it was likely due to taking different tests with a broken finger. Just then, Ida caught up with Izuku, who seemed more alert now. Ida inquired about Izuku's broken finger, and Izuku responded that it was fine, thanks to Recovery Girl. Ida greeted the siblings, and they began walking together. Ida expressed concern about Mr. Aizawa's teaching methods but trusted the school's judgment, noting that UA was the top program. Wanda compared UA to Oxford University but for heroes. Ida emphasized that lying was immoral, while Izuku explained that Aizawa wasn't scary, he was just serious about school. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 added that Aizawa was just ensuring their safety. Achiko, a brown-haired girl, called out to them from a distance, asking if they were heading to the station and expressing her longing to join them. Ida recognized her as the Infinity Girl. Achiko introduced herself, and after some exchanges, she identified Izuku as Deku, a nickname used by Bakugo during the fitness test. Izuku blushed, explaining that Deku was a name Bakugo used to tease him. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 noted that Bakugo had called him that since childhood, and Wanda remarked on Bakugo's unsportsmanlike behavior. Achiko, realizing the situation, apologized but mentioned that she thought Deku could make a great hero name, finding it cute. Izuku accepted the name, much to 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏's surprise, while Ida questioned how he could embrace a name that was initially an insult. Izuku felt overwhelmed, turning away with his hands covering his face, feeling as if his world had turned upside down. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 thought it was amusing that Izuku struggled to talk to girls, despite knowing Wanda for years. The first day of school concluded, and while there were some hiccups, they all did well. For Izuku, it was a significant change. His previous school had made it difficult for him to make friends, but now his circle was expanding. The next day brought more of UA's teachings, including regular subjects like English, math, and science. In the afternoon, they were set for a real introduction to the hero course, complete with a special guest instructor. All Might burst through the door, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm, and the students gasped in awe. Kaminari couldn't believe All Might was really there, while Kirishima expressed excitement about having him as a teacher. Tsuyu pointed out All Might's Silver Age costume, and Ojiro felt nostalgic about it. All Might welcomed them to the most important class at UA, 𝗏𝐻𝐭𝐸𝐵 101, where they would learn the basics of being a pro and what it meant to fight for good. He announced that today's lesson would be intense, revealing briefcases designed for each student based on their quirk registration forms. The students were instructed to suit up and meet him at Training Ground Beta. When they arrived in their battle attire, All Might praised their outfits, saying that clothes make the pros. He was visibly excited, calling them heroes in training. Wanda complimented 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 on his slick suit, and he returned the compliment. Achiko admired Izuku's costume, noting it wasn't too flashy, while Wanda agreed it looked nice. Achiko expressed her wish for a different design, feeling her bodysuit was too tight. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 reassured her that adjustments could be made if needed. All Might then noticed Izuku's costume and tried to suppress a laugh, pointing out its obvious design. Izuku asked 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 if it really looked that way, and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 suggested he could pass for a rabbit instead. All Might declared it was time for combat training, and Ida raised his hand, asking if they would be conducting urban battles again. All Might explained that most villain encounters happened indoors, and for this training exercise, they would be split into teams of heroes and villains for 2-on-2 indoor battles. Tsuyu questioned if that was too advanced, but All Might insisted that the best training came from real battlefield experience. He reminded them that they couldn't just punch a robot this time, they were dealing with actual people. Momo asked if All Might would decide the winners, while Katsuki inquired about how much they could hurt the other team. Achiko worried about the possibility of expulsion for the losing team, and Ida asked about how the teams would be formed. All Might explained the scenario. The villains had hidden a nuclear weapon in a building, and the hero's job was to capture either the weapon or the villains. The villains would aim to capture the heroes or protect the weapon by the end of the time limit. Teams would be drawn, and Wanda and Arcturus found themselves paired together. Arcturus felt confident about their partnership, and Wanda agreed they would give it their all. All Might shuffled 2 boxes, preparing to announce the first teams to fight. These guys were a bit of a surprise, as it was going to be Arcturus and Wanda facing off against Katsuki and Ida. All Might announced that Team K would be the heroes and Team D would be the villains, instructing everyone else to head to the monitoring room to watch. The students complied, but Arc remained still, locking eyes with Katsuki. Even though this was training, it didn't mean they would hold back. The villains moved ahead to set up inside, while the heroes would enter in 5 minutes. If things escalated too much, All Might would intervene. Wanda examined the plans and asked if Arcturus had memorized them. He replied that it was sweet and simple. She acknowledged his intelligence and then expressed concern about their opponents, Bakugo and Ida. Arcturus speculated that Katsuki would likely attack one of them without restraint, leaving Ida to fend for himself. Regardless, they couldn't underestimate either of them. Soon, All Might signaled the start of the match. They entered and began to move stealthily, making twists and turns until Arc grabbed Wanda, dodging a blast from Katsuki. Arcturus remarked that he had anticipated Katsuki would be the first to make a move. Katsuki questioned their sneaky approach, accusing them of being afraid to confront him directly. Wanda clarified that they had expected him to attack first. Katsuki, with a wicked smile, expressed his eagerness to defeat Deku but decided to settle for them first, starting with Arc. He charged in, but Arc countered by throwing him to the ground. Arcturus noted that he hadn't even used his full speed. He then expressed his long-standing frustration with Katsuki's arrogance and how it had always irritated him. However, he resolved not to hold back this time, crackling with energy. Wanda observed Arc's demeanor, realizing he wasn't angry but seemed to be controlling his temper. Katsuki, now standing and gritting his teeth, recalled how Arc had always stood against him. He declared that Arc thought he was better due to his flashy quirk and that he had always been an obstacle in his path, which fueled his hatred. The scene shifted to the siblings against Katsuki and Ida. Arcturus noted that Katsuki shouldn't hang up on his teammate, but Katsuki dismissed him, focusing solely on Arc. He launched a kick, which Arc blocked before delivering a quick punch. Katsuki taunted him, questioning his confidence in taking him on alone. Arc replied that he didn't want to disappoint Katsuki, and they began trading blows. In the viewing room, other students watched the match unfold. Sato commented on Arc's impressive skills, while 𝐬𝐻 noted that he was only using his quirk minimally. Mina asked Izuku for his thoughts on the match. Izuku expressed uncertainty, acknowledging Katsuki's prowess with his quirk and fighting style, but also pointed out Arc's quick adaptability. Back in the arena, Katsuki fired a blast, but Arc evaded it. He suggested they move to a more open area, challenging Katsuki to catch him as he dashed away in a flash of blue lightning. Katsuki pursued, frustrated by Arc's evasiveness. Arc contemplated his strategy, realizing he needed to hold off Katsuki while leaving the bomb situation to Wanda. Katsuki, from a distance, expressed his anger about feeling tricked by Deku for years and assumed Arc was in on it. Meanwhile, Wanda stealthily approached the top level, spotting the weapon and Ida. Ida, adopting a villainous persona, declared his intent to embrace evil to succeed in their mission. Wanda struggled to contain her laughter at his seriousness, but Ida quickly noticed her presence. He accused her of underestimating him, revealing that he had hidden every object in the room to render her powerless. He relished in his supposed victory, laughing evilly. Arc, still hidden, received a call from Wanda, who informed him that she had found the weapon on the top floor but that Ida was there too, making a sneak attack impossible. Arcturus observed 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's intense focus and noted his acting skills as he prepared for their confrontation. He inquired about 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨's location, receiving a response that he was in the middle of the floor. Arcturus instructed Wanda to keep 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 occupied while he formulated a plan. As he ended the call, he turned to find 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 standing behind him, ready for a challenge. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 raised his arm, indicating he was prepared. Arcturus questioned the meaning of his gesture, to which 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 responded with a taunt, challenging Arcturus to use his quirk. Arcturus remained unfazed, saving his energy for the right moment. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨, with a mischievous grin, explained how his quirk, Explosion, worked, revealing that he could unleash powerful blasts by secreting nitroglycerin-like sweat. Arcturus acknowledged his awareness of the quirk from past encounters and questioned 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨's intentions. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 revealed that his gauntlets were designed to store his sweat for a massive explosion. All Might, observing from the viewing room, urged 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 not to unleash such a destructive force, warning that it could lead to serious consequences. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 dismissed the warning, confident that his target could dodge the blast. He pulled the pin from his gauntlet, and a tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the building and causing chaos. As the dust settled, Arcturus emerged, brushing himself off and declaring his survival. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨, stepping through the smoke with a wicked smile, expressed excitement over the power of his gauntlets. Arcturus, determined to prove himself, began to channel his energy, ready to confront 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨's arrogance. Meanwhile, Iida attempted to reach 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 through the comms, questioning the situation. Wanda, glowing with energy, prepared to engage Iida, who narrowly avoided her blast. She explained that her quirk allowed her to manipulate and fire energy. As Iida tried to disarm her, she unleashed more blasts, forcing him to evade. Arcturus, focused on his strategy, checked in with Wanda about her progress. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨, frustrated by the distraction, charged at Arcturus, who swiftly countered with a speed kick. All Might reiterated the importance of strategy, warning 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 that using such a powerful attack indoors could lead to a loss of points. As the battle intensified, Arcturus and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 exchanged blows, with Arcturus landing a few solid hits. He challenged 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨's strength and questioned his motivations. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨, fueled by rage, declared that he would not be forgotten and urged Arcturus to come at him. They charged at each other, and as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 unleashed his attack, Arcturus prepared his own. With a powerful uppercut, Arcturus unleashed a combination of lightning and fire, creating a massive explosion that tore through the building. Iida, holding onto the bomb, was stunned by the chaos around him. Wanda seized the opportunity to wrap Iida in capture tape and secure the bomb, declaring her victory. In the viewing room, the audience reacted with shock and awe at the unfolding events. Izuku recognized Arcturus's strategy, realizing that he had never underestimated 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 but had instead been waiting for the right moment to strike. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨, recovering from the blast, confronted Arcturus, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Arcturus clarified that he had always respected 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨's potential and had pushed himself to improve in response to 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨's actions. He acknowledged 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨's abilities but expressed disappointment in his current behavior, viewing him as a bully rather than a hero. As Arcturus walked away to join his teammates, he paused to remind 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 that he did not consider himself superior, leaving a lingering challenge for the future. Arcturus knew he had to leave the room, and with that thought, he exited, leaving the heroes victorious. The aftermath of the first battle revealed significant damage to the building, prompting the team to relocate. Arcturus, Wanda, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨, and Iida returned to the viewing room where the others awaited. Izuku praised them for their performance, expressing how amazing their teamwork had been. Arcturus acknowledged the compliment, while Izuku was curious about how he executed such a powerful punch. Arcturus attributed it to extensive practice, and Wanda playfully noted that it was one of the first times he managed to do it without injuring himself. Arcturus playfully protested Wanda's comment, but she just stuck her tongue out at him. All Might commended the heroes for their extraordinary efforts and encouraged Team D to learn from their loss to grow stronger. Iida agreed, while 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 remained silent. All Might then declared Iida the MVP of the round, prompting Momo to explain how Iida had effectively adapted to his role. She highlighted Katsuki's personal grudge against 𝗏𝗏𝗏, which led to reckless attacks that could have had dire consequences. Wanda had also let her guard down during the match, while Iida had remained focused on the mission. All Might acknowledged Momo's points, even if she had overlooked some details. The teams prepared for the next battle, with Team A, consisting of Midoriya and Uraraka, facing off against Team L, featuring Shuri and Robbie. As the heroes entered the building to initiate their plan, Izuku noted the challenge they faced due to their limited knowledge of their opponent's quirks. He suggested luring one of the villains away, and Hachiko agreed to follow his lead. They soon found themselves in a dimly lit area where they were unexpectedly attacked. They barely managed to dodge the initial strike. Izuku was startled, while Hachiko wondered about the unseen attacker. She was suddenly hit from behind, revealing Shuri, who warned them not to have come there. Shuri prepared to attack, and Izuku stepped in front of Hachiko, readying the capture tape. He attempted a maneuver to flip Shuri over, but she landed gracefully on her feet as he prepared to ensnare her. Shuri complimented his effort but insisted he needed to do better. She swiftly countered, striking near Izuku's face and tearing part of his mask, though he remained unharmed. Izuku realized that Shuri was skilled in hand-to-hand combat and urged Hachiko to take action. Hachiko ascended to the upper floor, spotting Robbie guarding a weapon. She recalled his fire-based quirk from their previous test. Robbie remarked on her innocence but warned that he wouldn't hold back during training. He picked up a pipe that ignited and swung it at her, forcing her to evade. Hachiko activated her quirk to approach the weapon, but Robbie countered her efforts, sending her back. Robbie taunted her to focus on the fight as he set more objects ablaze. Meanwhile, Izuku was strategizing, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. He reflected on how he had an advantage against 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 or 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who had coordinated their attacks effectively. He realized he needed to time his moves perfectly for a chance at victory. His thoughts were interrupted when Shuri leaped down for another strike. Izuku dodged and countered, creating distance between them. Shuri acknowledged his tactical skills but noted that he hadn't used his quirk yet. She warned him that surrendering would be the easier option, but Izuku stood firm, refusing to back down. As they exchanged blows, the timer approached 0. Izuku formulated a plan and communicated it to Hachiko. He took a stance and issued a final warning for Shuri to stand down, but she challenged him to make the first move. They charged at each other, and Izuku prepared to unleash a powerful uppercut, calling for Hachiko to act. The force of Izuku's punch sent Shuri crashing backward, causing significant destruction to the floors above. Robbie was nearly thrown off balance as well. Hachiko seized the opportunity, using her quirk to lift a support beam and swinging it like a baseball bat, launching debris at Robbie. Although he burned through most of it, the distraction allowed Hachiko to float over and secure the weapon. All Might announced the victory for the hero team, while Hachiko collapsed, feeling unwell. Robbie rushed to assist her, and Shuri, seeing Izuku's injured arm, offered her help by removing a beaded bracelet from her wrist and placing it on his arm. The beads glowed purple, and Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shuri explained that the 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 beads were designed to assist in any scenario, stabilizing his arm until he could receive proper treatment from the nurse's office. She introduced herself with a smile, and Izuku responded with his name, Izuku Midoriya. Robbie Reyes joined them, walking in with Uraraka, and introduced himself as well. Soon after, a couple of robots arrived with a stretcher to carry Izuku off to the nurse's office. The rest of the matches continued with mixed results. In the afternoon, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and the other classmates were hanging out, comparing notes on their battles. Kaminari asked 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 how he became so skilled with his electricity, to which 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 replied that it was just practice. Kirishima marveled at his speed and inquired how fast he could go. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 mentioned that he could currently move almost faster than sound and aimed to go even faster to save as many lives as possible. Kirishima admired this ambition, calling it manly. As they chatted, the door opened, revealing Izuku. Kirishima greeted him warmly, expressing excitement about his return and praising his performance in the match. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐻 was impressed that Izuku held his own and executed a finisher similar to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 wrapped up in their matches. Aoyama commented on Izuku's lack of elegance but acknowledged his effort. Mina jumped in excitement, further praising Izuku's dodging. Izuku felt a bit surprised by the compliments, as he wasn't used to receiving such positive feedback. As they introduced themselves, 𝐴𝐻𝐿 smiled, pleased to see his friend expanding his social circle. His gaze shifted to Katsuki's desk, recalling how Katsuki had looked after their fight, panicked, not just because he lost, but because 𝐴𝐻𝐿 had easily predicted his moves. 𝐴𝐻𝐿 hoped Katsuki would improve over time. Later, 𝐴𝐻𝐿 walked outside and spotted Izuku and Katsuki in a heated discussion. Katsuki was expressing his disbelief that Izuku had tricked him and insisted he needed to become stronger. Upon noticing 𝐴𝐻𝐿, Katsuki restrained himself from using his quirk and declared that he wouldn't let anyone surpass him, vowing to become the #1 hero. Izuku released a breath he had been holding. Suddenly, All Might appeared, rushing to comfort Katsuki. He emphasized the importance of pride but reminded Katsuki that there was still much to learn. Katsuki, however, brushed off All Might's advice, insisting he would achieve fame without help. All Might respected his wishes and stepped back, turning to Izuku to inquire about their conversation. Izuku hesitated but eventually admitted that he had told Katsuki his quirk was borrowed, feeling compelled to explain despite not sharing this with his mother. All Might noted that Izuku wasn't one to boast, so he refrained from lecturing him too harshly. He encouraged Izuku not to feel disheartened, assuring him that Katsuki likely wouldn't take him seriously. All Might reminded both boys of the responsibility that came with their powers, warning them that if the secret of One for All got out, villains would come after them. They both agreed to keep the secret for their safety and the world's. After All Might left, the boys gathered their things to head home. The next chapter began with students arriving at school, only to be swarmed by reporters. The media had been drawn to the school since All Might was teaching there. Once in class, Izawa began his lesson, praising the students for their combat training and reviewing their performances. He advised Katsuki not to sulk over his loss and told Izuku that he needed to work harder, emphasizing that he couldn't keep injuring himself while training. Izawa then announced that they needed to select a class representative. The students expressed relief that it wasn't another quirk test, and everyone began to nominate themselves. Kirishima was eager to take on the role, while others chimed in with their own aspirations. 𝐴𝐻𝐿, however, remained uninterested in the position. Wanda noticed and asked why he wasn't trying for the role. 𝐴𝐻𝐿 explained that his previous experience in middle school had been overwhelming, filled with complaints and planning. Wanda reminded him that he had done well, but Ida called for silence, explaining the responsibilities of the class representative. Not just anyone can take on this responsibility. First, you need the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is through a democratic process. An election will be held to choose our leader. It was clear that the students were eager to vote for someone. 𝐴𝐻𝐿 thought to himself that he hoped he wouldn't be chosen. Kaminari questioned whether this was truly the best idea. Tsuyu pointed out that they had only known each other for a few days and wondered how they could determine who to trust. Kirishima added that everyone would likely vote for themselves. Ida acknowledged that most people would, but he believed that whoever received the fewest votes must be the most suitable candidate. He turned to Izawa, seeking confirmation that this was indeed the best approach. Izawa, wrapped in his sleeping bag, simply instructed them to make a decision before his nap was over and promptly fell asleep. Ida expressed gratitude for Izawa's trust, while Wanda remarked that he was likely using this as an excuse to sleep. After a brief pause, everyone cast their votes, most opting to vote for themselves. The top candidates emerged, Momo with 3 votes, Izuku with 4, and 𝐴𝐻𝐿 leading with 10. Izuku was shocked by his 4 votes, while 𝐴𝐻𝐿 was frustrated, insisting he did not want the position. Katsuki stood up, annoyed, demanding to know who had voted for the others. 𝐬𝐻𝐿 pointed out that it was naive to think anyone would vote for Katsuki. Wanda chimed in, saying he would be the worst choice. Katsuki snapped back at her, and she confidently reiterated her stance. Meanwhile, 𝐬𝐮 was visibly disappointed by receiving 0 votes, fearing this outcome but feeling unable to contest the system he had chosen. Momo noted 𝐬𝐮's choice to vote for someone else, surprising 𝗧𝗟𝗓 and prompting 𝐶𝑒𝐻𝗃 to question why he hadn't voted for himself. Soon, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Izuku found themselves at the front of the class, with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as class representative and Izuku as his deputy. Izuku was visibly nervous, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 appeared bored and slightly annoyed. He sighed, questioning why he had been chosen. Tsuyu suggested that this might not be so bad, and Kirishima expressed his support for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 responded sarcastically, while Wanda urged him to stop complaining, assuring them they would do well. As lunch arrived, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Wanda, Izuku, Achiko, 𝐬𝐮, 𝗧𝗟𝗓, and Robbie gathered together. Achiko sighed, noting how crowded the cafeteria was, to which 𝐬𝐮 explained that students from various courses shared the space. Robbie added that the cafeteria offered a variety of foods from around the world. They settled down with their meals, and everyone except Wanda and Izuku stared in shock at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's tray, which was piled high with food. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 eagerly rubbed his hands together, and Achiko questioned whether he had ordered too much. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 dismissed her concern, claiming it was a normal lunch for him. Robbie was incredulous, but everyone fell silent as they watched 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 devour every dish on his tray, liking the plates clean. Satisfied, he declared that it had been good and expressed a longing for seconds. The others were astonished that it hadn't been enough. Wanda explained that being a speedster came with such a high appetite. 𝐬𝐮, amazed, asked how 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 managed to eat so much while maintaining his figure. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 explained that his quirk accelerated his metabolism, requiring him to consume more than average to avoid passing out. He noted that his active lifestyle allowed him to eat freely without gaining weight. 𝗧𝗟𝗓 remarked that such a power would be desirable for everyone. Izuku expressed his worries about the leadership role, doubting his qualifications for even the deputy position. Wanda reassured him, stating that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was already adept at being a representative, so they would be in capable hands. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 teased Wanda about whether she had voted for him, to which she responded playfully. 𝐬𝐮 praised their courage and quick thinking under pressure, believing those qualities would make them worthy leaders. He revealed that those were the reasons he had voted for Izuku. Izuku was surprised to learn that 𝐬𝐮 had been one of the 4 votes for him. Achiko reminded 𝐬𝐮 that he had wanted to be the representative himself, and 𝗧𝗟𝗓 commented that he certainly looked the part. Robbie added that it was mostly due to his glasses. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 pointed out that looks alone were not qualifications. 𝐬𝐮 explained that wanting a job and being suited for it were different, drawing from his experience observing his family's hero agency. The group was intrigued by this revelation. Izuku asked what 𝐬𝐮's family did, but 𝐬𝐮 hesitated, claiming it was nothing. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 recalled that 𝐬𝐮 was associated with one of the stronger agencies, prompting Achiko to tease him about being wealthy. 𝐬𝐮 admitted he had feared that people would treat him differently if they knew about his family. He explained that the 𝐬𝐮 family had been pro-heroes for generations, a legacy that ran in their blood. Izuku and Achiko were amazed to learn this. 𝐬𝐮 then mentioned his elder brother, 𝗀𝗎𝗎𝗏, a well-known pro-hero with numerous sidekicks at his agency. Izuku was thrilled, realizing the connection and expressing his admiration. 𝐬𝐮 took pride in his brother's accomplishments and his commitment to the hero code, aspiring to follow in his footsteps. 𝗧𝗟𝗓 shared that her family also had a legacy of heroes, revealing that they were related to the Black Panther. This revelation excited the others, and Izuku entered fanboy mode, with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 joining in. Izuku exclaimed how cool it was, recalling the Black Panther's reputation as a skilled hero and ruler. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 inquired if 𝗧𝗟𝗓 was related to him, and she confirmed that her brother was the current Black Panther, expressing her ambition to one day take up the mantle. 𝐬𝐮 noted that they both had family roles to fulfill, but he felt it might be too soon for him to take on a leadership position. He acknowledged that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Izuku had demonstrated the insight needed for a representative during the practical exam. The group noticed 𝐬𝐮 smiling, and Achiko joked that it was the first time she had seen him smile, to which he insisted he smiled often. As Izuku reflected on 𝐬𝐮 and 𝗧𝗟𝗓's aspirations to emulate Black Panther and 𝗀𝗎𝗎𝗏, He reminded himself not to be too hard on Ida, who had been uncertain during the exam. Just as he was about to elaborate on the exam, alarms suddenly blared, announcing a break-in. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 quickly grabbed his friends, leading them away from the chaos to avoid being trampled. He remarked on how close they had come to danger, and Ida noted how quickly everyone had reacted. As expected from UA students, Izuku noted the chaos unfolding. Ida expressed concern about who could have trespassed onto campus grounds. Robbie glanced out the window and remarked that it seemed to be people with no respect for private property. They noticed the gate was down, revealing the reporters from earlier. Wanda questioned how the press had managed to get in, while Shuri speculated that someone either let them in or they found a way to bypass the defenses. Ida tried to calm the crowd of students, but his voice was drowned out by the noise. Izuku observed that they weren't listening, and Ida wondered why the teachers were absent, questioning if they were the only ones aware of the situation. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 suggested that the teachers might be in different parts of the school, ensuring the safety of other students or checking for potential threats. Ida then had an idea and asked Uraraka to help him float above the crowd. Trusting him, she complied, and once he was elevated, he used his quirk to zoom toward the exit, confidently assuring everyone that it was okay. His efforts succeeded in calming the crowd. Later in the day, back in class, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 and Izuku had an important announcement. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 expressed gratitude for being chosen as class representative but explained that he wasn't ready for a leadership role. Izuku echoed his sentiments, and together they decided to appoint Tenya Ida as class representative and Momo Yaoyorozu as deputy. The students gasped in surprise but ultimately accepted the new roles, and the day continued. In the afternoon, Aizawa announced that they would have 4 instructors for rescue training involving natural disasters and accidents. This excited everyone, and Aizawa informed them that they could wear whatever they liked since the training would take place off-site, requiring a bus ride. When they arrived at the station, most students were in costume, except for Izuku, who wore his training uniform along with protective gear. Achiko asked why he wasn't in his costume, and Izuku explained that it had been damaged during combat training. Shuri apologized for the mask, but Izuku reassured her that the support company was working on it. Ida took charge, instructing everyone to form 2 neat lines using their student numbers for efficient boarding. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 noted how quickly Ida was adapting to his new role, and Izuku agreed that he was stepping up as class representative. Once on the bus, most students engaged in casual conversations while 𝐻𝐿𝐼 attempted to take a nap. He requested Wanda to wake him when they arrived, and she noted that he seemed energetic earlier, wondering if it was a side effect of his quirk. Kirishima commented that there was nothing wrong with taking a nap during transport. As they traveled, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 tuned out most of the chatter but caught snippets of conversation, including some teasing directed at Katsuki, which almost made him laugh as it reminded him of his and Izuku's experiences in middle school. Their nap was interrupted when Aizawa announced their arrival. They disembarked and were greeted by Cynthia and another woman in a space suit. 13 welcomed them, and Izuku recognized her as the space hero, along with Wyvern, the dragon strength hero, who had rescued many people from disasters around the world. Cynthia playfully asked if Ark and Wanda were getting into trouble again, to which they both assured her they weren't. Achiko was surprised to learn that Cynthia was Wanda's mother, and Wanda promised to explain later. 13 gestured toward the entrance, excited to show them what was inside. The students entered a large dome filled with various terrains, and Kirishima exclaimed in awe at the impressive setup. 13 described the training facility, which included a shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, and a windstorm, all designed to prepare them for different types of disasters. The facility was named the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Aizawa approached 13 and Cynthia, questioning All Might's absence and suspecting he might have booked an interview instead. 13 revealed that All Might had exhausted his power on the way to school and was resting in the teacher's lounge. Aizawa expressed his frustration at All Might's irresponsibility, while Cynthia pointed out Aizawa's own lack of breaks. Aizawa thought they would be fine with just the 3 of them, especially since Cynthia's strength was comparable to All Might's. 13 addressed the students, preparing to share important information. She explained her powerful quirk, Black Hole, which could absorb anything and turn it to dust. Izuku recalled her using it to save people from disasters, and Ochako nodded in understanding and excitement. 13 cautioned that her quirk could also be dangerous, and Cynthia reminded the students that many of them possessed powers that could be hazardous. They needed to remember that losing focus or making a wrong move could lead to serious consequences, even in heroic situations. 13 emphasized that thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, they had a solid understanding of their quirk's potential, and All Might's combat training had shown them how dangerous their powers could be. She encouraged them to carry those lessons into the class, where they would learn to use their quirks to save lives. Cynthia added that their powers should only be used to help others, reinforcing the true essence of being a hero, ensuring the safety of others. 13 concluded their introduction, ready to begin the training. Thank you so much for listening. The students cheered, and they were about to begin. However, things took a turn as the lights in the dome began flickering, and Aizawa and Cynthia sensed a darker presence. They looked down at the fountain and saw a wormhole opening, revealing figures emerging from it. Aizawa instructed the students to stay together and not move, while he asked 13 to protect them and called for Wyvern to join him. Kirishima, noticing the portal, questioned what it was, seeing people walking out of it. He wondered if the training had already started, thinking they were supposed to be rescuing people. Arcturus expressed doubt that this was part of the training, and Aizawa warned everyone to stay back. As Aizawa donned his yellow goggles, more figures exited the wormhole. He declared the situation real and identified the newcomers as villains, prompting gasps of shock from the students. Cynthia instructed everyone to stay put as they observed the villains, particularly two in the forefront. One with light blue hair, dressed in black and covered in severed hands, and another, a large muscular creature resembling a bird with its brain exposed. Arcturus reflected on how they had expected to practice saving lives that day, but now realized they were the ones in danger. The scene resumed with Class 1A staring at the villains entering the facility. Kirishima expressed disbelief at the presence of real villains and questioned how they infiltrated such a secure UA facility. Momo echoed his concern, asking 13 and Wyvern why the alarms weren't sounding. 13 admitted uncertainty, while Cynthia thought about the implications of the security not activating, suspecting someone had hacked the system. Todoroki raised the possibility of the entire campus being under attack or if they were the only target. Arcturus noted that the villains had likely chosen this moment strategically during a class session. Todoroki remarked on their foolishness for trespassing but acknowledged their careful planning. Aizawa ordered 13 to evacuate the students and alert the main campus, suspecting that the villains might be jamming their communications. He instructed Kaminari to try contacting the school. Izuku voiced his concern about Aizawa facing the villains alone, pointing out the overwhelming numbers and the unsuitability of Aizawa's fighting style for the situation. Cynthia interjected, stating that she would assist, emphasizing that Aizawa had more to offer than what met the eye. Aizawa countered that one couldn't be a pro with just one trick. He then leaped into action, activating his quirk to nullify the villain's powers. Using his scarf, he skillfully restrained several villains, slamming them to the ground. Just as one villain charged at him, Cynthia intervened, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. Aizawa thanked her and instructed her to handle the villains further back. She sprinted forward as multiple strong villains charged at her. Meanwhile, Izuku watched in awe, realizing he had underestimated Aizawa. Ida reminded him that there was no time for analysis, they needed to escape. Izuku joined him, and the students, along with 13, raced toward the entrance. Suddenly, a portal opened in front of them, and a shadowy villain emerged, introducing himself as part of the League of Villains. He ominously stated that there was no escape and mentioned All Might, suggesting it was a fitting place for him to meet his end. He expressed disappointment at All Might's absence, implying that they had a role to play, starting with Wyvern. Arcturus and his classmates rushed forward, launching a powerful attack that resulted in an explosion. Kirishima challenged the villain, refusing to let them destroy their school. However, the villain remained unharmed, taunting them about their school's reputation. 13 prepared her quirk, urging the students to move aside. The villain threatened to scatter them across the facility, warping everyone to separate locations. Arcturus found himself in a snowy mountain area with Wanda, Shuri, and Robbie. He assessed their situation, realizing they had been sent to a location he had hoped to avoid. After confirming that everyone was alright, he expressed concern about the villain's knowledge of All Might's schedule. Wanda questioned whether the villains could truly kill All Might, while Robbie pointed out that their actions suggested otherwise. Arcturus noticed movement in the snow and warned his friends as they were surrounded by minor villains, weapons drawn. He declared that it didn't matter if they had a weapon capable of harming All Might, they needed to stop the villains immediately. They took their stances, ready to fight. As a few villains lunged at them, Arcturus used his super speed to evade and counterattack. Wanda supported him with her hex blasts, while Shuri leaped forward to engage. Robbie grabbed a chain thrown at him, igniting it as he swung it around. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his head urging him to punish the villains, causing him to wince as he struggled against the overwhelming sensation. Arcturus called out a warning just as a thug struck Robbie with a pipe. Before being hit again, Robbie catches the attack and melts it down with his fire. He punches the assailant, and the others finish off the remaining thugs, regaining their composure. Arcturus checks on Robbie, who admits to having a brief headache. They observe the unconscious villains and note that, despite the scale of the attack, these opponents were not very skilled. Wanda points out that while the villains were adept with snow, they seemed unaware of the quirks their group possessed, especially Robbie's fire quirk, which was stronger than they anticipated. Robbie agrees, suggesting that if the villains had known about his abilities, they would have targeted him differently. Arcturus theorizes that the villains separated them to overpower them in smaller groups, mentioning that he was the only one they managed to catch off guard. Shuri asks for clarification, and Arcturus explains that his super speed diminishes in extremely cold environments. Shuri understands, noting that speed relies on heat to function effectively. Robbie adds that it was fortunate the villains didn't create a blizzard section. Wanda suggests they move to find the others, and the group agrees. Arcturus takes the lead, running down the mountain. As they descend, Arcturus reflects on their recent victory, realizing it might have given them a false sense of security about their powers. Upon reaching the bottom, they spot Cynthia handling several larger enemies, dispatching them quickly. However, Aizawa is struggling against a bird-like creature, facing severe blows. Arcturus notices a blue-haired villain with hands approaching a group of classmates, including Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mayonetta. He rushes over to assist. The villain attempts to touch Tsuyu, but Aizawa manages to focus his quirk just in time to prevent any harm. This gives Arcturus the opportunity to kick the villain, while Izuku prepares for a powerful attack. He shouts his intent to free Tsuyu, unleashing a tremendous smash that generates a strong gust of wind, pushing everyone back. Izuku relaxes, relieved that his arm remains intact despite the force of his punch. However, the creature stands before them, unfazed. Arcturus is shocked by the villain's speed, while the hand villain acknowledges their strength, questioning if they are All Might's disciples. He prepares to crush them, simultaneously reaching for Tsuyu and Mayonetta. Tsuyu uses her tongue to grab Izuku, and Robbie throws a chain to secure Arcturus. In that tense moment, it feels as if death is imminent. Suddenly, a loud smash echoes as the entrance doors burst open, revealing All Might emerging from the smoke. The students feel a wave of relief at the sight of the #1 hero, while the villains realize they are in serious trouble. All Might reassures the students that he is here to help. Mayonetta expresses his joy, while Tsuyu simply croaks in acknowledgement. Izuku feels a surge of hope, but Arcturus notices All Might's serious demeanor, indicating the gravity of the situation. All Might discards his suit coat, ready to confront the threat. Continuing from where they left off, All Might strides into the training facility, his expression grim. He explains that he arrived without being called, confirming his suspicions when Ida rushed to inform him of the situation. Wyvern joins him, and they prepare for battle. All Might inquires about the severity of the situation, and Cynthia informs him that 13 and Eraser are badly injured, with students scattered throughout the area. All Might realizes there is no time to waste. The minor villains below notice their presence, but before they can react, All Might and Wyvern swiftly take them down with ease. All Might checks on 𝐻𝐿𝐴, noting his injuries, including bruises and severe skin damage. Cynthia apologizes for not being quicker in dealing with the larger threats, and All Might acknowledges his own delay in arriving. They quickly gather the students, urging them to retreat from the villains. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 expresses confusion, while 𝗬𝗓 marvels at All Might's speed. All Might commands everyone to return to the entrance and to take 𝐻𝐿𝐴 with them, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The students comply, though Izuku and 𝗏𝗏 hesitate, concerned about the powerful villain who had taken one for all. All Might encourages Izuku to have faith, assuring him that they will handle the situation. Despite their uncertainty, the students follow orders, with 𝗏𝗏 carrying 𝐻𝐿𝐴 back to UA while the rest head toward safety. With the students out of harm's way, the pros turn their attention back to the villains. All Might charges forward, ready to confront the hand villain, who reveals the creature known as 𝗏𝗏. In a climactic moment, All Might unleashes a powerful smash, but 𝗏𝗏 blocks the attack. The creature attempts to grab All Might, who deftly dodges and counters with a punch. Cynthia joins the fight, using her dragon strength to assist. They realize that 𝗏𝗏 possesses a quirk that allows it to absorb shocks, making it a formidable opponent. All Might agrees that defeating it will require extreme measures, executing it suplex while Cynthia delivers a powerful kick that breaks open 𝗏𝗏's stomach. As the battle rages on, the other students watch in awe at the display of strength. However, 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, especially as they notice All Might is nearing his limit. Their fears are confirmed when the dust settles, revealing 𝗏𝗏 digging its hand into All Might's side, leaving them anxious about the outcome of the confrontation. What kind of cheap move is this? The hand villain observed with a smirk, acknowledging their attempt to trap him in concrete. He laughed, confident that 𝗏𝗏 was as strong as the heroes. 𝗀𝗏, the void villain, began manipulating the portal to hold them in place while 𝗏𝗏 tightened its grip. Cynthia felt a surge of panic as she realized 𝗏𝗏 was aware of All Might's vulnerabilities. All Might released his hold on the legs and seized the hand, declaring that if this was their best effort, they had chosen the wrong target for their attack. Cynthia seized the moment to charge at the hand villain, but he deftly dodged her strikes. 𝗏𝗏, watching the scene unfold, was consumed by a desperate thought of losing his mother, which ignited a spark of determination within him. He urged everyone to stay put, promising to return. Wanda questioned his intentions, but he remained silent as he dashed off with 𝐻𝐿𝐴, picking up 13 along the way and racing back to UA. Once there, he dropped them off at the nurse's office and hurried back to the front gates. Crouching into a running stance, he prepared to unleash his speed. 𝗏𝗏 reminded himself that he had only attempted this move a few times before, so he needed to make it count. Meanwhile, Izuku could no longer bear the sight of All Might being dragged into the portal and sprinted back, ignoring the warnings from Tsuyu, 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗬𝗓. He was overwhelmed with the longing to learn more from All Might, refusing to accept that this could be the end. As Izuku leaped into action, Cynthia broke off to catch him. 𝗀𝗏 appeared before Izuku, ready to strike. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion as Wanda, 𝗬𝗓, and Robbie rushed to assist. Back at the school, 𝗏𝗏 focused his energy and took a deep breath, preparing for his next move. With determination, he dashed forward, pushing himself to break through the sound barrier. As he re-entered the training area, he leaped in front of 𝗏𝗏 and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at its exposed head. The impact was strong enough to cause a noticeable crack, surprising everyone. Just then, Katsuki arrived, blasting 𝗀𝗏 away and slamming the villain to the ground, while 𝗏𝗏's legs and arm began to freeze. Robbie quickly wrapped a fiery chain around 𝗏𝗏's other arm, giving All Might the chance to escape. Todoroki confronted the villains, questioning their motives for targeting All Might. Robbie asserted that they would not allow that to happen. Kirishima and 𝗬𝗓 attempted to strike the other villain, but he skillfully dodged their attacks. Katsuki grinned, relishing the fight, while Todoroki declared that the symbol of peace would not fall to such delinquents. Wanda used her powers to pull Cynthia back, and 𝗏𝗏 joined them, flexing his hand as the force from his punch still stung. Wanda checked on 𝗏, who confirmed he was okay, though his hand was sore. Cynthia urged the group to retreat, but Katsuki was eager to continue fighting. 𝗏 reassured them that he had safely returned Izuku and 𝗏. The hand villain chuckled, taunting them that their battle was far from over. 𝗏𝗏 moved through the void, losing limbs in the process but remaining active, shocking the heroes. Izuku questioned how 𝗏𝗏 could still move despite its injuries, while All Might warned everyone to stay back as they witnessed the villain's bones and muscles healing. The hand villain revealed that 𝗏𝗏 possessed super regeneration, modified to withstand All Might's full power. The heroes felt a wave of unease wash over them. Robbie questioned the possibility of two powerful quirks, and Shuri confirmed that it was indeed possible, hinting that 𝗏𝗏 might have even more abilities. As 𝗏𝗏 fully healed and vanished, 𝗏 and All Might noticed the creatures speeding toward Katsuki. They rushed to intervene, with 𝗏 pulling Katsuki to safety while All Might took the brunt of 𝗏𝗏's attack. Katsuki, irritated, insisted he didn't need help, while 𝗏 sarcastically acknowledged his gratitude. All Might confronted the hand villain, questioning the lack of restraint against children. The villain defended his actions, claiming he had no choice and accusing the heroes of hypocrisy for their violent methods. He expressed his disdain for the notion of good and evil, asserting that violence only breeds more violence. Cynthia challenged the villain's twisted perspective, while All Might pointed out that criminals often disguise their actions as noble. The villain remained silent, his expression hardening. Todoroki noted their numerical advantage, and Izuku pointed out Katsuki's discovery of the mist villain's weakness. Kirishima rallied the group, ready to fight alongside All Might and 𝗏. But All Might urged them to retreat, reminding them of the danger they faced. Todoroki insisted they had proven their worth in battle, and Robbie agreed, emphasizing the need to support their mentor. Their souls screamed with a vengeance. Wyvern acknowledged the kids' efforts but reminded them that this situation was different from facing a common criminal. All Might held his fist out, assuring them that everything would be all right and encouraged them to watch a professional at work. Arcturus, however, expressed his respect and insisted that this was their fight too. He pointed out that All Might couldn't take on the formidable opponent and handle the other two villains simultaneously. They needed to learn how to face tough adversaries, and this was the perfect opportunity. Izuku, worried, noted All Might's injuries and the limited time remaining. He hesitated to voice his concerns further, but his anxiety was palpable. All Might responded with a thumbs up, trying to reassure him that everything would turn out well. Suddenly, Arcturus had an idea. He proposed a plan to deal significant damage to the enemy. Wanda inquired how they could achieve that, and Arcturus explained that they had seen the 𝗏𝗏 recover from severe injuries. If they could inflict enough damage to nearly tear it apart, it would give All Might and 𝗏 a chance to defeat it. Shuri asked how they would execute this plan, and All Might, acknowledging the urgency, agreed to keep the 𝗏𝗏 occupied while Arcturus prepared his attack. Arcturus revealed that he could create a powerful strike but would need some time to gather his strength. All Might confirmed he would keep the 𝗏𝗏 busy. The two professionals took their stances, with Cynthia transforming her hands into dragon claws, and then they charged at the 𝗏𝗏, engaging in a fierce battle filled with rapid punches and incredible speed. While the professionals fought, Arcturus rallied his friends, emphasizing the need for teamwork. Katsuki initially questioned the plan, but Arcturus urged him to trust him for once. He outlined his strategy. He would create a significant opening in the 𝗏𝗏, and once he did, Izuku, Wanda, and Katsuki would unleash their attacks. Kirishima and Shuri would provide boosts to ensure their hits landed effectively, while Robbie would use fire to hinder the 𝗏𝗏's regeneration, and Todoroki would freeze it to prevent recovery. They all agreed to wait for Arcturus's signal. With determination, Arcturus ran to the outer edge of the area, building up speed and power. He then charged at the 𝗏𝗏, executing a swift maneuver that created a blade of lightning around him. He struck the 𝗏𝗏 with tremendous force, nearly splitting it in half. As the 𝗏𝗏 began to regenerate, Arcturus called for his friends to attack. However, the impact sent him crashing into a nearby wall. Izuku and Cynthia expressed concern for him, but she reassured Izuku to take their shot. With Kirishima launching Izuku and Katsuki forward, Wanda propelled herself with her hex, and Shuri activated her suit's kinetic field to boost their momentum. The trio struck the Nomu with all their might, causing its wounds to deepen. As it attempted to heal, Robbie unleashed a torrent of flames, inflicting severe burns and causing the creature to howl in distress. Todoroki then encased it in ice, halting its regeneration. As the Nomu struggled, All Might and Wyvern landed in front of it, ready to deliver the final blow. They charged their fists, preparing to teach the Nomu a lesson. With a powerful strike, they shouted their signature phrase, and their combined attack obliterated the Nomu, sending it soaring out of the stadium. The force of the impact shook the entire area, leaving everyone in shock. After the battle, All Might reflected on his diminished strength, noting that it took far more effort than in his prime to defeat such a foe. Cynthia teased him about his age, but they both relaxed, knowing they had triumphed. Meanwhile, Arcturus lay amidst the rubble, battered from his powerful attack. His vision blurred, he realized that despite the Nomu being defeated, the other two villains were still a threat. He struggled to rise, feeling the toll of his earlier exertion. Just then he heard gunshots and saw Ida returning with the teachers, who quickly helped subdue the remaining villains. With the situation under control, Arcturus finally relaxed and succumbed to unconsciousness. He reflected on the day's events, realizing they had witnessed the true capabilities of professionals and the lengths they go to protect others. It was a revelation they were not prepared for, but they had survived. Later that day, the students were questioned about the incident while the police ensured the campus was secure. By afternoon, calm returned, and the injured received treatment. In the nurse's office, Arcturus awoke to find All Might and Izuku by his side. Recovery Girl informed him that he had lost control of his quirk and collided with a wall, but he had healed quickly. All Might praised his resilience, and Arcturus inquired about their well-being. Izuku confirmed they were all right. The plan had worked, but the villains had escaped just as the professionals arrived to assist. Arcturus expressed relief that the others were safe, suggesting they could deal with the villains another day. The door slid open, revealing a man in a tan trench coat, suit, and hat. He entered the room and removed his hat, greeting All Might warmly after a long time apart. All Might was surprised to see him and did not realize he was investigating the incident. Izuku, also taken aback, wondered if it was all right for him to see All Might like this. All Might reassured him, explaining that the man was Naomasa Tsukachi, his best friend on the police force, and someone he trusted completely. Tsukachi acknowledged the introduction but quickly got to the point, asking for any information they might have. Before diving into that, All Might wanted to ensure that all the students were okay, as well as their teachers, Aizawa and 13. Tsukachi informed him that, aside from minor scrapes, the students were unharmed, and both teachers were stable. All Might felt relieved to hear this. Tsukachi praised the heroes for risking their lives, stating that the students would not have made it without their help. All Might countered that the students had also fought bravely and risked their lives. Izuku expressed gratitude for All Might's acknowledgement. All Might reflected on how the first-year students had faced a real fight so early in their training, not only surviving but learning what it meant to be a pro. He noted that the villains had made a mistake in attacking them, as this class was filled with courage and determination. The boys smiled in appreciation, and All Might gave them a thumbs up, unaware that their challenges were just beginning. This first year at UA High would be remembered as one of the most eventful, with many more trials ahead. The next day, students returned to class to discuss the previous events. Hagakure excitedly mentioned the news coverage, while Ojiro confirmed he had seen it. Hagakure lamented that no one had noticed her in the background, and Shoji agreed it was likely. Ojiro noted it was hard to stand out when one was just gloves. Shuri suggested he could modify his suit for better visibility. Kaminari relaxed in his seat, claiming they were becoming celebrities due to the media attention. Kirishima agreed, while Jiro reminded them of the seriousness of the attack on their hero course. Siro reflected on what could have happened without the teacher's intervention, causing Mineta to panic at the thought. Katsuki, irritated, told him to calm down. Arcturus intervened, telling Katsuki to relax, which led to a heated exchange between them. Robbie, observing the situation, asked Wanda if they were always like this. She replied that sometimes Arcturus just teased Katsuki for fun. Sato chimed in, recalling the impressive fight between All Might and Wyvern, while Shuri noted they had a front-row seat to the action. Tokoyami admired the strength of the heroes, and Ida called for attention as homeroom was about to begin. Kirishima pointed out that everyone was already seated, and Ida, frustrated, sat at his desk. As the students settled, Tsuyu mentioned that Mr. Aizawa was still recovering in the hospital. Just then, the door opened, and their homeroom teacher entered, his face and arms covered in bandages. The class was surprised to see him, and Arcturus thought to himself that Aizawa must have taken a lot of painkillers to come to class looking like that. Kaminari expressed concern, while Ida welcomed Aizawa back, relieved he was okay. Achiko questioned if he was truly okay, and Robbie wondered how he could see with all the bandages. Aizawa made his way to his desk, stating that his well-being was irrelevant. What's more important is that the fight isn't over yet. Katsuki acknowledged the situation, and Izuku expressed his concern about more villains. Mineta, feeling scared, voiced his fears, while Aizawa informed the class that the UA Sports Festival was about to start. Kirishima was excited, and the rest of the students reacted with a mix of enthusiasm and apprehension. Kirishima encouraged everyone to get ready for action, but Kaminari raised a valid point about the timing of the festival so soon after the villains had infiltrated the school. Jiro echoed his concerns, suggesting that they could be vulnerable if they all gathered in one place. Aizawa explained that the administration believed this was a way to demonstrate that the threat had been managed and that the school was safer than ever, emphasizing the importance of the event for all students at UA. Mineta questioned why they couldn't just cancel it, but Izuku reminded him of the significance of the competition. Mineta admitted he was just worried about his safety. Truth reassured him that no one was talking about anything dangerous. Aizawa elaborated on the importance of the sports festival, noting that it was one of the most watched events globally, especially since quirks had changed the landscape of competition. Momo added that top heroes would be watching, and this was a prime opportunity for students to get scouted. Shuri pointed out that many graduates joined pro agencies as sidekicks, but Jiro cautioned that some missed their chance to become independent heroes. Aizawa reminded them that this festival was a crucial opportunity, and they needed to take their training seriously. The students responded affirmatively, and Aizawa dismissed the class. As the bell rang, they headed to lunch, buzzing with excitement. Izuku expressed his enthusiasm for the upcoming event, and Arcturus questioned how anyone could not be excited. Wanda noted Izuku's passion for heroes and quirks, while Ida emphasized their goal of becoming heroes. Tsuyu commented on Ida's spirited remarks, and he encouraged his classmates to share in the excitement. Achiko approached them with determination, rallying her friends to do their best at the festival. Izuku and the others were surprised by her intensity, and Tsuyu playfully silenced Mineta when he tried to speak. During lunch, Achiko revealed her motivation for joining UA was financial. Izuku was taken aback, and Achiko felt embarrassed, fearing judgment from her friends. Ida reassured her that wanting to support her family was a noble ambition. Arcturus and Wanda agreed, discussing the challenges of the economy. Achiko explained that her family owned a construction company that had fallen on hard times, and she wanted to help them. She shared her dream of becoming a pro hero to secure a better life for her parents, which impressed her friends. Ida applauded her aspirations, while Wanda found his enthusiasm amusing. Arcturus admired her grounded nature. Suddenly, laughter filled the air, and they turned to see All Might. He greeted Izuku and invited him to join for lunch, which delighted Achiko and Wanda. Izuku looked to his friends for approval before heading to the lunchroom with All Might. As they waited in line, Todoroki observed them, particularly Arcturus. Later, as the day came to an end, the group approached the exit, only to find a crowd of students blocking the door. Achiko asked why they were there, and Ida inquired about their intentions. Mineta expressed his frustration, while Katsuki bluntly stated that they were scouting the competition. Robbie confirmed Katsuki's assertion, explaining that they were the class that had survived a real villain attack. Izuku felt anxious as Katsuki approached the crowd, hoping he wouldn't escalate the situation. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 confronted the students, asserting his presence as a future pro. Arcturus stepped up beside him, requesting to be allowed to leave. Suddenly, a violet-haired student pushed through the crowd, mirroring Aizawa's demeanor. 𝗀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 challenged the hero corps students, causing a stir among them while 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 growled in response. Arc maintained his neutral expression as 𝗀𝐿 spoke about the disappointing atmosphere filled with egotistical individuals. He had aspired to join the hero course, but like many others, he had to settle for a different path. Despite the course gaining additional students, he saw this as another opportunity. If they performed well in the sports festival, the teachers might consider transferring them to the hero course, which would require moving others out. 𝗀𝐿's intensity was palpable, and while Izuku, Ichiko, and Iida felt nervous, Arc, Robbie, and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 remained composed and silent. Suddenly, another student appeared, introducing himself as 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗃 from Class 1B. He expressed skepticism about the abilities of Arc and his classmates, claiming they were just a group of overconfident kids. Arc couldn't help but think that 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗃 resembled Kirishima but with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's personality. Ignoring the confrontation, Arc decided to leave and awaited Wanda. Eventually, they headed home, where their mothers were preparing dinner. Ryuko greeted them warmly, and Wanda inquired about her mother's day at work. Ryuko shared her routine of patrolling the streets and handling paperwork, while Cynthia asked if there had been any altercations with students from general admission. Arc mentioned a purple-haired student who reminded him of a younger Aizawa, but he was more excited about the upcoming sports festival. Cynthia reminded them that it was just 2 weeks away and encouraged them to be at their best. As Arc prepared to leave for a quick errand, Cynthia's smile faded, hinting at her concern. Ryuko noticed and understood the reason behind it. Cynthia revealed that Arc still corresponded with someone, whether it was Melissa or his aunt. Wanda was surprised to learn about Arc's pen-pal relationship with Melissa, while Cynthia expressed her wish that he would stop writing to his aunt, though she acknowledged that he would never abandon her. 2 weeks later, the annual UA Sports Festival arrived, featuring not only the hero course but also support, business, and general studies. The students were divided into preliminary trials, leading to a round-robin tournament format. With the event broadcast live, everyone had trained for various possibilities, hoping to attract offers from pro heroes. In one of the resting rooms, the class dressed in their PE uniforms. Mina lamented not being able to wear her costume, while others speculated about the first round's challenges. Iida entered, urging everyone to focus as they were about to enter the arena. As Arc stretched, Todoroki approached him with a serious expression, asserting his belief that he was stronger than Arc but acknowledging Arc's speed. Arc raised an eyebrow at this declaration, and Todoroki's determination only intensified. Kirishima intervened, questioning the sudden tension among them. Todoroki brushed him off, emphasizing that this was not a team effort. Arc called out to Todoroki, expressing his indifference to their differences in strength and speed. He declared his ambition to aim for the top, even if it meant facing Todoroki directly. Their intense exchange set the stakes high, leaving everyone anxious about the upcoming competition. As the festival began, Present Mike announced the start of the games from the spectator booth alongside Aizawa. He energized the audience, inviting them to cheer for the students making their way to the main stage. Class 1A stepped out to roaring applause and fireworks, followed by the other first-year classes. From the teacher's booth, Cynthia and All Might observed the excitement, with Cynthia noting the anticipation surrounding her children's performance. All Might agreed, confident that Arc and Wanda were ready to compete. Ryuko wished she could be there in person to watch, but she had some work to attend to. All Might expressed his hope that she would succeed, wishing her luck. Cynthia thanked him. Below, all the students gathered in front of a small stage where their teacher, Midnight, began to speak. Her appearance left the audience in awe, especially the boys. Kirishima suggested someone should talk to Ms. Midnight about her outfit, while Kaminari agreed that it seemed inappropriate. Tokoyami questioned if it was really suitable for a high school event, and Mineta gave a thumbs up. Midnight commanded silence, striking her WHP to the side, and announced that Katsuki Bakugo would deliver the student pledge. The others were surprised as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 made his way to the stage. Izuku wondered if he was the first-year representative, while Wanda thought 𝐻𝐼 would be the one, given his high test scores. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 acknowledged that he knew 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 would never let anyone forget it. Kaminari pointed out that at least 𝗏𝗏 would make them likable, unlike Bakugo, who seemed to have everyone on edge. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 kept his pledge brief, declaring his intention to win. Class 1A reacted with shock and concern, fearing that his attitude reflected on them all. Iida chastised him for being disrespectful, reminding him he was representing the class. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 retorted that it wasn't his fault, the others were merely stepping stones to his victory. While the rest were frustrated, 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku recognized that 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 was not overconfident. He was serious and pushing himself, making the rest of them targets. As the first game was about to begin, Midnight prepared the students, explaining the rules of an obstacle course that all 11 classes would participate in. The track spanned 4 kilometers around the stadium, and she encouraged them to do whatever they desired as long as they stayed on course. The students gathered at the entrance, ready for the signal. Arcturus contemplated his strategy as the lights began to dim. When the third light went out, everyone rushed through the doors, everyone except one. Present Mike announced the start of the race, prompting Aizawa to question how he had been convinced to join in on the commentary. Present Mike noticed that one student was not running at all. 𝗏𝗏 stood still while the others rushed ahead, even as some broke through the doors. Midnight pointed out to 𝗏𝗏 that the race had started, to which he replied he was just waiting. Midnight, with a sly smile, teased him about giving the others a head start. Present Mike remarked that he hoped 𝗏𝗏 didn't wait too long or he would end up in last place. Aizawa thought this was typical of Richard. Meanwhile, some students managed to escape Todoroki's ice attack and began the course. Izuku noticed 𝗏𝗏 was still standing still, realizing he was waiting. He thought that while he might not secure first place, he needed to run far enough to qualify for the next round. Todoroki led the pack, with his classmates following closely behind. Momo complimented Todoroki on his trick, while 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 vowed not to let him get away easily. Ojiro reminded everyone that he had been frozen in place before, but it wouldn't happen again. Wanda alerted everyone to look out as they spotted the 0-point robots from the practical exam. The sight put all the students on edge, but Todoroki remained unfazed, wishing they had chosen something more challenging, especially with his father watching. He unleashed a wave of ice, destroying one of the robots, which momentarily blocked the other students. Present Mike commented on Todoroki's impressive lead and his powerful display. Aizawa noted that his attack served both offensive and defensive purposes. Present Mike praised Todoroki's skills, noting that he had never faced those robots before but handled them effortlessly. As the robots charged in, Wanda coated her fist in red energy and ran forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent one robot crashing into another, causing an explosion that propelled her through the debris. Robbie leaped onto another robot, igniting it with flames under his control, using it to take down the others. The falling debris created obstacles for the other students. Present Mike marveled at Robbie's impressive display of power. Robbie took a deep breath, realizing he couldn't use that move again for a while. He wondered why he felt so active today when there were no villains around. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind, demanding vengeance and reminding him of their deal. Robbie resolved to hold on until nightfall. In the teacher's booth, Cynthia smiled while All Might watched Wanda's display with a mix of admiration and concern. All Might remarked on her monstrous power, and Cynthia noted that it was not her fault Wanda had learned from the best. All Might calmed himself, questioning why 𝗏𝗏 had yet to start running. Cynthia suggested he was waiting for the right moment, prompting a fearful thought in All Might about how Claire would have approached the situation. As the race continued, the students reached a field of large pillars, engaging in a three-way battle among Wanda, Todoroki, and Robbie. Todoroki acknowledged that they were not pushovers and wondered where Farron was. Wanda focused on the task at hand, realizing that 𝗏𝗏 was likely planning to make a grand entrance. Explosions echoed around them as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 charged into the fray, declaring that they had picked the wrong person to challenge. The four of them prepared for the final obstacle in the minefield. When 𝗏𝗏 heard which round they were on, he began stretching. He took a running stance, ready to make his move. He had a tendency to show off, especially during races. Blue lightning crackled around him as his eyes glowed with energy. With a smirk, he took off, creating a sonic boom that sent people staggering back. From Ark's perspective, everything slowed down as he skillfully dismantled the remaining robots, leaped over pillars, and navigated through the mines. His speed was impressive, and he crossed the finish line, but instead of stopping, he jumped over it, waved to the camera, and ran back to help others land safely. He glanced back and saw Izuku soaring toward first place. He grinned, acknowledging Izuku's clever strategy of using the environment to his advantage. But just because they were friends didn't mean Arc would hold back. He leaped away from a large explosion caused by Izuku and surged ahead of the others, slowing down just enough for the crowd to see him. They crossed the finish line, and the audience erupted in cheers. The commentator was astonished, declaring Arc the first-place winner, noting his impressive performance and even his return to assist others. Aizawa, observing from the sidelines, reflected on his student's determination, recalling a moment from the past when Richard expressed his longing to be the fastest hero. He thought to himself that Arc's performance was a bit excessive, just like his father's. As the other competitors crossed the finish line, Izuku followed in second place, with Todoroki, Wanda, Robbie, Katsuki, and others trailing behind. Arc offered Izuku a fist bump, congratulating him on making it this far. Izuku acknowledged that he had expected to finish behind Arc, but Arc reassured him that using the environment was a smart move and he could have easily claimed first place. Wanda, looking displeased, called Arc a show-off. Arc defended himself, stating that the rules allowed for such tactics. As the scoreboard displayed the results, it became clear that only the top 42 would advance to the next round. Most of Class 1A made it through, but a few did not. Fortunately, there were plenty of other games for the remaining students to showcase their quirks. Midnight announced the next challenge, revealing a game called Cavalry Battle. The students speculated about the format, and Midnight explained the rules. Participants would form teams of 2 to 4, with point values assigned based on their previous performance. The first-place contestant held a staggering 10 million points, which Arc found thrilling rather than intimidating. As the next game approached, Midnight detailed how the contestants would be divided into groups of 4, each team needing to capture headbands to increase their score. They could use their quirks but could not attack other teams directly. With the rules established, they had 15 minutes to form their groups. Arc thought about the strategy, realizing that his own point value would be significant. Wanda commented on his calm demeanor despite being a target, and Arc acknowledged that everyone was indeed focused on him. They decided to team up, and soon Achiko and Izuku approached, eager to join forces. They discussed their strategy, knowing that teamwork would be essential in this challenge. After the 15 minutes passed, Midnight announced that the cavalry teams were ready to compete. Excitement filled the air as the contestants prepared to face off against one another. Aizawa observed some unexpected student combinations. Present Mike energized the crowd, encouraging everyone to raise their hands for an arena-thumping UA battle royale, urging them to scream. Arcturus stood with Izuku and Achiko at the back, while Wanda was positioned at the front. Arcturus checked in with his teammates, asking if they were ready. They all affirmed their readiness, and Arcturus secured his headband, ready to begin. Present Mike announced the start of the battle, leading everyone into a countdown. As the game commenced, Arcturus directed his team to take to the skies, dodging the other groups. Jiro attempted to attack with her earphone jacks, but Arcturus swiftly deflected them. Achiko used her quirk to slow their descent, and Arcturus praised her efforts. Izuku warned of incoming threats from both the front and back, prompting Arcturus to create distance with his tornado arms, generating small twisters that pushed back their opponents. As Wanda and Achiko regained altitude, they spotted Katsuki charging toward them, declaring his intent to score points. Arcturus halted the twisters and leaped forward to counter Katsuki, using the momentum to return to his group. Present Mike commented on the impressive display from both sides, noting the ongoing intensity of the match. However, they soon found themselves facing Todoroki's group, who were glaring at them. Todoroki announced his intention to take their points, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 welcomed the challenge, acknowledging that he expected this confrontation. Wanda noted Todoroki's determination, while Izuku emphasized the importance of continuing their efforts as the game was already halfway through. Todoroki commanded Iida to move forward, and Iida complied with impressive speed. Todoroki instructed Momo to prepare for defense, while Kaminari prepared to unleash a powerful electric shock. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 warned his team to get ready as multiple groups converged on them. Todoroki threw an electric-proof blanket over his team, and Kaminari released a shock that immobilized everything it touched. Wanda managed to shield her teammates, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏, being a lightning rod, was left vulnerable. Todoroki then froze the ground, trapping the other teams. Present Mike remarked on Todoroki's strategic move, while Aizawa noted the adaptation in Kaminari's tactics. One group remained active as Robbie melted the ice before it could reach him, joined by Shuri, Tokoyami, and a support student. Robbie acknowledged the strategy, and the three groups raced against each other. Wanda attempted to blast them back, but Momo created a barrier while Tokoyami's dark shadow absorbed the impact. Wanda expressed frustration at their speed, and Achiko pointed out their limited endurance. The three soon found themselves in a field of ice from Todoroki's earlier attack, aiming to stay on the left side where Todoroki rarely ventured. Tension filled the air as they awaited the next move. Suddenly, Iida zoomed past 𝗏𝗏𝗏's group, catching them off guard and snatching Ark's headband. Iida declared his move with enthusiasm, and they all stopped at a distance, where Iida, though exhausted, smiled and reminded 𝗏𝗏𝗏 that he wasn't the only speedster. Present Mike exclaimed the dramatic shift in the game, highlighting Todoroki's team now holding 10 million points while 𝗏𝗏𝗏's team had none. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, however, was determined to change that. He instructed Izuku and Achiko to launch him, and they complied. Izuku charged his arms while Achiko used her quirk to make 𝗏𝗏𝗏 float. With a powerful push from Izuku, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 shot off like a rocket. In a panic, Todoroki unleashed fire to defend himself, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 used the flames to propel himself, snatching a headband and swinging back to his team with Wanda's help. Wanda noted the close call, while the other group watched in admiration. Shuri commented on their strategy, advising her team to avoid Bakugo. Meanwhile, Todoroki's group felt confident, with Momo declaring they had mixed up the headbands. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smirked, revealing that he held the 10 million points headband. Momo was shocked, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 explained that he had kept a close eye on it since Todoroki had taken it, proving that his speed extended beyond just his limbs. Present Mike declared the unbelievable turn of events, as 𝗏𝗏𝗏's team regained the lead. Just then, Bakugo charged in, furious at their success. Present Mike announced that time was up, and everyone halted, with Bakugo landing face-first on the ground. The results were revealed, with 𝗏𝗏𝗏's team in first place, Todoroki's in second, Shuri's in third, and Bakugo's in fourth. The teams relaxed as 𝗏𝗏𝗏 checked on his group, praising their efforts and ensuring Izuku was okay. Izuku confirmed he was fine, though his arms stung. Wanda cautioned 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to be careful with his risky move next time, while Achiko expressed excitement about their progress toward victory. In the stands, All Might exhaled in relief, acknowledging the tension of the match. Cynthia noted their children's progress, teasing All Might about his favoritism toward Izuku, which he nervously denied. Meanwhile, Todoroki appeared troubled, reflecting on his earlier promise not to attack. He gripped his hand, realizing that if he continued down this path, he would become exactly what he feared. After an hour-long lunch break, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was approached by Todoroki, who requested a word. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 agreed, and they moved aside for their conversation. Meanwhile, Izuku was engaged in a discussion with Robbie, who had questions about his quirk. Robbie reassured Izuku that their conversation would remain private, expressing his curiosity about something important. Despite his nerves, Izuku tried to calm himself and asked what it was about. Robbie revealed that Izuku's quirk seemed strikingly similar to All Might's, suggesting that one might even think of him as a secret child of the legendary hero. Izuku, feeling defensive, insisted that it wasn't like that and questioned Robbie's reasoning. Robbie explained that he shared a similar experience, which piqued Izuku's interest. Robbie disclosed that he hadn't been born with his quirk, it had been given to him by someone else. The key difference, he noted, was that Izuku's quirk was a gift while his was a burden. The scene shifted to Arc and Todoroki, who were having a serious conversation in a secluded area. Todoroki remained silent for a moment, simply staring at Arc, prompting Arc to ask if something was wrong. After a pause, Todoroki finally admitted that he had felt overwhelmed and had broken a promise he made to himself long ago. Arc inquired if this was related to Todoroki's left side, which he had noticed was rarely used in battles. Todoroki explained that his mother, Lightning, had been the number 2 hero before her, passing, and his father, Endeavor, was now the current number 2. This connection made Todoroki feel pressured to surpass Arc. Todoroki shared his father's ambition to become the top hero, revealing that Endeavor had never been able to defeat All Might, which haunted him. Arc questioned the relevance of Todoroki's story, leading Todoroki to discuss the concept of quirk marriages. He revealed that his father had used wealth and influence to acquire his mother's quirk, intending to mold Todoroki into a successor capable of dethroning All Might. This revelation shocked Arc, who found the idea of being forced into such a role appalling. Todoroki continued, recalling painful memories of his mother, who had often been in tears. He recounted a particularly traumatic moment when she had scalded him, which left Arc horrified. Todoroki expressed his longing to prove himself without relying on his father's fire quirk, determined to show that he could achieve greatness on his own terms. As Todoroki prepared to leave, he warned Arc that no matter how fast he claimed to be, he would defeat him using only his right side. Arc responded by asserting that he was not there because of his mother's legacy or his advanced quirk, but because of the support he had received from others. He aimed to be the fastest hero to save as many lives as possible and vowed not to back down from their impending clash. With their intentions clear, both boys understood the significance of their rivalry. Todoroki departed, and Arc headed off to meet with the others. As lunchtime came to an end, the games resumed. Present Mike encouraged the audience to get excited for the final round, announcing fun side games for those who hadn't made it to the finals. He also mentioned cheerleaders from America to boost the crowd's energy. However, both he and Aizawa noticed something unusual happening on stage. The girls from Class 1A were dressed in cheerleader uniforms, a surprise that left Momo furious as she realized she had been tricked into participating. Wanda commented on the situation, and Momo lamented how she always fell for the schemes of her classmates. Achiko tried to comfort her, while Jiro expressed her frustration by discarding her pom-poms. Hagakure suggested they embrace the moment, and Tsuyu complimented Toru's skills. Later, the main board displayed the 16 contestants who would be competing, and Kirishima cheered in excitement. Finally getting a chance to show what they were made of, Izuku watched the finals every year, and now he was actually participating. Mina asked if the tournament was always structured this way, and Siro explained that the finals were typically a one-on-one competition, with variations each time. Last year had featured a foam sword fighting match, which Arcturus found fun. Midnight held up a box, and each fighter picked out names. The finalists had the option to participate in fun minigames but were advised not to overexert themselves. After a bit, the names were displayed alongside the brackets. Izuku vs. Robbie, Wanda vs. Achiko, Arcturus vs. Kaminari, Shuri vs. Mina, Todoroki vs. Siro, Momo vs. Tokoyami, Bakugo vs. Kirishima, Ida vs. Hatsum. Kirishima expressed excitement about the challenge ahead, while Katsuki smirked confidently. Tokoyami resolved to give it his all, and Momo encouraged him, stating that was all she asked. Mina playfully challenged Shuri, who responded with a similar sentiment. Izuku noted that he was the 6th match of the first bracket, meaning he would face Robbie first. He knew Robbie would use his quirk, and Robbie warned Izuku not to hold back. Todoroki considered Farron his potential next opponent, determined to advance and defeat him with ease. Arcturus remarked on the intriguing matchup of 2 electric users. The matches began after the side games concluded. The first bout featured Katsuki and Kirishima, which ended in Katsuki's victory after a close struggle. The second match, Momo against Tokoyami, concluded quickly as Dark Shadow pushed Momo out of bounds. The third match, Ida vs. Hatsum, felt more like an advertisement, as 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴 showcased her tech instead of engaging in a real fight. Iida was frustrated but technically won when 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴 stepped out of bounds. Next up was 𝗬𝗓 against 𝗫𝐵. Present Mike introduced the fighters, highlighting 𝗬𝗓's skills and 𝗫𝐵's unique abilities. As the match commenced, 𝗫𝐵 launched acid at 𝗬𝗓, who dodged with agility and countered with swift strikes. 𝗫𝐵 accused 𝗬𝗓 of fighting dirty, but 𝗬𝗓 insisted she was simply fighting to win. The two exchanged blows, with 𝗫𝐵 using her acid while 𝗬𝗓 relied on her speed and reflexes. The audience commented on their impressive skills, noting 𝗬𝗓's lineage as Black Panther's sister. Ultimately, 𝗬𝗓 made the decisive move, knocking 𝗫𝐵 out of the ring. Midnight announced 𝗬𝗓's victory, and the crowd cheered as 𝗬𝗓 offered her hand to 𝗫𝐵, who accepted it and expressed her surprise at the close match. Izuku reflected on how 𝗫𝐵's quirk had given her an advantage, but 𝗬𝗓's speed had secured her win. As the next match approached, Wanda predicted the outcome of the electric duel between Arcturus and Kaminari. Present Mike introduced the fighters, and the match began. Kaminari declared he would end the fight quickly, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity. However, Arcturus absorbed the blast, surprising the audience. Kaminari, feeling the effects, appeared dazed, and Arcturus seized the opportunity to deliver a swift punch, knocking Kaminari out. Midnight announced Arcturus's victory, and he returned to his friends, who congratulated him on his performance. Momo expressed her admiration for his ability to absorb electricity, while Arcturus explained it was a result of a past experiment. Wanda humorously recounted the mishaps that had occurred during those experiments, while Arcturus insisted no one had been harmed. Meanwhile, the teachers discussed the matches, with All Might noting that he wasn't surprised by the results, as Claire had shared a similar ability. Cynthia remarked on the commonality of one-sided matches, emphasizing Kaminari's need for practice to avoid serious consequences. All Might inquired about Arcturus's past experiences, and Cynthia confirmed he had faced challenges early on but had improved significantly. With the previous match concluded, the next fight began with Todoroki and 𝗬𝗓. After the introductions, 𝗬𝗓 expressed doubt about his chances but resolved not to lose easily as he shot a strand of tape to wrap Todoroki up. He moved Todoroki around, preparing to throw him out of bounds, but that wouldn't last long. Suddenly, a wave of ice shot out from Todoroki's right foot, freezing 𝗬𝗓 in place and creating a massive glacier that extended beyond the arena. The audience stared in shock at the display of power. 𝗬𝗓 commented on the overwhelming strength, while Arcturus expressed his astonishment. 𝗬𝗓, immobilized, questioned if Todoroki had gone overboard, to which Midnight asked if he could move at all. 𝗬𝗓 admitted he couldn't, feeling the cold grip of the ice. Midnight announced that 𝗬𝗓 had been immobilized, declaring Todoroki the victor of the round. The audience, initially silent from shock, soon erupted in encouragement, mostly for 𝗬𝗓's effort. Todoroki approached 𝗬𝗓, extending his left arm and apologizing for the excessive force, explaining that he had acted out of anger as he began to melt the ice. As the crowd cheered to uplift 𝗬𝗓, Todoroki took a moment to free his opponent from the icy prison he had created. Despite his serious demeanor, there was a hint of sadness in his expression. In that moment, Arcturus realized what he needed to do in their upcoming fight. The scene shifted to a flashback years ago, where a younger Robbie lay injured on the streets, his body battered and broken as he looked up, pleading for help. He thought desperately that he couldn't die there and wished for another chance. A voice echoed in his mind, offering a deal for vengeance. In the present, Robbie revealed that he hadn't been born with his quirk, it had been given to him, contrasting with Izuku's gift. Izuku was shocked to learn this and pressed Robbie for details about who had given him his quirk. Robbie mentioned that many heroes were known in Japan, but how many were known in America? When Izuku named a few, Robbie asked if he had heard of the vigilante known as Ghost Rider. Izuku recalled rumors of a figure who targeted those who ended up dead from burns, realizing the connection to Robbie. Robbie clarified that not all victims were his doing, as most had occurred before he received his power. He explained that he had made a deal that cost him dearly, gaining a powerful quirk but at the expense of his humanity. He warned Izuku that their limits might differ, but both came from quirkless backgrounds. 𝗀𝐽 cautioned that if they fought, Izuku should consider surrendering, as a broken body would only make him a liability. As the teachers prepared for the next round, both Izuku and 𝗀𝐽 were in their respective areas, getting ready for the fight. 𝗀𝐽 conversed with the voice in his head, which urged him to embrace his full power to achieve vengeance. 𝗀𝐽 hesitated, knowing the cost of that power, but pushed the thoughts aside, focusing on the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, students shared their thoughts on the match. Iida expressed concern for Izuku's potential disadvantage due to his limited use of his quirk. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 countered that Izuku was clever and could find a way. Wanda encouraged an open mind, while Mina noted 𝗀𝐽's fire-based quirk. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 confirmed that 𝗀𝐽's flames were likely hotter than Todoroki's, raising the stakes for Izuku. Todoroki himself pondered the uncertainty of the match, while Ichiko hoped for Izuku's success. Ojiro questioned whether 𝗀𝐽 might go easy on Izuku, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 deemed that unlikely, as both fighters were determined to give their all. As the fight was about to begin, Present Mic energized the crowd, introducing Izuku as a strong contender who used his quirk sparingly, and 𝗀𝐽 as a formidable opponent with flames hotter than the sun. 𝗀𝐽 muttered under his breath about his name being 𝗀𝐽, while Izuku resolved to use one for all to stand a chance. With the signal to start, the alarm rang, and 𝗀𝐽 unleashed fire chains toward Izuku, declaring he would end the fight quickly. Izuku, determined, responded with a powerful smash, creating a shockwave that shattered the chains but broke his finger in the process. 𝗀𝐽 noticed this and began to formulate his strategy, mocking Izuku's approach of breaking his bones to win. As they engaged in close combat, 𝗀𝐽 felt a sudden pain in his head, questioning why it intensified whenever he saw Izuku. Midoriya took advantage of 𝗀𝐽's distraction and landed a punch to his stomach, pushing him back. In retaliation, 𝗀𝐽 attempted to burn Izuku's forearm, narrowly avoiding being thrown out of bounds himself. Izuku winced in pain, knowing he would need to see Recovery Girl afterward. 𝗀𝐽, puzzled, asked why Izuku was fighting so hard. 𝗀𝐽 knew he was only setting himself up for failure by continuing to fight. He thought it would be wise to throw in the towel, but Izuku was determined. He refused to back down, insisting that the fight was far from over. This determination reminded 𝗀𝐽 of a painful memory from his childhood. In the flashback, a younger 𝗀𝐽 found himself in a confrontation with a group of gangsters. The gang leader mocked him, calling him a weak and foolish human without a quirk, suggesting he should beg for mercy while he still had some dignity. Despite his injuries, 𝗀𝐽 stood tall, refusing to give in. He remembered the words he had spoken back then, vowing not to back down. The memory was jarring, and 𝗀𝐽 felt a surge of frustration. He clenched his teeth, questioning why he felt this way. Another boy, his younger brother Gabe, had been there, looking at him with admiration. Gabe had called him his hero, despite 𝗀𝐽's lack of powers. This memory only deepened 𝗀𝐽's internal struggle. Suddenly, the sound of chaos broke through his thoughts. A car had lost control and crashed nearby. 𝗀𝐽, injured and on the ground, could faintly hear Gabe's terrified voice calling for help. Desperation filled 𝗀𝐽 as he wished for another chance at life. Then, a mysterious figure approached him, offering a deal fueled by 𝗀𝐽's thirst for vengeance. The flashback faded, leaving 𝗀𝐽 filled with anger and questions. As the fight continued, a torrent of fire erupted from 𝗀𝐽, and Izuku retaliated with a powerful smash, his fingers broken and his arm burned. Both fighters were in pain, adrenaline coursing through their veins. Kaminari observed the situation, suggesting that Izuku should stop, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏 noted that both fighters were testing each other's strengths. The spectators were intrigued, trying to understand the dynamics of the battle. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 pointed out that Izuku was only using his fingers to minimize injuries and gauge 𝗀𝐽's abilities. Mina expressed amazement at 𝗏𝗏𝗏's insight, while Shuri confirmed that 𝗀𝐽 seemed to be struggling more than usual. Back in the fight, 𝗀𝐽 was overwhelmed by pain as his quirk fought against him. A voice taunted him, challenging his resolve and questioning his longing to be a hero. The words struck deep, forcing 𝗀𝐽 to reflect on his past. In another flashback, he and Gabe had watched superheroes on the news, and Gabe had admired their resilience. 𝗀𝐽 had felt detached, realizing he never aspired to be like them. He had always been the one to protect Gabe, standing up to bullies despite lacking a quirk. As the memories unfolded, Robbie recalled the burden of caring for Gabe while their uncle struggled with addiction. He had taken on responsibilities, working at a mechanic shop and racing cars to support them. The night he decided to take his uncle's car for a race was pivotal. Gabe had tried to stop him, wanting to join in on the adventure. During their drive, Gabe had asked if someone without a quirk could be a hero, expressing his belief in Robbie's potential. But before Robbie could respond, chaos erupted as a Molotov cocktail struck their car, sending them into a dangerous chase with gangsters. Robbie's instincts kicked in as he fought to evade their attackers, determined that they would not die that night. He was unsure whether he was trying to convince Gabe or himself, but he knew he had to protect his brother at all costs. Because Robbie understood that individuals like them wouldn't stop until their targets were eliminated, he feared for their lives. For a while, Robbie did his best to evade them, but it was futile. More pursuers quickly caught up, and the gunfire continued. In a moment of worry, Robbie glanced at Gabe, both brothers aware of the dire situation they faced. Despite their efforts, it seemed hopeless. A car approached, and the brothers were shot at through the windows. Molotov cocktails were thrown, causing chaos that led to the car losing control, crashing and flipping over. Robbie was thrown from the vehicle. Robbie pleaded silently, wishing for Gabe to be spared. He would have given anything to save him. As he hit the ground, he felt a sense of finality. The car came to a stop, and while some vehicles drove away, a few remained. As the thugs exited their cars, Robbie clung to the last remnants of hope within him. Everything hurt, and he feared he would die there, but he couldn't let Gabe perish. Gabe deserved another chance. Robbie desperately wished for a way to prevent their fate. Then, a voice echoed in his mind, introducing itself as a force that could grant him the power he sought in exchange for punishing those who harmed the innocent. Robbie's thoughts raced, torn between his longing for vengeance and the fate of his brother. The voice assured him that Gabe still lived, but not for long, urging him to make a decision. With determination, Robbie accepted the deal. Suddenly, he felt a surge of life return to him. He heard the roar of a motorcycle and the terrified screams of the gang members as they were driven away. A figure approached the wreckage, pulling Gabe from the car before coming to Robbie's side. It was then that Robbie realized the truth. It wasn't a good Samaritan who had come to their aid, it was the devil. The figure, Johnny Blaze, informed Robbie that the power was now his. As Robbie screamed, the man touched his head, transferring an immense force into him. Time passed, and the brothers found themselves in a hospital, with Gabe in a bed and Robbie at his side, staring at a small flame flickering in his hand. He recalled the ambulance arriving to save them. He had only suffered minor injuries, but Gabe had survived, albeit with a life-altering injury. Robbie felt the weight of guilt for that night, blaming the thugs and anyone who preyed on the innocent. The doctors mentioned that the chaos had awakened his quirk, and Robbie resolved to use it for good. Once he regained his strength, Robbie confided in Gabe about his intentions to pursue a hero course. As he reflected on his past, Izuku's voice broke through his thoughts, urging him to embrace his quirk and define his path. The voice in his mind echoed the same sentiment, reminding Robbie that while it granted him power, he was the one who would ultimately wield it. Recalling his brother's smile and the faint memories of his parents, Robbie felt a surge of determination. His body began to heat up, flames igniting around him as his eyes glowed with intensity. With a powerful roar, he erupted into flames, astonishing everyone in the stadium. Present Mike expressed his shock, while Ida and Jiro questioned the nature of Robbie's transformation. All Might recognized the fire's uniqueness, realizing its significance. As the flames subsided, Robbie stood transformed, his skeleton visible and engulfed in fire. Present Mike announced the emergence of the newest Ghost Rider. Robbie pointed toward Izuku, who felt a mix of fear and excitement. The Ghost Rider declared his newfound purpose, to punish the wicked and protect the innocent. Despite the fear coursing through him, Izuku smiled, grateful for the chance to help Robbie. The Ghost Rider acknowledged his gratitude but warned that he wouldn't hold back in their upcoming clash. As they prepared to battle, Izuku charged his power, while Robbie summoned his own. Their attacks collided, pushing each other back. In that moment, Izuku glimpsed ghostly figures in the periphery, recognizing them as previous users of One for All. The clash was brief, with Robbie ultimately breaking through and sending Izuku out of the ring, leaving him unconscious. As Robbie calmed, his flames receded, revealing his true form. Midnight announced that Robbie had advanced to the next round, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Exhausted but triumphant, Robbie absorbed the reality of his victory. In the waiting room, Arcturus found 𝗬𝗏 and wished her luck for her upcoming match. He presented her with a note from Izuku, but she declined, expressing her longing to win on her own terms. They exchanged a high five before Arcturus left to check on Izuku in the medical room. On the way, Arcturus encountered Robbie. He stopped to congratulate him on passing, surprised by Robbie's transformation. Robbie seemed distant, responding that perhaps Arcturus should ask God about his feelings, though he doubted God would listen. Before leaving, Arcturus reminded Robbie that he wasn't alone and that their class and teachers were there to help if he needed it. Robbie acknowledged Arcturus's support, noting that despite not wanting to be class representative, he certainly acted like one. Arcturus then entered the office where Izuku had his injuries tended to. All Might and Recovery Girl were present. All Might greeted Arcturus and asked what brought him there. Arcturus explained he came to check on Izuku, who assured him he would be fine. Arcturus mentioned Robbie was alright but might be feeling uneasy after his recent outburst. Izuku expressed his regret for not being able to win and show his worth, feeling he had failed. Suddenly, Arcturus playfully tapped him on the head, prompting All Might to scold him for potentially injuring the patient. Arcturus encouraged Izuku to stop apologizing. He acknowledged that while Izuku didn't get to announce himself as a hero, he had still demonstrated true heroism by helping Robbie accept himself. He reassured Izuku that there would be more opportunities to prove himself. Arcturus extended his hand with a smile, suggesting they both strive to become the heroes they wanted to be. Izuku accepted the gesture, feeling uplifted. Izuku then recalled a vision he had during the match, describing figures he sensed while fighting Robbie. He wondered if the past users of One for All were encouraging him like spirits. All Might found the idea unsettling but calmed down, sharing that he had experienced something similar in his youth. He explained that it indicated Izuku was getting closer to 𝗬𝗏 One for All. Arcturus inquired about the nature of the vision, and All Might speculated it was a trace of the user's spirit left in the power. He reassured Izuku that whatever he saw wouldn't hinder his progress, emphasizing that his determination was what allowed him to match Robbie's strength. Arcturus then asked if it was true that Robbie was the Ghost Rider. All Might confirmed that it seemed to be a version of him, recounting rumors about the vigilante who targeted criminals. He noted that while the Ghost Rider sought justice, it often came in a violent manner. Arcturus remarked that it sounded like something 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗏 might do, and Izuku agreed, hoping 𝗏𝗏𝗟 wouldn't take such a path. They then discussed what would happen to Robbie, with All Might expressing uncertainty but hoping for a positive outcome. He encouraged the two to enjoy the upcoming games, reminding Arcturus about his match against Todoroki. As they headed out to watch the next game, Arcturus felt it would be a challenging match. The scene shifted to the boys meeting up with their friends for the next match. Arcturus asked if they were late, and Iida informed him they were just in time. 𝗬𝗏 remarked that it might be an interesting matchup, while 𝗬𝗏 expressed uncertainty about the outcome. Arcturus and Izuku took their seats, watching as the girls approached the stage. Present Mic introduced the final match of the first round, featuring Wanda Maximoff, a skilled hero with a witch-like power, against Ichiko Uraraka, who could send anyone flying with a single touch. Wanda urged Ichiko not to hold back, and Ichiko responded with the same sentiment. Present Mic signaled the start of the match, and Ichiko charged forward, determined to strike first. Izuku cheered for Ichiko, noting that if she could touch Wanda, it would be over. Iida cautioned that Wanda wouldn't let her get too close. Arcturus speculated that Wanda would focus on counterattacking rather than dodging. As Wanda charged her right hand with red energy, Ichiko prepared to dodge, but the attack was too powerful, hitting her and sending debris flying. Ichiko, frustrated with herself for not dodging, found herself in a cloud of dust as Wanda resumed her stance, declaring the fight wouldn't be easy. Something moved within the dust, and Wanda struck at it, only to discover it was 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐼's jacket. In that moment, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 leaped out, ready to touch Wanda, thinking it was her chance to make her float. However, Wanda quickly turned and unleashed an energy wave, sending 𝐻𝐿𝐼 back and causing more destruction. 𝗧𝗟𝗘 marveled at Wanda's quick reflexes, while Kaminari acknowledged the challenge 𝐻𝐿𝐼 faced, knowing she couldn't use her quirk without making contact. The tension in the arena heightened as the match continued. For what felt like an eternity, a routine developed where 𝐻𝐿𝐼 would approach, only for Wanda to push her back. Each time, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 would rise and attempt again, while Wanda countered her efforts. The entire class felt tense as Wanda extended the match. Present Mike noted that Wanda wasn't resting between attacks despite being pushed back, expressing concern for 𝐻𝐿𝐼. Izuku watched closely, while All Might remarked on Wanda's unusual behavior, questioning her intentions. Cynthia observed that Wanda was recognizing 𝐻𝐿𝐼's strength and that there was more happening than the others realized. In the audience, frustration grew, and one spectator stood up, directing anger at Wanda. He criticized her behavior, suggesting that if she wanted to be a hero, she should stop toying with 𝐻𝐿𝐼 and end the match decisively. Others joined in, echoing his sentiments and pointing out Wanda's lineage as the daughter of two renowned heroes, implying that her actions were disappointing. This criticism sparked annoyance in Wanda, Arcturus, and Cynthia. Wanda's eyes glowed with intensity, while Arcturus's eyes sparked with blue electricity, and Cynthia's gaze shifted to a more fierce demeanor. The crowd began to boo, prompting Izuku to intervene, taking the microphone to address the uproar. He challenged the critic, suggesting he reconsider his career choice if he couldn't appreciate the fierceness of a hero in training. Izuku defended Wanda, explaining that her determination was a testament to her acknowledgement of 𝐻𝐿𝐼's strength. He warned anyone who insulted Nightfall again that they would face consequences. As the tension in the arena simmered, Wanda focused on 𝐻𝐿𝐼, who, despite her fatigue, stood tall. Wanda noted 𝐻𝐿𝐼's determination, which impressed her. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 expressed gratitude for Wanda's focus on her, signaling her readiness to continue. Arcturus pointed out that Wanda had been too focused on the match to notice the debris floating above them, created by her own blasts. Cynthia explained that 𝐻𝐿𝐼 had been strategically close to the ground, using Wanda's attacks to her advantage. With newfound resolve, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 brought her hands together and released the debris, creating a meteor shower as she sprinted forward. She thought about the openings this would create, determined to get closer to Wanda. Wanda recognized the trouble ahead but refused to back down, raising her arm in defiance. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, using her ability to float, prepared for her moment to strike, inspired by her friend's perseverance. Just as she was about to reach Wanda, a powerful red aura enveloped Wanda's arm, and she unleashed a beam of crimson energy. The blast sent 𝐻𝐿𝐼 flying back and obliterated the meteor shower, leaving the audience in shock. Wanda recoiled, holding her arm in pain, while 𝐻𝐿𝐼, stunned and frightened, realized the extent of Wanda's power. Wanda acknowledged her near miss, feeling the toll of her attack. Arcturus noted that Wanda's energy was drained, presenting a potential opportunity for 𝐻𝐿𝐼. Despite her exhaustion, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 struggled to rise, determined to continue fighting. She recalled her promise to her parents about becoming a hero, fueling her resolve. However, her strength waned, and she collapsed, prompting Midnight to kneel beside her and signal Wanda to stand down. As the announcement declared 𝐻𝐿𝐼's defeat, the crowd cheered for Wanda, who relaxed after the intense match. Medics arrived with a stretcher to assist 𝐻𝐿𝐼. Present Mike concluded the first round, announcing a break before the next matches. After a brief interlude, Arcturus and Izuku found Wanda, who was recovering from her bruises. They congratulated her on her performance, and she expressed gratitude. They decided to check on 𝐻𝐿𝐼, who was in the waiting room with bandages. Despite her loss, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 maintained a light-hearted attitude, admitting she had underestimated Wanda's power. She acknowledged the need for more training and congratulated Wanda on her victory. Wanda encouraged 𝐻𝐿𝐼 not to diminish her efforts, recognizing the strategic nature of her plan. Arcturus expressed concern for 𝐻𝐿𝐼's well-being, to which she reassured them that she was feeling better than expected. She emphasized the importance of looking ahead, inspired by her friend's determination. Just then, Present Mic announced the next round, prompting 𝐻𝐿 to prepare for his match, while Izuku felt a twinge of regret for holding him back. 𝐻𝐿 felt a sense of satisfaction as he exchanged smiles with his friends. Izuku expressed her support, wishing him good luck. Izuku cheered for him, and Wanda encouraged him to put on a memorable performance. As 𝐻𝐿 left the room, a twinge of guilt washed over him. Despite Izuku's reassurances, he sensed her lingering sadness. He had hoped to uplift her spirits, but now it seemed she was the one encouraging him. He resolved not to let her down. As he walked down the hall, he unexpectedly encountered 𝗏𝐿. The pro-hero acknowledged 𝐻𝐿, mentioning he had been looking for him. 𝗏𝐿 praised 𝐻𝐿's impressive ability to generate and channel electricity, comparing it to lightning's quirk. 𝐻𝐿, eager to move on, mentioned he had to go, but 𝗏𝐿 continued. He spoke of Shoto's duty to surpass All Might and how their match would serve as a test of Shoto's training. 𝐻𝐿 felt a surge of anger at 𝗏𝐿's words but managed to contain it. 𝗏𝐿 urged him to fight hard and not hold back. The memory of Todoroki's earlier words echoed in 𝐻𝐿's mind, where Todoroki had expressed his longing to prove himself without relying on his father's fire quirk. 𝐻𝐿 stood firm, asserting that while he was his mother's son, he was not defined by her. He also reminded 𝗏𝐿 that Todoroki was his own person, not merely a reflection of him. As 𝐻𝐿 reflected on 𝗏𝐿's past, he acknowledged the complexity of the man's character. Despite his personal feelings, he recognized 𝗏𝐿's contributions as a hero. However, that moment was overshadowed by the inspiration he drew from Izuku's recent match, which sparked an idea to assist Shoto Todoroki. The audience settled back into their seats as the second round began. Present Mic announced the match with excitement, highlighting Shoto Todoroki, who had previously frozen half the audience, and 𝐻𝐿, who was ready to electrify the crowd. The two boys entered the ring, locking eyes in determination. Todoroki acknowledged the situation, and 𝐻𝐿 responded with the understanding that only one of them could emerge victorious. Observers speculated on the match's outcome, noting that 𝐻𝐿's speed could be a significant advantage, but also pointed out his vulnerability to cold environments. Wanda emphasized the need for 𝐻𝐿 to avoid Todoroki's ice. As the match commenced, Todoroki wasted no time unleashing an ice attack, which 𝐻𝐿 skillfully dodged while countering with a kick that shattered the ice. The force of the impact sent a shockwave, prompting Todoroki to create a barrier of ice behind him for protection. As 𝐻𝐿 landed, he felt a slight chill, confirming his disadvantage against Todoroki's cold abilities. Todoroki recognized that 𝐻𝐿's speed was indeed affected by the cold. Present Mic commented on 𝐻𝐿's impressive defense against Todoroki's opening move. Observers noted that 𝐻𝐿 had launched his counterattack without hesitation, fully aware of his weakness but determined to fight back. Todoroki fired another ice attack, which 𝐻𝐿 intercepted with a punch, breaking through. 𝐻𝐿 contemplated Todoroki's fighting style, realizing that the hero would likely remain defensive, preventing him from closing the distance. Another ice attack came, and 𝐻𝐿 responded with another kick. Kirishima remarked on the power of their classmates' abilities, while Shiro noted the continuous nature of their attacks. Katsuki reminded them that overexertion could lead to injury, emphasizing the importance of knowing one's limits. Wanda agreed, highlighting that each of them had a threshold for their power output. Many heroes rely on special support items to manage the limitations of their abilities. Quirks, being physical powers, can become fatigued and cannot be used continuously. Kirishima noted that this perspective made sense, pondering if that was 𝐻𝐿's strategy to defeat Todoroki. Todoroki acknowledged that 𝐻𝐿 seemed to want an endurance match but declared he would finish it quickly. As another attack came in, 𝐻𝐿 countered, and Todoroki charged at him. 𝐻𝐿 skillfully dodged an overhead strike and prepared his right leg for a powerful move. With determination, 𝐻𝐿 unleashed a lightning kick that connected with Todoroki's face, the impact strong enough to shatter the ice around them and send Todoroki flying. As the dust settled, Todoroki managed to regain his balance just before going out of bounds. He remarked on the increased power of 𝐻𝐿's attacks, recognizing the strategy behind keeping him at bay. 𝐻𝐼K, in turn, expressed his respect for Todoroki's abilities, acknowledging not just his quirk but also his judgment and agility. The audience observed the match closely, some commenting on the impressive skills displayed by both fighters, given their lineage as children of the number 2 heroes. Cynthia, watching intently, wondered about 𝐻𝐼K's approach. He still had the chance to catch Todoroki off guard and push him out of bounds, yet he seemed to be prolonging the fight. Todoroki taunted 𝐻𝐼K, questioning if he was truly exhausted from the defensive maneuvers. 𝐻𝐼K dismissed the notion of fatigue, sensing Todoroki's growing agitation. Todoroki noted that with his limbs bruised and cold, 𝐻𝐼K would struggle to maintain his pace and suggested they end the match. He launched another ice attack, but 𝐻𝐼K countered with a spin dash, breaking through the ice and landing several strikes before retreating. 𝐻𝐼K declared he was just getting started, pointing out that Todoroki was trembling. He had been studying Todoroki's quirk and understood that even powerful abilities had limits. He challenged Todoroki to embrace his full potential, recalling their earlier conversation. Robbie observed the struggle, recognizing the reflection of his own experiences in Todoroki's refusal to use his fire quirk, which stemmed from his complicated relationship with his father. As Todoroki confronted 𝐻𝐼K, he expressed his anger, accusing 𝐻𝐼K of trying to manipulate him. The fight continued, both combatants moving slower but still exchanging blows. The teachers considered intervening but opted to let the match unfold, aware of the toll it was taking on both students. Todoroki questioned 𝐻𝐼K's motivations, to which 𝐻𝐼K responded with a heartfelt declaration of his longing to meet expectations and help others, just as his parents had inspired him. He urged Todoroki to stop holding back and to strive for his true self. 𝐻𝐼K acknowledged the pain Todoroki had endured but insisted that rejecting his father's influence would not make him a true hero. Todoroki's anger flared as he struggled against 𝐻𝐼K's words, but 𝐻𝐼K pressed on, challenging him to embrace his own identity and power. As they exchanged charged attacks, 𝐻𝐼K broke through Todoroki's defenses once more, sending him back. Todoroki, still resisting, declared he would not use his left side. 𝐻𝐼K, frustrated, shouted that Todoroki's quirk belonged to him, not his father. He emphasized that they were not defined by their lineage and that each person had the power to shape their own story. His words resonated with Todoroki, prompting him to reflect on a cherished memory with his mother, who had encouraged him to stay true to himself and pursue his dream of becoming a hero. In that moment, Todoroki began to realize the depth of what he had forgotten, understanding that he was not bound by his family's legacy. It's okay to use your power to become who you want to be. The memory was strong enough to cause Todoroki's left side to start steaming, and suddenly, a torrent of flames burst forth. Present Mike gasped, realizing what was happening. Achiko exclaimed that he was using his fire, while Ida marveled at the display. Izuku understood that this was what 𝐻𝐼K had been trying to achieve. Robbie noted that 𝐻𝐼K had taken a cue from Izuku during their match. Shuri, curious, asked what was happening. All Might observed that 𝐻𝐼K had made Todoroki use his father's power, suggesting a deeper connection. Cynthia confirmed that Arcturus was trying to save Todoroki. As the fire began to calm, Todoroki focused on 𝐻𝐼K, declaring that he was helping his opponent despite wanting to win. They both smiled, ready to give it their all. In the stands, Endeavor smiled at his son's use of flames, feeling a sense of pride as he encouraged Todoroki to embrace his purpose and surpass him. Arcturus was amazed by the situation, while Todoroki questioned why 𝐻𝐼K was smiling despite his injuries. 𝐻𝐼K responded that he thrived on craziness. Todoroki warned 𝐻𝐼K not to blame him for what would happen next as he charged up his ice on his right side while his flames burned brightly. At the same time, 𝐻𝐼K's body crackled with blue electricity as he prepared to run. The teachers finally took action to intervene, with 𝐶𝐶mentos expressing concern that one of them could be seriously hurt. Midnight agreed, noting that their bodies wouldn't hold up. Despite the teachers' attempts to stop them, 𝐻𝐼K dashed forward, and they unleashed a powerful attack. Todoroki raised his left arm while 𝐻𝐼K delivered a powerful kick. The impact created a massive explosion that sent shockwaves through the arena, nearly throwing the audience off their feet. As the dust settled, the arena lay in ruins, obscured by a giant smoke screen. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 remarked that having great power didn't guarantee being a good hero, but these two were exceptional. Present Mike questioned what had just happened, while Izuku explained that the air around the ring had cooled and then rapidly expanded when heated. Present Mike was astonished, unable to see anything and unsure if the match was still ongoing. Midnight got up, noticing the smoke beginning to clear. When it finally lifted, it revealed a close call. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 remained in the ring, his right leg slightly burned and other injuries visible, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had been launched out of the ring and lay unconscious on the ground. Midnight announced that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was out of bounds, declaring 𝗏𝗏 the winner who would advance to the third round. The crowd cheered as 𝗏𝗏 relaxed a bit while watching 𝗏𝗏𝗏 being carried away for medical attention. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 reflected on how close the match had been, realizing he might have lost if he had continued at that pace. He hoped 𝗏𝗏𝗏 wouldn't forget that he wasn't his father and that he needed to be better. In Recovery Girl's office, both boys were patched up from their injuries, with Cynthia checking on them. Recovery Girl confirmed that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had a strained left arm and some broken ribs but would be fine. 𝗏𝗏 had sustained frostbite and burns but was also okay. Cynthia expressed relief, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked when the next round would be. Cynthia explained that it would take a while due to the arena repairs and cautioned them about the dangers of their attacks. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 admitted he wanted to help and checked on 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who assured him he hadn't abandoned anything. He reflected on how, during the match, he had thought of his father whenever he used his flames, but for a moment he had forgotten about him. Whether that was good or bad he wasn't sure, but he felt he might not need his father anymore. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smiled, encouraging 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to consider that it sounded like a good idea. He offered his support as a friend, regardless of their rivalry. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was taken aback by the notion of friendship, but a small smile formed as they fist-bumped. Cynthia noted that this was typical of 𝗏𝗏𝗏, but reminded them to avoid causing such destruction in the future. Recovery Girl interrupted, stating she needed to finish checking them over. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Wanda, Izuku, Achiko, Ida, Mina, Shuri, and Robbie rushed in, expressing their concern for both boys. 𝗏𝗏 greeted them cheerfully, while Achiko asked if they were okay. Izuku marveled at the craziness of the match, and 𝗏𝗏 playfully pointed out that Izuku and Robbie had nearly caused chaos as well. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 commented on 𝗏𝗏's unexpected tactics, while Shuri noted the intensity of the matches. Wanda decided to take notes, and Mina suggested 𝗏𝗏 could have dodged more. Recovery Girl insisted they return to their booth while she finished her checks. After repairs, the stage was ready, and the matches resumed. Katsuki faced Tokoyami, winning due to Dark Shadow's weakness against light. Shuri nearly defeated Ida, but he managed to pull through with his reciproburst. Robbie and Wanda's fight was intense, with both unleashing energy and fire attacks, but Wanda ultimately emerged victorious. Robbie complimented her skills, acknowledging how close he had come to winning. Shuri thought about how she would need to train harder if she wanted to fight as Speedster again. Ida acknowledged her skills in close combat but explained that he chose to end the match quickly. Present Mike announced the conclusion of the second round, giving the runners-up some prep time for the semifinals. The screens displayed the upcoming matches: 𝗏𝗏𝗏 versus Ida and Wanda versus Katsuki. Wanda expressed her eagerness to fight Katsuki, who responded with a fierce declaration. Ida looked forward to facing Farron, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 challenged him to keep up. Mina suggested they check out some of the games while the others prepared for their matches. After some time playing minigames, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 returned to get ready. Shuri noticed she had received several missed calls from her mom, along with a message saying she was on her way. She wondered what her mother wanted. Present Mike welcomed everyone back to the semifinals, highlighting that both competitors came from hero families, making this match a race to determine who was the fastest. It was Tenya Ida against 𝗏𝗏𝗏's Farron. Ida reminded himself not to underestimate 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who had an advantage with his limitless power. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 acknowledged the slight difference in their speed but noted that Ida's new move gave him just enough speed to counterattack. With the signal to start, both competitors took off in a blur, exchanging hits as they raced around the ring. Izuku and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐚 watched in awe as the two fighters showcased their skills. The blurs came to a halt when Ida landed a solid kick on 𝗏𝗏𝗏, momentarily dazing him. Ida realized he had 10 seconds before his engines would stall and knew he had to act quickly. He grabbed 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to run him out of the ring, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 quickly regained his focus and began to spin dash while still in Ida's grasp. Wanda noted that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had one more trick up his sleeve. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 complimented Ida's super move, claiming it inspired a new trick of his own. With a burst of electricity, he launched himself like a pinball into Ida, sending him out of the ring. Midnight announced that Ida was out of bounds, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 advanced to the finals. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 rushed over to help Ida up, who admitted he needed more practice to keep up. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 reassured him that his recipro move was impressive and suggested they race sometime. Ida smiled and wished him luck in the finals. As the stage cleared, Present Mic introduced the next match, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 vs. Wanda Maximoff. 𝐀𝐮 wasted no time attacking Wanda, who used her quirk to block his explosions. He expressed his frustration with her quirk, while she retorted with her own fiery words. The two exchanged powerful blows, and Wanda was determined to finish the fight quickly. She prepared her move, Hex Smash, while 𝐀𝐮 readied his stun grenade. The explosion temporarily blinded her, and he seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of explosions that forced Wanda back, ultimately knocking her down. Midnight declared that Maximoff was down, and Bakugo advanced. Present Mic excitedly announced the upcoming finale, Arcturus Farron vs. 𝐀𝐮 Bakugo. 𝐀𝐮 glared at Arc from the stands, who maintained a neutral expression. Tokoyami speculated that the fight might be intense, while Momo hoped no one would get hurt. As the competitors prepared, 𝐀𝐮 passed by Arcturus and challenged him to bring his best to the fight. In the waiting room, All Might discussed the upcoming match with Cynthia, expressing doubt that it would be less intense than their previous encounters. Cynthia agreed, noting that 𝐀𝐮 always fought fiercely, while Arcturus would give it his all when necessary. The crowd erupted in cheers as the final battle of the 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 High School Sports Festival began. Present Mic introduced the competitors, emphasizing the stakes of the match. 𝐀𝐮 greeted Arcturus with a fierce remark, to which Arcturus responded confidently. With the signal to begin, the two launched into action, surrounded by blue lightning and explosions. However, as they closed in on each other, Arcturus suddenly felt disoriented, as if he were blacking out. In an instant, he found himself in a devastated arena, his breathing uneven. Confused, he looked around and was shocked to see 𝐀𝐮. Unconscious against a wall, bruised but still breathing. Midnight announced that Bakugo was knocked out and that Arcturus was the winner. The audience cheered, but Arcturus remained in shock, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Midnight approached him, concerned about his state. Arcturus admitted he didn't know what to think. She offered him a chance to rest before the award ceremony, but he declined, assuring her he would be fine. As he walked away to join the others, his thoughts lingered on the match. Despite winning the sports festival, he felt a sense of unease. Because I didn't remember the match at all, I learned later that I had been a bit more aggressive than usual. The last thing I recalled was running in, and then the fight was over. Little did I know that this would only get worse. The awards ceremony began with Arc in first place, 𝐀𝐮 in second, and Wanda in third. Midnight announced that Ida actually shared third place but had to leave early due to a family emergency. She then introduced All Might, the #1 hero, who appeared in the stadium, laughing as he jumped down to greet the winners. All Might congratulated Wanda first, placing a medal around her neck and praising her for making it this far. He encouraged her to continue practicing with her quirk, assuring her that she would make an excellent hero just like her parents. Wanda smiled and thanked him, feeling proud of the recognition. Next, All Might approached 𝐀𝐮, commending him for his performance and placing a medal around his neck. He encouraged 𝐀𝐮 to keep training, reminding him that being a hero is about more than just winning. It involves helping others and being selfless. 𝐀𝐮 absorbed the advice silently, contemplating the weight of All Might's words. Finally, All Might turned to Arcturus, congratulating him on his victory and expressing admiration for his determination and willingness to help his classmates. He placed the medal around Arc's neck and shook his hand, recognizing not only his powerful quirk but also his good heart and the spirit of a true hero. Arc thanked him, vowing to continue doing his best. All Might then addressed the audience, celebrating the achievements of all the participants and encouraging them to strive for greatness. The crowd cheered, inspired by the future heroes before them. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a figure in the shadows watched the ceremony, pausing the video to zoom in on Wanda. A phone call interrupted the silence, and the figure confirmed their plans for the upcoming summer, emphasizing the importance of keeping Wanda unharmed. In a military facility, another man observed the festival, noting Arc's potential. He received a message from 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, indicating he would need assistance with something. Back at UA, the atmosphere shifted as the afternoon approached, and the students prepared for one more class before the day ended. 𝗧𝗟𝗘 praised Arc for his performance, expressing concern for Iida, who had missed the ceremony. Wanda shared her hope that everything was all right. Suddenly, the sound of a jet interrupted their conversation, and a sleek black ship appeared nearby. 𝗧𝗟𝗘 recognized it as her mother's jet, which was 5 times faster than a normal one. Queen Ramonda and the Dora Milaje exited the jet, and 𝗧𝗟𝗘 approached her mother, surprised by her sudden arrival. Ramonda needed to speak with 𝗧𝗟𝗘 in person, and as they moved away from Arc and Wanda, the queen's somber expression raised alarm. 𝗧𝗟𝗘's worry deepened when she fell to her knees, devastated by the news that her brother, King 𝗀𝗟, had passed away. The queen had flown out to deliver the news personally and to take 𝗧𝗟𝗘 back home for the funeral. Additionally, Iida's brother, Tensei, had been attacked by a villain in Hosu. Though paramedics had arrived in time to save him, the situation was dire. The atmosphere among the classmates began to change, gradually shifting as they processed the weight of the tragic events. The scene shifted to the principal's office, where Robbie was meeting with Aizawa and a small white animal named Nezu. They expressed gratitude for his willingness to discuss his recent showcase as Ghost Rider. Robbie, feeling apprehensive, wondered if they intended to expel him or involve the police. Aizawa clarified that they were aware of the circumstances surrounding Robbie's actions and understood that he was not responsible for the chaos caused by the other rider. Nezu expressed frustration that a student at UA, especially one in the hero course, would doubt their potential to be the best. Aizawa pressed Robbie to reflect on why he wanted to be a hero, prompting Robbie to share his experience from the night his quirk awakened, providing insight into his motivations without revealing every detail. It became clear that he was striving to be a hero on 2 fronts, for both the rider and his brother. Robbie expressed his longing to achieve fame as a hero so that Gabe could have a better life than the one they had during their childhood. At the same time, he hoped to quench the rider's thirst for vengeance against the true villains. Nezu questioned how Robbie determined who the real bad guys were, reminding him that as heroes, it was not their role to be judge, jury, and executioner, that responsibility lay with the legal system. However, he acknowledged that involvement in the more questionable aspects of hero life could blur those lines. Robbie admitted that he didn't fully understand how it all worked. He explained that his quirk allowed him to look into a person's very soul, revealing their life, regrets, and secrets unknown even to their families. In essence, he could see the true nature of individuals. Nezu found this perspective intriguing and noted that such skills could help Robbie become a great hero in the long run. Robbie, feeling uncertain, quietly wondered if they truly believed he was suited for this path. Aizawa posed the question of whether Robbie believed in himself. Nezu supported this, pointing out that Aizawa saw potential in him, otherwise, he would have expelled him on his first day, as was his reputation. Aizawa's expression reflected his disbelief, but Nezu continued the discussion. Robbie, surprised, asked what they knew about him beyond his flaming skeleton. Aizawa recounted Robbie's background, his name, upbringing in Los Angeles, the loss of his parents at a young age, being raised by his uncle 𝐿𝐼, and living with his younger brother Gabriel. He mentioned Robbie's dropout status from middle school and his job at a car repair shop, where he also engaged in late-night street racing. Robbie was taken aback when Aizawa revealed details not found in his transcript, including his ownership of a 1969 Dodge Charger, which he used to earn money for his brother's hospital bills and education. Nezu, intrigued, asked Aizawa if he had such knowledge about all his students. Aizawa admitted he did not, but reiterated that he saw potential in Robbie. He presented Robbie with a choice: to drop out and return to his previous life of repairing cars while struggling to control his quirk, or to learn how to control it, save lives, and become a hero his brother could admire. Robbie reflected on this opportunity. When summoned to the principal's office, he had expected to be expelled or even arrested due to the Ghost Rider's past actions. However, he was instead offered a chance to stay in school and learn to control his powers. After some contemplation, he decided to embrace the opportunity. He acknowledged Aizawa's assessment of his potential and expressed his commitment to the path of heroism. Netsu expressed his enthusiasm for Robbie's decision, looking forward to witnessing his growth as a hero. 2 days later, Arcturus reflected on the aftermath of the sports festival. The students had recovered from their injuries, and classes resumed, albeit with some changes. On the train, Arc found it challenging to rest due to the recognition he received from his victory at the festival. Though it was a new experience for him, he appreciated the acknowledgement and soon met up with Izuku. Izuku inquired about Wanda's whereabouts, to which Arcturus explained that she had driven with their mother while he opted for the train to rest. Izuku sympathized, admitting he felt barely awake. Ida approached them, decked out in rain gear, and questioned why they were walking so slowly, reminding them of the importance of punctuality. As they entered the locker room, Izuku and Arcturus sensed something was off with Ida. They attempted to engage him, but Ida reassured them that everything was fine regarding his brother, though they could tell he was not truly okay. Respecting his privacy, they moved on to class, where their classmates discussed the recent games. Mina expressed her surprise at being recognized from television, while Kirishima shared a similar experience. Hagakure mentioned the stares she received on the streets, and Ojiro teased her about it. Ciro lamented a comment from elementary school children, prompting a light-hearted exchange with Wanda and Tsuyu, who appreciated each other's humor. As the door opened, Aizawa entered, his face healed and bandage-free except for a scar under his right eye. He greeted the students, who returned the greeting enthusiastically. Tsuyu noted Aizawa's lack of bandages, to which he explained that his treatment had been a bit excessive. Before diving into the lesson, Aizawa informed the class of a family emergency that would excuse Shuri from class for the next few days. He also addressed Robbie, stating that despite the demonstration at the games, he remained a classmate, and the students were expected to treat him as such. He warned them against provoking Robbie into triggering his other form outside of hero training, emphasizing that such actions would result in expulsion. The students acknowledged Aizawa's instructions, and he proceeded to announce a significant class on hero informatics. Most students tensed at the mention of the subject, which they found challenging. Aizawa informed them they needed to choose code names for their hero identities, igniting excitement among the class. As the students buzzed with enthusiasm, Aizawa used his quirk to calm them down. He explained that this was related to the pro-hero draft picks he had mentioned previously. Although first-year students typically didn't need to worry about the draft until their second or third year, their class was different. By extending offers to first years, pro-heroes were investing in their potential. Any offers can be rescinded if their interest in you diminishes before graduation. Mineta expressed his frustration about the selfishness of adults. Hagakure noted that they would still need to prove themselves even after receiving offers. Aizawa confirmed this and presented the total results for those who had received offers. The students were surprised to see the numbers. Arcturus with 6,039, Todoroki with 4,123, Katsuki with 3,556, Shuri with 3,384, Wanda with 2,097, Ito with 301, Achiko with 105, Robbie with 66, Kirishima with 20, Momo with 14, and Ciro with Arcturus was astonished by the high numbers. Aizawa pointed out that in previous years, the offers had been more evenly distributed, but this year there was a significant gap. Kaminari complained about the unfairness of it all, while Aoyama questioned why he wasn't the center of attention. Jiro remarked on the surprising results, noting that Todoroki had outperformed Bakugo. Kirishima agreed, recalling how their performances had differed during the festival. Robbie suggested that the pros were likely looking for more than just a loud personality. Katsuki insisted that if he had scared a pro, it only meant they were weak. Momo, with a small smile, congratulated Todoroki, who attributed the offers to his father's influence. Wanda encouraged him not to downplay his abilities, believing his talents played a significant role. Achiko excitedly shook Ida, expressing their popularity, which brought some lightness to the atmosphere. Izuku, however, felt downcast as he had not received any offers. Aizawa reassured everyone that they would all be interning with professionals, even those without offers. Izuku was relieved to hear this. Aizawa emphasized the importance of observing pros in action, stating it would be beneficial for their growth. Sato reminded everyone that they needed hero names, which added a sense of excitement to the room. Aizawa warned them that these names would likely be temporary but should be taken seriously. As the door opened, Midnight entered the classroom, reminding them that their choices today could become their lifelong codenames. She warned them to be cautious, or they might end up with something embarrassing. The students greeted her enthusiastically. Aizawa acknowledged Midnight's point, explaining that she would have final approval over their names, as it was not his area of expertise. He highlighted the significance of a hero name in shaping their identity and how it reflects the kind of hero they aspire to be, using All Might as an example. The students were given whiteboards to write down their names and present them. Aoyama went first, dramatically announcing his name, the Shining Hero. I cannot stop twinkling. The students were bewildered, and Midnight suggested some corrections to make it more concise. Aoyama appreciated her input, though some students questioned his authenticity. Mina eagerly volunteered next, presenting her name, Alien Queen, but Midnight quickly dismissed it, comparing it to a monstrous creature. Tsuyu then stepped up, sharing her long-considered name, Rainy Season Hero, Froppy. Midnight praised her choice, stating it was approachable and would resonate with everyone. This encouraged the others, and they began to chant Froppy's name. As more students presented their names, some were creative while others resembled existing heroes. Robbie introduced his name, the Hellfire Hero, Ghost Rider. Midnight noted the association with a vigilante but approved it after Robbie explained his intentions. Katsuki then presented his name, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, but Arcturus pointed out that including murder was inappropriate for a hero name. Midnight agreed, prompting a heated exchange between Katsuki and Arcturus, with Kirishima and Wanda suggesting alternative names. Achiko confidently announced her name, Uravity, which Midnight loved, and the class applauded. Wanda followed with the magic hero, Crimson Sorceress, which Midnight deemed a fitting choice. As the process continued, Izuku approached the front, surprising everyone with his choice. He explained how his feelings about his name had changed, declaring Deku as his codename. While some were taken aback, his friends smiled in support. Ida hesitated but ultimately presented his name. Arcturus then shared his choice, the Sonic Speed Hero, Lightning, which Midnight approved, recognizing the connection to his mother's legacy. Katsuki made another attempt with Lord 𝐴𝐿, but Arcturus pointed out the similarity to his previous name, leading to more playful banter. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Cynthia discovered an intriguing offer for both Arc and Izuku, which startled All Might. Back in Class 1A, Aizawa announced that the next step would be to choose their internships, which would last for a week, and they needed to decide where to go. Those on the board could choose from any of the recommendations while everyone else would select from a different list. Around 40 agencies had agreed to take the class in as interns, each revolving around different hero functions like rescue and undercover work. They needed to think carefully about where they wanted to go. Kirishima expressed his longing to fight crime and bad guys in a big city. Tsuyu hoped to intern somewhere with a lot of flooding or perhaps a lake. Aizawa reminded them to turn in their choices before the weekend, prompting Zero to realize they only had 2 days left. Once the teachers left, the students were left to make their selections. Some struggled with their choices while others figured it out quickly. Mina asked if anyone had decided on a pro agency, and Mineta eagerly declared 𝗀𝗡𝐿ady as his top choice. Tsuyu questioned him, suspecting his motives, while Arcturus teased Mineta about his awkwardness. Mina noted how far she had come, surprised she hadn't received any offers, while Arcturus mentioned he had many options to consider. Achiko revealed she had made her choice, surprising Mina and Ojiro. She had chosen the agency run by the battle hero, Gunhead. Izuku expressed concern about her choice, but Achiko was confident, having received an offer. Arcturus acknowledged her decision, noting it was a smart way to gain a different perspective. As the afternoon rolled around, Wanda shared that she had made her choice, while Arcturus was still narrowing down his options among several top pro heroes. Izuku complimented his choices, and Achiko invited everyone to walk home together. They noticed Ida had already left, and Izuku speculated he had decided on his internship. Wanda pointed out that Ida had been off all day, and Arcturus hoped he would be okay. As Arcturus opened the door, he was greeted by All Might, who appeared in a hurry. He asked Izuku and Arcturus to follow him somewhere private, where he revealed they had received an offer from a hero named 𝗀𝗚𝐺, who had been his homeroom teacher. All Might suspected that 𝗀𝗚𝐺 wanted to help pass on the teachings to Arcturus, as he had also mentored his mother. Izuku was excited about the opportunity, while Arcturus wondered why he had been chosen. All Might shared his concerns about 𝗀𝗚𝐺's motivations, revealing his own unease about the situation. Afterward, the group met up with the girls and prepared to head home. Ida had already left, which worried Arcturus. He recalled the news about Ida's brother, who had been attacked in Hosu City by a notorious villain known as the Hero Killer, 𝗀𝗡. Ida had taken an internship in the same city, but neither Izuku nor Arcturus felt comfortable asking him about it, as he had been avoiding the topic. A few days later, everyone gathered at the train station with their hero costumes. Aizawa reminded them not to wear their costumes in public yet and to take care of them. Mina responded enthusiastically, prompting Aizawa to correct her. As they prepared to depart, Arcturus, Wanda, Izuku, and Achiko approached Ida. Arcturus offered support, encouraging him to talk about anything bothering him, with the others agreeing. Ida turned around and smiled, a smile that reminded Arcturus of the one he and Wanda had shared after their parents died. In that moment, Arcturus realized he should have tried harder to understand Ida's feelings, a regret that would linger in the days to come. After getting off the train, Arc and Izuku walked to their internship. Izuku mentioned that he had never heard of 𝗀𝗚𝐺 before, to which Arc speculated that he must be an underground hero to avoid the media. Izuku expressed his belief that 𝗀𝗚𝐺 would be incredible. They soon arrived at a building that appeared to be in need of maintenance. Arc questioned if this was the right place, and Izuku confirmed it according to the address. They knocked on the door and entered. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, while Arc introduced himself as Arcturus Farron, both from UA High School. Suddenly, they were startled to see a small old man in a yellow and white suit lying face down on the ground. The sight shocked the boys, and Arc exclaimed in surprise. Izuku was taken aback, thinking the man was dead, but the old man looked up and declared that he was alive, causing both boys to scream in astonishment. The old man, 𝗀𝗚𝐺, got up and turned on the lights, explaining that he had tripped while carrying a plate of sausages covered in ketchup. He asked for their names again, and Arc had to resist the urge to facepalm. The old man seemed a bit senile, and as he sat down, he expressed a longing for food. Izuku asked what he meant, and 𝗀𝗚𝐺 called out for Toshinori, leading Arc to clarify that neither of them was Toshinori, pointing out their names instead. 𝗀𝗚𝐺 stared blankly at them, prompting Arc to suggest they make a quick phone call. They stepped outside, and Izuku whispered to Arc that they should inform All Might about 𝗀𝗚𝐺's condition. Arc agreed, noting that the old man seemed a bit out of sorts. Suddenly, they heard something clicking and turned to see 𝗀𝗚𝐺 rummaging through their suitcases. Arc protested, demanding to know what he was doing. 𝗀𝗚𝐺 then suggested that one of them should try using a one-for-all smash while the other ran at super speed, claiming he wanted to see how far they had come with their powers. His tone shifted, capturing their attention. 𝗀𝗚𝐺 then asked what they were doing there, and a voice from the back of the room chimed in, indicating that the boys were a bit slow. Surprised, they looked up to see another man with tan skin, red and black spiked hair, and dressed in a black leather jacket. The new man remarked that 𝗀𝗚𝐺 had been slow at their age as well. Izuku explained that they were there to get stronger, particularly to learn how to control one for all, especially since they were unsure how much time All Might had left. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and the new man exchanged glances, and 𝗏𝗏 pointed out that if they were just going to waste their time, there was no reason for them to stay. The new man, who introduced himself as Shadow, mentioned that he had been called by 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to help train them, as a way of repaying 𝗏𝗏's father. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 expressed his frustration at how they had been using their quirks, indicating that they needed proper training. He instructed them to hurry and get into their costumes. With determined smiles, 𝗏𝗏 and Izuku agreed that they were ready to begin. After a short time, the boys changed into their costumes. Izuku's outfit had undergone a redesign, now featuring new gloves, pads, accessories, and a face mask. 𝗏𝗏 complimented the new look, noting it seemed more protective than the previous version. Izuku thanked him and turned to the teachers, ready to start. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 instructed him to show them a smash, but Izuku hesitated, worried about using the suit for the first time in such a small space. 𝗏𝗏 encouraged him, suggesting he was underestimating their teachers, especially since 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had taught all might. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 agreed with 𝗏𝗏 and instructed Shadow to begin training Izuku. Shadow smirked and suggested they go for a run. In a split second, 𝗏𝗏 blocked a strike from Shadow, which sent him skidding out of the building. Regaining his balance, 𝗏𝗏's body sparked with electricity as the speedsters took off, running in two streams of lightning. 𝗏𝗏 was engaged in his usual training run, while Shadow seemed to glide effortlessly, his feet barely touching the ground. Shadow acknowledged 𝗏𝗏's recovery time, noting that most individuals wouldn't even have the chance to block the first strike. 𝗏𝗏's mother had always taught him to be prepared for anything, and Shadow challenged him to see how well that preparation would serve him. As they exchanged strikes and dodged each other, Shadow suddenly vanished, catching 𝗏𝗏 off guard. Just then, 𝗏𝗏 felt a sharp kick to his face, sending him sprawling as Shadow reappeared, seizing him by the face and slamming him to the ground. 𝗏𝗏 was bewildered, questioning how Shadow managed such feats. Shadow explained that while their quirks were similar, he had more surprises up his sleeve. Present Mike introduced Shadow, the military hero Adrian Ichikawa, whose quirk, chaotic power, granted him speed that surpassed 𝗏𝗏's speed force, enhanced by his military training and specialized gear, including his unique roller skating sneakers. Shadow briefly explained to the audience that they were air shoes. 𝗏𝗏 attempted a spin kick, and the two resumed their chase through the city, with Shadow consistently outpacing him. 𝗏𝗏's thoughts raced as he realized Shadow was indeed faster, and he struggled to find an opportunity to strike. After a series of exchanges, 𝗏𝗏 finally spotted an opening and seized it, only to have his fist pass right through Shadow, leaving him stunned. Shadow smirked, acknowledging 𝗏𝗏's effort but revealing it was a nice try. Taking advantage of 𝗏𝗏's distraction, Shadow swiftly grabbed him and dashed back to 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's location, using 𝗏𝗏 as a shield against Izuku's charged punch aimed at 𝗀𝗨, resulting in 𝗏𝗏 taking the hit instead. Both he and 𝗀𝗨 then managed to bring the boys down, leading to their defeat. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝗡𝐨𝐫 remarked on 𝗏𝗏's stiffness and the discord in his mind, attributing his loss to those factors and inviting Shadow to share his thoughts. Shadow concurred, noting that while 𝗏𝗏 had power, he was limiting himself. Izuku expressed his frustration at not landing the punch, prompting 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝗡𝐨𝐫 to advise him on the importance of adapting to his quirk and overcoming the shackles of his admiration for all might. He emphasized the urgency of strengthening himself, as real villains wouldn't wait for him to reach his full potential. Shadow then turned to 𝗏𝗏, explaining that while he had the basics of being a speedster, there were more advanced techniques he could learn. 𝗏𝗏 was curious about Shadow's disappearing act during their fight and how his punch had gone right through him. Shadow clarified that he hadn't exactly disappeared and hinted at teaching 𝗏𝗏 the skill behind it later. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝗡𝐨𝐫 suggested they take a break for food while the boys contemplated their mentor's words. Later, on a rooftop, 𝗏𝗏 and Shadow prepared for more training. 𝗏𝗏 sought to learn more about Shadow's past and his connection to his parents. Shadow revealed that he had been a student of 𝗏𝗏's parents, with Nightfall teaching him combat and Lightning helping him understand his quirk. He felt indebted to them and saw helping 𝗏𝗏 as a way to repay that debt. 𝗏𝗏 reflected on the guardian units of nations 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, a group of heroes working for the government, often undertaking difficult missions that others avoided. Shadow then shifted the focus back to training, introducing a move called phasing. He demonstrated how he could vibrate his molecules to pass through solid objects, showcasing his arm moving through a block of wood without causing any damage. 𝐻𝐼 was amazed by this ability, and 𝗏𝗏 explained that it could also be used strategically against opponents. He warned 𝐻𝐼 that while it could be a powerful weapon, it required careful control, as stopping too soon could have dire consequences. 𝐻𝐼 was taken aback by the potential lethality of the move but understood the importance of 𝗚𝗏𝗡𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 instructed 𝐻𝐼 to practice by running around the roof to build speed and then attempting to phase through the block. 𝐻𝐼, determined, began charging up his body, surrounded by blue lightning. After several attempts, he repeatedly collided with the block, falling to the ground each time. 𝗏𝗏 encouraged him to keep trying, emphasizing that he needed to improve his speed. Arcturus groaned in frustration as he got up, determined to try again, but he faced the same results. The next day arrived and the boys appeared banged up, with Izuku looking exhausted and Arcturus sporting a bandage on his nose. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 noticed their condition and inquired about what had happened. Izuku explained that he had been training alone the previous day and had pushed himself too hard. Arcturus added that 𝗏𝗏 had attempted to teach him a new move, but he ended up with a broken nose instead. 𝗏𝗏 reassured them that it would heal quickly. Izuku turned to 𝗀𝐻𝐿, expressing his frustration about not being able to implement the advice he had received, acknowledging that he still had a long way to go. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 reminded them that it was their first attempt, which was to be expected. He noted that All Might had been able to use One for All right away, while Claire hadn't been as fast as her son, so he had taught them differently. He mentioned that All Might had the physicality to support his training, which made a difference. Curious, Izuku asked if 𝗀𝐻𝐿 had taught both Lightning and All Might simultaneously, wanting to know what they were like. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 reflected on their training, which had been all about combat, making the boys nervous as they understood why All Might seemed intimidated when discussing his teacher. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 revealed that he had been entrusted with their training by an old friend who had passed away years ago. Just as Izuku was about to ask more, the doorbell rang, distracting them from the topic. They discovered a WhatIf had arrived, and upon opening the box, they found a microwave. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 explained that his had broken the previous day, prompting him to buy a new one. Arcturus expressed disbelief, while Izuku internally questioned if 𝗀𝐻𝐿 was serious. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 suggested they heat up some frozen food he had purchased, but 𝗏𝗏 pointed out that all he had bought were desserts. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 shrugged, claiming he enjoyed the finer things in life. 𝗏𝗏 shook his head and dashed out to grab tall plates of food. Arcturus congratulated 𝗏𝗏 on his engagement, and soon the microwave beeped. Izuku placed 2 plates of pastries inside, but when 𝗀𝐻𝐿 took a bite, he discovered they were still frozen. Izuku protested, insisting he had followed the instructions, but 𝗀𝐻𝐿 scolded him for using a large plate that prevented the food from heating evenly. Arcturus commented on 𝗀𝐻𝐿's passion for taiyaki, to which Izuku retorted about Arcturus's enthusiasm for bread and cannolis. Arcturus narrowed his eyes, warning Izuku not to start again. Suddenly, Izuku had an epiphany. He gasped and excitedly shared his realization with 𝗀𝐻𝐿, Arcturus, and 𝗏𝗏, holding up a taiyaki. He compared the frozen pastry to himself, explaining that he had only been summoning One for All when he needed it, like flipping SW. He realized that this approach slowed his reaction time. As he spoke, his body began to glow with red veins, and soon green electricity charged around him. Izuku concluded that he needed to keep the power active at all times, imagining the energy spreading throughout his entire body. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 smirked, pleased that Izuku had figured it out quickly. Arcturus praised his friend, noting that his speed was also distributed throughout his body, not just in his legs. 𝗏𝗏 remarked that using a pastry as a visualization was a bit dull, but Izuku reassured him that he was fine with it, recalling All Might's comment about his egg exploding in the microwave. 𝗀𝐻𝐿 tossed his cane aside and asked if Izuku could move in this energized state. Izuku smiled and agreed to give it a try. Before they began, 𝗏𝗏 suggested that both boys attack them this time. They stood up, and 𝗀𝐻𝐿 set a timer for 3 minutes, challenging the boys to land a hit on both teachers. As they zoomed around the room, creating a strong gust of wind, it seemed like they might not succeed. However, in a brief moment, both 𝐻𝗚𝗧𝗟 and Izuku managed to graze the sides of 𝗀𝗚𝗏 and Shadow's faces. Izuku expressed his exhaustion, realizing he still had much to work on. 𝗻𝗚𝗧𝗟 encouraged him, assuring him that with practice, he would improve. 𝗀𝗚𝗏 praised their efforts, noting that they had successfully attacked him while he was momentarily off guard, indicating that they had spent time strategizing. Shadow acknowledged their growth since yesterday, emphasizing that this was just the beginning of using One for All and Speed Force in this way. He instructed Izuku to practice channeling his quirk throughout his body until he could activate it instinctively, while advising 𝗻𝗚𝗏 to keep honing his phasing ability. Before they could continue, 𝗀𝗚𝗏 noticed the pastries on the floor and exclaimed in distress that they were ruined. 𝗻𝗚𝗏 quickly volunteered to get more, rushing out to clean up the mess. He returned with a fresh box of taiyaki, and while it may not have seemed like much, this small victory represented significant progress in their training. Both 𝗻𝗚𝗏 and Izuku were on the right path to becoming great heroes. Izuku was improving at channeling his quirk throughout his body at 5%, but he needed to get faster at triggering it. 𝗻𝗚𝗏 was getting closer to phasing but still struggled to get his entire body to do it. As a compromise, Shadow advised him to practice with an arm first before attempting the whole body. They were in another sparring session that ended with the boys feeling defeated. 𝗀𝗚𝗏 sighed and suggested they switch up the training, explaining that if they became too accustomed to fighting against their distinct tactics or each other, they might develop some undesirable habits. Shadow agreed, and 𝗻𝗏 questioned what habits they could possibly develop, insisting they were just trying to keep up. Izuku expressed frustration, urging for more fighting opportunities. 𝗀𝗚𝗏 firmly stated they were done for the day, and Shadow instructed the boys to get into their costumes because they were heading out to start phase. As they suited up, 𝗀𝗚𝗏 warned them to be ready for a real challenge, revealing they were going out to confront villains. Izuku was taken aback, questioning the suddenness of it all. Shadow explained that if they only fought their instructors, they would be unprepared for opponents with different styles. 𝗀𝗚𝗏 emphasized that this was an internship, so they shouldn't be surprised. 𝗻𝗏 admitted he had almost forgotten about that, while Izuku expressed a longing for more time to prepare. 𝗻𝗏 reminded him of their previous combat experience at the USJ, suggesting that field experience would help them grow. Izuku shot him a glare, still upset about their swimming lesson. 𝗀𝗚𝗏 acknowledged 𝗻𝗏's point, assuring them they would be fine and that they weren't targeting anyone too dangerous. He called a taxi, and they headed to the train station. 𝗀𝗚𝗏 explained that the low population in their area meant a low crime rate, which is why hero agencies were more prevalent in urban areas. In Shibuya, with its higher population density, they would find plenty of small conflicts to resolve. Izuku expressed concern about whether his hero costume was fashionable enough, but 𝗀𝗚𝗏 reassured him that their costumes signified their status as heroes, and they should be proud to wear them. Shadow noted that as students, they couldn't wear their costumes freely. 𝗻𝗏 asked if they were taking the bullet train to Shinjuku, and Shadow confirmed it. 𝗻𝗏 thought about Iida, wondering how he was doing in Hosu City, and decided to message him. As night fell, the four were on the train. 𝗻𝗏 questioned why they had chosen the late-night run, and Shadow explained that more skirmishes occurred during that time, providing them with more opportunities. Izuku pulled out his phone, noticing that Iida had read his message but hadn't replied, which was unusual for him. Concerned, they discussed the recent news of a building explosion in the distance when the train intercom announced a temporary stop. Suddenly, a figure crashed through the train wall, and as it struggled to rise, a green creature that looked familiar to the boys appeared. Izuku recognized it as a Nomu, while 𝗻𝗏 was shocked to see another one. 𝗀𝗚𝗏 instructed them to stay back and directed Shadow to keep them safe. Acting swiftly, 𝗀𝗚𝗏 zoomed around, kicking the Nomu away and dashing out of the train with it. Izuku called out to 𝗀𝗚𝗏 as he, 𝗻𝗏, and Shadow peered out at the chaos unfolding in the city, where flames were visible. 𝗻𝗏 questioned what was happening, and just then, Shadow's communicator buzzed with an urgent message from HQ, reporting multiple attacks by unknown hostiles in their area. Pros were on the scene but were struggling against the villains, prompting a request for immediate backup. Shadow acknowledged the situation and informed the boys that their training phase had begun. They all responded with determination, and Izuku charged up his quirk, ready to assist. Though Arc and Shadow weren't as fast yet, they maintained a good pace together. Izuku noted that the 𝗰𝐽𝐻 they encountered was different from the others, while Arc speculated whether they were related or part of a gang. Shadow suggested they were likely lab experiments due to their mutations. He then instructed the boys to help evacuate people while he assisted the pros in dealing with the threats. Izuku clarified that they were to arrest the villains if possible, to which Shadow replied that he would handle it if not. They arrived at one of the explosion sites and were taken aback by the sight of multiple 𝗰𝐽𝐻 battling against the pros. Arc was shocked by the sheer number of them, and Shadow prepared to take action. In a flash of blue, he vanished and reappeared above one of the 𝗰𝐽𝐻, delivering a powerful kick. He continued to move with agility, striking down the creatures with precision. Finally, he charged his hand and unleashed a powerful attack that obliterated several 𝗰𝐽𝐻. Izuku and Arc watched in awe, realizing Shadow's teleportation was a significant advantage. As the pros struggled against the overwhelming number of 𝗰𝐽𝐻, one of them, Manuel, expressed frustration over Ida's absence, worrying about his safety. The boys exchanged glances, knowing Ida would never abandon his post without informing his instructor. Then, the gears in their heads began turning, and their eyes widened at the realization of what this might mean. Both of them took off running. Izuku expressed his concern about Ida going after the hero killer alone, regretting not encouraging him to be more cautious. 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐻 agreed, emphasizing the urgency of finding Ida before it was too late. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, Shigaraki and Kurohige observed the chaos below. Shigaraki remarked on how the 𝗰𝐽𝐻 served as excellent distractions, while Kurohige questioned his lack of involvement in the fight. Shigaraki, still nursing injuries, explained that he had brought the 𝗰𝐽𝐻 as a backup plan. Their conversation was interrupted by a mysterious figure who floated down to them, warning them not to underestimate 𝗏's influence on people's minds. The figure clarified that they were not there to interfere but had their own agenda, dismissing the League of Villains and expressing a longing to fix the world. Back with Izuku and 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐻, they were running and scanning the area. Lightning asked Izuku where a serial killer might hide, to which Izuku recalled that the killings occurred in dark, secluded places. They concluded that 𝗏 must be lurking in a back alley. Miraculously, they spotted a man fitting 𝗏's description, and to their surprise, Ida was there as well. Without hesitation, they rushed in to confront 𝗏. Lightning noted that Izuku's hunch had been correct. 𝗏 skidded back but held his ground as Ida recognized his friends. Izuku reassured Ida that they were there to save him, explaining how they had deduced his location from reports of the hero killer's previous attacks. Lightning urged Ida to stand up and escape, but Ida revealed he was paralyzed due to 𝗏's quirk. The boys realized that 𝗏's ability activated upon drawing BL. Ida implored them not to get involved, insisting it was not their fight. 𝗏 acknowledged their arrival but stated he had a duty to eliminate Ida and the pro-hero. The boys felt a chill from 𝗏's intense gaze, which was unlike any villain they had faced before. 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐻 quickly sent their location to their classmates, realizing they should have informed a pro-hero or Shadow about the situation. Ida continued to plead with them to leave, but Izuku challenged him, questioning why he wanted to be a hero if he believed it had nothing to do with them. As they prepared to fight, they echoed All Might's words about the essence of being a hero. 𝗏 was taken aback by their conviction, and with a surge of energy, the boys charged in. 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐻, being faster, dodged past 𝗏 to move Ida out of harm's way, while Izuku evaded a sword strike and aimed for an overhead attack. He executed a powerful blow, feeling a surge of confidence. However, 𝗏 grinned and liked his blade, causing Izuku to feel a sudden paralysis. Lightning noticed the small cut on Izuku's arm and realized what had happened. 𝗏 taunted Izuku, explaining that he was not powerful enough to predict his movements. He acknowledged Izuku's potential but criticized the false heroes who sought fame and fortune, declaring they must be purged to reveal those worthy of being true heroes. As the battle intensified, 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐻 engaged 𝗏, dodging multiple strikes while attempting to land hits. He recognized 𝗏's speed and resilience, contemplating his next move. He considered using a sonic punch but realized the obstacles around him would hinder its effectiveness. Instead, he focused on phasing through the attacks. Just as he concentrated, 𝐶𝐻 managed to pin 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Just as 𝗏 reaches out, 𝐬𝐮 licks the BLD, causing 𝗏 to freeze. Deku shouts for lightning to stop, while Iida calls out to 𝐻𝐻. 𝐬𝐮 attempts to grab 𝗏's mask but instead locks eyes with him, as if peering into his very soul. 𝐬𝐮 remarks on the chaos within 𝗏, acknowledging his potential to be a hero like Deku. However, he senses something deeper, a conflict within 𝗏 that leaves him in a state of limbo. 𝐬𝐮 warns that 𝗏 must choose his path before 𝐬𝐮 decides his fate, but for now he allows him to live. 𝐬𝐮 then turns his attention to Iida, raising his blade high. Ignoring Deku's pleas to stop, he prepares to strike. Iida's fear is palpable as the boys struggle to move, paralyzed by 𝐬𝐮's influence. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine interrupts the tension, and flames erupt from the wheels as a Dodge Charger skids to a halt at the entrance. Two figures emerge, Todoroki and Robbie, now clad in new costumes with their flames ignited. 𝗏𝗱 chastises 𝗏 for not providing enough information, expressing concern that they almost arrived too late. Iida is surprised to see both Todoroki and Reyes, while Izuku questions how they got there, noting Todoroki's use of his left side. Ghost Rider explains that he was passing by when he received the message and picked up Todoroki. 𝗏𝗱 urges 𝗏 to communicate more clearly next time, recognizing that he is not one to send cryptic messages without reason. Using his ice quirk, Todoroki frees the immobilized heroes, stating that they assumed 𝗏 was in trouble and needed help. Ghost Rider reassures them that the pros are on their way and that they should rest while he and Todoroki handle the situation. As they unleash their flames and chains, 𝐬𝐮 skillfully dodges their attacks. He acknowledges Ghost Rider, expressing admiration for someone who shares his ideals, even if Ghost Rider is not like his predecessor. Ghost Rider points at 𝐬𝐮, declaring him guilty. 𝗏𝗱 confirms 𝐬𝐮's reputation as the hero killer, vowing that he will not take any more lives. Lightning warns them not to let 𝐬𝐮 taste their BLD, as he can control their actions through it. 𝗏𝗱 realizes that 𝐬𝐮 ingests BLD to immobilize his victims, explaining that he must keep his distance. Just then, a knife grazes 𝗏𝗱's cheek, and 𝐬𝐮 taunts him about his friends. Ghost Rider retaliates with a fiery punch, sending 𝐬𝐮 back. 𝐬𝐮 attempts to strike Robbie, but his blade melts upon contact. Ghost Rider reminds 𝐬𝐮 that there is no BLD to taste when facing a flaming skeleton, which frustrates 𝐬𝐮. Todoroki and Robbie launch their ice and fire attacks while Iida questions why they are intervening, insisting that the fight is his alone as he inherited his brother's name. 𝗏𝗱 remarks on Iida's transformation, sensing a darker side within him. Ghost Rider advises Iida to leave the longing for vengeance to him, as it doesn't suit a Boy Scout. As 𝐬𝐮 recovers, he exploits a gap in their defenses, reminding them of their rookie mistake. Ghost Rider responds by throwing one of his chains, ensnaring 𝐬𝐮 and dragging him along the side of the building. At that moment, 𝗏 and Izuku regain their mobility and deliver a powerful double punch to 𝐬𝐮. 𝗏𝗱 realizes they have a time limit, while Ghost Rider notes that he still cannot move. 𝐬𝐮 breaks free again, and Todoroki uses ice to allow Izuku and 𝗏 to regroup. Deku explains that 𝐬𝐮's ability to freeze people is linked to his BLD consumption, speculating on the reasons for their earlier release. 𝐬𝐮 narrows his eyes at their deductions, prompting 𝗏 to connect the dots. Lightning confirms their theory about their BLD type being O-type, which weakens 𝐬𝐮's quirk. 𝐬𝐮 smiles, acknowledging their cleverness. Ghost Rider asserts that understanding 𝐬𝐮's quirk is irrelevant, all he needs to do is look into 𝐬𝐮's eyes. 4. Heroes stand ready for the next move when a sudden sound catches their attention. Deku wonders if it's a jet, but Lightning doubts it. Suddenly, something lands before them, revealing a large robot that shocks everyone, including 𝐬𝐮. 𝐬𝐮 expresses disbelief that someone managed to acquire one of those machines. Deku is equally astonished, recognizing it as a sentinel. Arcturus's voice explains the history of sentinels, weapons created to hunt down quirk users during a time of fear and prejudice. Though the project was eventually shut down, remnants still haunt the present. The group realizes they must now face not only the hero killer but also this formidable machine. The Sentinel announces its intent to terminate quirk users on sight, its arm transforming into a minigun that opens fire on the group. Everyone takes cover, with Todoroki acting an ice wall to shield them from the barrage. 𝐮𝐴 growls in frustration at the robot, declaring it a threat that must be dealt with. He presents the group with a choice: fight the Sentinel or him. Lightning reluctantly agrees, acknowledging the danger the Sentinel poses. Shoto argues that capturing the hero killer might be their only chance, especially with the pros still unaccounted for. As more shots are fired, Robbie whistles, and his dodge charger speeds through the Sentinel, causing it to lose balance and stop shooting. With the distraction, 𝐮𝐴 lunged forward, but Iida intercepted him with a powerful front kick. Deku acknowledged Iida's return, while Shoto remarked on the limitations of 𝐮𝐴's quirk. Lightning welcomed 𝐼n𝐺inium back, but 𝐼n𝐺inium insisted that this situation had nothing to do with his friends and apologized. Lightning urged him not to start that conversation again, and 𝐼n𝐺inium reassured them that he was fine and wouldn't allow them to fight for him any longer. 𝐮𝐴, fueled by anger, declared that pretending to be a hero wouldn't change a person's true nature. He accused 𝐼n𝐺inium of being a fraud who had tainted the name of heroism, insisting that someone needed to teach him a lesson. Ghost Rider countered 𝐮𝐴's claims, pointing out that he was merely a psychopath who thrived on the thrill of violence. He stated that 𝐮𝐴 was a poison to society, unworthy of being killed by All Might. Furious, 𝐮𝐴 charged at them, but Robbie and Todoroki unleashed blasts of fire to deter him. Meanwhile, the Sentinel began to rise again. A pro-hero warned the group of the machine's revival, prompting Deku to ask for a plan. 𝐼n𝐺inium suggested they divide and conquer, urging Farron and Reyes to hold off the Sentinel until the professionals arrived, while the rest would handle 𝐮𝐴. Despite Lightning's concerns, 𝐼n𝐺inium's determination reassured them, and they agreed to his plan. As they faced the Sentinel, it detected their quirks and prepared to attack. The two students dodged its shots while rushing in. Lightning recalled that the Sentinel was weakest from the inside, and Ghost Rider noted that it couldn't withstand heavy attacks. They launched powerful strikes, but the machine's durable armor and quick reflexes made progress difficult. Robbie slashed at it repeatedly while Arc circled around to deliver rapid punches. Arc realized that their current strategy wasn't effective against the old machine's high durability. He needed a clear shot to break through. Lightning instructed Ghost Rider to hold the Sentinel in place while he attempted something risky. Without elaborating, Arc sprinted away to gather momentum. He focused on the adrenaline coursing through him and prepared for a decisive move. As he charged back toward the Sentinel, it fired at him, but Robbie threw chains to restrain it. Arc dodged the shots and leaped into the air, preparing to strike. At the last moment he vibrated his body, phasing through the robot's torso. The resulting sonic boom caused the back of the Sentinel to explode, sending Arc shooting out. He celebrated his success, but his relief was short-lived when he noticed the machine was still operational. Ghost Rider called out to him just as the Sentinel attempted to detect them again. Suddenly, a barrage of energy spears struck the Sentinel, and the boys turned to see Shadow approaching. Shadow instructed them to stay back while he finished the job. The Sentinel, now heavily damaged, tried to fire again, but Shadow swiftly maneuvered around the nearby buildings, striking the robot with precision. In a matter of moments, he completely dismantled the Sentinel. Ghost Rider praised Shadow's impressive skills, but Lightning's gratitude was cut short by the fierce glare Shadow directed at him. Arc and Robbie felt a chill, realizing they had likely angered him by not informing him of their plans. Shadow expressed his frustration, emphasizing that they had put themselves in danger. Earlier, Shadow had been engaged in battle with a Nomu when Endeavor joined him. After defeating the creature, they assessed the damage. Shadow questioned Endeavor's presence, and upon learning about two missing boys, he received an urgent communication about a Type 3 Sentinel sighting. Shocked, he rushed to the location, concerned for his friends. Now, Shadow confronted Arc and the others, demanding to know why they had acted recklessly. Arc took off his mask and apologized, explaining that he had a good reason for their actions. Just then, Izuku, along with Todoroki, Ida, and an unconscious 𝐮𝐸, approached them. As Ghost Rider moved to confront 𝐮𝐸, Shadow intervened, insisting that it wasn't the right time. Reluctantly, Robbie deactivated his quirk, returning to his human form. The professionals arrived and called for an ambulance. As they tended to their injuries, Ida approached his classmates, expressing his remorse for their suffering. He admitted that his anger had clouded his judgment. Izuku empathized, acknowledging Ida's struggles, while Arc admitted they had both failed to support him. Todoroki encouraged Ida to pull himself together, reminding him of his role as class representative. Robbie advised that next time something like this happened, they should communicate and trust each other. He shared from his experience that seeking vengeance rarely ended well. Suddenly, a damaged Nomu entered, grabbing Izuku and shocking everyone, even as it bled. Arcturus called out to Izuku, while Shadow prepared to launch a spear at the creature. Just then, 𝐮𝐸 liked the Nomu's BLD, causing it to freeze momentarily. He swiftly cut Izuku free and dispatched the Nomu, leaving everyone stunned and on edge. 𝐮𝐸 declared that everything he did was to create a stronger society. Shadow demanded that 𝐮𝐸 step away from Izuku, and he, along with Arc, charged forward, joined by Endeavor. 𝗀𝐿 urged them to wait as 𝐮𝐸's mask fell off, revealing a gaze that instilled fear and intimidation in everyone present. 𝐮𝐸 confronted Endeavor, labeling him a false hero, and proclaimed his intent to reclaim the title of hero, challenging anyone to stop him. He expressed that only one man, All Might, was worthy of the title. The atmosphere was thick with tension until it abruptly ceased, leaving 𝐮𝐸 standing still. Silence enveloped the group, and some, including Izuku, were left paralyzed by fear from what they had witnessed. Later, Arcturus reflected on the events, noting that a quirk had not stopped the hero killer. 𝐮𝐸 had suffered serious injuries, with a broken rib piercing his lung, and he had not managed to lick anyone's BLD. In that moment, none of them could muster the courage to confront him. Only the hero killer had any fight left. In an unknown location, a man reviewed footage from the Sentinel, including the aftermath involving 𝐮𝐸. He remarked that even heroes like Endeavor could not defeat 𝐮𝐸, but mere children had done so, which he found embarrassing. A voice from a computer monitor chimed in, suggesting that the Sentinel had also proven ineffective. The man explained that his goal was not to kill the students, though that would have been a bonus. He had collected necessary data. Images of Arc, Izuku, and others at the scene were scanned, confirming that all life data had been successfully copied. He expressed a need for more quirks to analyze, confident that he would soon have the means to reshape the world. The other voice acknowledged his ambition, predicting that heroes would soon be gone, making way for a new world. The scene shifted to a hospital where the boys were recovering from their injuries. They were bandaged up, with Ida's arms in slings. Robbie had escaped serious injury, and thankfully, none had broken bones. Todoroki asked Izuku if he had slept, to which Izuku admitted he had not. Arcturus and Robbie echoed the sentiment, with Robbie explaining that his quirk had been in turmoil for not taking down 𝐮𝐸 himself. Ida reflected on their fight, noting how remarkable it was that they had survived not just against 𝐮𝐸, but also an actual Sentinel. Izuku acknowledged that he had been an easy target, while Arcturus noted that 𝐮𝐸 had chosen not to kill him. Todoroki suggested that 𝐮𝐸 had let them live on purpose and praised Ida for standing tall in the face of danger. Before Ida could respond, the door opened, revealing 𝐻𝐿, Manuel, and Shadow. 𝐻𝐿 greeted the boys, who were surprised to see him. He expressed his frustration but quickly shifted focus, announcing they had a visitor. A man with a dog's head entered, introduced as Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of police from Hosu. Izuku recognized him and the boys attempted to stand, but Kenji urged them to remain seated. Kenji acknowledged the boys as the UA students who had brought down the hero killer and defeated a Sentinel. Robbie inquired about 𝐮𝐸's condition, and Kenji informed them that 𝐮𝐸 had sustained severe burns and broken bones, currently under strict guard in the hospital. He explained that when quirks became the norm, the police force had decided not to use quirks as weapons, leading to the rise of heroes who could act on their behalf. He emphasized that it was against the law for uncertified individuals to use their quirks to cause harm, and he stated that the 5 of them, along with their supervisors, should face severe consequences for their actions. Todoroki, angered, argued that if Ida had not intervened, Native would have been killed, and without the efforts of Farron and Midoriya, both would be dead. He questioned whether they should have just stood by and watched people die. As he approached Kenji, Arc stepped in to calm him down. Izuku urged everyone to remain calm, while Kenji questioned if it was acceptable to break the law if it suited their needs. Arcturus respectfully countered that saving lives was a hero's duty. Kenji pointed out that their actions demonstrated why they were not yet full-fledged heroes and criticized Yue and Endeavor for not teaching them adequately. Todoroki's anger flared again, but Shadow intervened, advising him to hold back. He instructed everyone to listen to the rest of what Kenji had to say. Kenji clarified that his comments represented the official stance of the police department, but any punishment would only be necessary if the incident went public. If it did, they would likely be celebrated by the citizens. There was no way to escape reprimand, but Endeavor had managed to save the day. Staines Burns would support this narrative entirely, allowing them to pretend that one individual wasn't involved. Fortunately, there were very few witnesses, which could mean no punishments would be handed down. However, it also meant that the individual would receive no recognition for their actions. The choice was theirs to make. Personally, the speaker was aware of where they stood. They didn't want to hinder any promising young careers over a mistake like this. Manuel acknowledged the situation, stating that they would need to take responsibility for their negligence as supervisors. Ida approached him and bowed, expressing his regret for not listening. Manuel lightly tapped him on the head, reminding him of the trouble he had caused and instructing him not to repeat the mistake. Ida affirmed his understanding. Izuku, Arcturus, Robbie, and Todoroki also offered their apologies, with Kenji noting that it wasn't fair that they wouldn't enjoy any of the fame and praise they might have otherwise received. He bowed in respect, thanking them as the chief of police. Todoroki remarked that Kenji could have started with that. Izuku managed an uneasy smile, while Arcturus expressed that he didn't care for fame, he just wanted to help. Robbie then inquired about the Sentinel, to which Shadow replied that his workplace had taken care of retrieving the remains. He couldn't disclose the details, but assured them that answers would come in time. None of them had anticipated that they would end up fighting in that back alley, and ultimately, no one else would find out about it. However, the implications of that battle would linger in their minds, even after their wounds had healed. Later, Arc found himself in the waiting area, calling Wanda to inform her of the events. Wanda teased him about being a magnet for bad luck, to which Arc agreed, explaining that everything had happened so quickly that he could only send her the location. Wanda asked how long he would be at the hospital, and Arc replied that it would only be until the end of the day, promising to talk more when he got home. After the call ended, he thought Wanda would likely reach out to Izuku. He then decided to check in on Shuri, explaining the situation to her. Shuri expressed her frustration that their class seemed to be under constant attack. Arc acknowledged her sentiment and then asked how she was coping with the news about her brother. Shuri sighed, explaining that she was still processing it while their mother managed royal duties and the council assisted her. They had just held a ceremony and were taking the week to recover before a significant event next month. Arc confirmed that the joint hosting event with Island would still take place, as her brother's death had not yet been announced. He offered his support if she ever wanted to talk, sharing that he had experience with loss. Shuri appreciated it and promised to see him back at school by the end of the week. After ending the call, Arc noticed Izuku looking shocked and trembling. Arc asked if he was all right, and Izuku stammered that he had just finished talking to Uraraka and Wanda. Arc wished he wouldn't think like that too much. They returned to their room, where Todoroki and Ida informed them of Ida's test results, revealing that his left arm had sustained severe damage. Ida explained that both of his arms were injured, but the damage to his left arm was particularly serious, affecting his ability to move his fingers and causing numbness. He mentioned that there was a chance it could be healed with nerve transplant surgery. Reflecting on his encounter with the hero killer, Ida admitted that he had lost his rational thinking and let his anger take over. He expressed, his hatred for the villain, but acknowledged that there was some truth in what he had said. Until he could call himself a true hero, he decided to leave his left hand as it was. Todoroki questioned if Ida was sure about that, but Izuku hesitated to speak up, not wanting to shift the focus onto himself. Ida then turned to Arc, asking about his parents. Arc didn't respond immediately, looking away as Izuku felt saddened, knowing how sensitive Arc was about the topic. Ida apologized for intruding, but Arc finally spoke, revealing that he didn't know what had happened. He recalled the day his father had come home crying 5 years ago to tell him and Wanda about their mother, and a similar incident last year when his adoptive mothers informed them about their father. They had only been told that their parents had gone on missions that ended badly. Ida asked if he thought villains were responsible, to which Arc affirmed that he knew they were. Ida then inquired if Arc wanted revenge for their deaths. Arc reflected on his feelings after his mother died, admitting that he had been consumed by anger and had vowed to take down the one responsible when he became a hero. However, over time, that longing for revenge transformed into a need for justice, so that no one else would endure the same pain. He shared that he had nearly succumbed to that anger again after his father's death, but the support of his friends helped him find his way back. Ida listened in shock but began to understand. Robbie then spoke up, relating to the pain of seeing his brother hurt. Izuku confirmed that Robbie was referring to his younger brother, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Robbie shared that although 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 was recovering, the news of his inability to walk had filled him with anger and a longing for revenge. He admitted that he had pursued that vengeance, but it hadn't made things better. His brother still faced challenges, and he was left with a quirk that craved vengeance. He urged Ida to cherish the friends who offered support, sharing that he hadn't had that and it had affected him deeply. Arcturus suggested that they all grow stronger together, extending his fist in a gesture of camaraderie. Todoroki looked around at his friends, his expression turning somber. He reflected on his past experiences, feeling a sense of guilt. Izuku noticed and asked what was bothering him. Todoroki glanced at his hand and expressed his concern that whenever he was involved, someone ended up hurt. He questioned if there was something wrong with him, wondering if he was cursed. The others were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Izuku remarked that he didn't know Todoroki had a sense of humor, while Arcturus encouraged him to consider a comedy act. Todoroki insisted he was serious, likening himself to the hand crusher, which only fueled their laughter further, causing Robbie to tumble off his bed in amusement. As the laughter subsided, Arcturus's mind drifted back to a conversation he had with 𝐮𝐰. In his thoughts, he recalled 𝐮𝐰's words about the chaos within him and the need to choose a path before facing dire consequences. He pondered the meaning behind those words and the discord that seemed to reside within him. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Shadow returned home and relaxed in his living room, shedding most of his uniform. He was greeted by a familiar voice from the kitchen, welcoming him home. Adrian responded casually, sharing the challenges he faced with teaching. He mentioned that his license was at risk due to a troublesome student and asked his partner not to inform her father about it. She assured him she wouldn't, though she speculated that he would likely be celebrating his victory over the hero killer. Adrian's thoughts wandered to the image of his father-in-law's face, filled with anger. As he turned, he saw Fuyumi Todoroki, his fiancée, approaching him. She informed him that dinner would be ready soon, and he mentioned seeing Shoto during his day. Fuyumi expressed her concern for her brother, and Adrian reassured her that Shoto seemed to be doing better, thanks to his time at UA. They shared a moment of affection before Adrian received a call from 𝐴𝐿, All Might, and Cynthia. Stepping into a private area, Adrian joined the conversation, which revolved around the implications of the hero killer's actions and the potential influence he could have. 𝐴𝐿 expressed concern about the villain's strategic mind, while All Might shared his worries about the return of a formidable enemy. They discussed the possibility of All for One's resurgence and the need for transparency regarding their pasts, especially concerning the truth about Claire's death. Cynthia hesitated, believing their children were not ready to hear such news, but Adrian insisted it was better for them to learn the truth from their parents rather than elsewhere. As the scene shifted back to 𝐴𝐿's place, the end of the internships had arrived. Izuku, still recovering from injuries, had to stay longer in the hospital, while 𝐻𝗃𝗧 continued to practice his quirk. The boys were saying their goodbyes to Shadow and 𝗀𝗚𝐻𝗃. Izuku expressed gratitude for their brief time together, and 𝗻𝗃𝗧 acknowledged the invaluable training they received. 𝗀𝗚𝐻𝗃, yawning, downplayed their thanks, reminding them that he hadn't been present during the most critical moments. 𝗻𝗃𝗧 countered that their survival against 𝗀𝗡 and the Sentinel was due to the training they had received. Suddenly, 𝗀𝗚𝗃 smacked their feet with his cane, reminding them that they had only survived because 𝗀𝗡 had allowed it. He pointed out that 𝗻𝗃𝗧 was fortunate to have discovered phasing when he did, or he would have faced dire consequences. 𝗀𝗚𝗃 emphasized the importance of channeling their powers and maintaining control, warning Izuku about exceeding his limits. He urged them to remain calm and focused, reminding them that if they aspired to be great heroes like All Might, they still had much to learn. Izuku and 𝗻𝗃𝗧 responded affirmatively to their mentor. Shadow handed Farron a heavy book, explaining that it contained a list of practices for his quirk, organized from easiest to hardest. He advised Farron to master each one before moving on to the next, as the book included detailed descriptions of how they worked. 𝗻𝗃𝗧 expressed his gratitude. 𝗀𝗚𝗃 prepared to leave, but Izuku called out, eager to ask a question that had been on his mind for some time. He noted that despite 𝗀𝗚𝗃's strength and his role in training the #1 hero, he was not widely recognized. He wondered if there was a specific reason for this. 𝗻𝗃𝗧 chimed in, curious about Shadow's lack of fame despite his impressive abilities, including taking down a dangerous weapon. Shadow explained that his work was often kept secret by 𝗀𝗃 for the safety of operatives and their connections. He mentioned that many missions ended in violence, which the public remained unaware of. 𝗀𝗚𝗃 shared that he had never been interested in pursuing a career as a pro hero. He revealed that there was a time in his past when he needed to use his quirk freely, which was the only reason he obtained his license. He suggested that they hear more about it from All Might, who could explain better than he could. The boys acknowledged his advice and expressed their thanks before 𝗀𝗚𝗃 encouraged them to continue working hard. As they prepared to leave, 𝗀𝗚𝗃 called out to them, asking who they were. Izuku hesitated, but 𝗻𝗃𝗧 clarified by stating his hero name, Lightning. Realizing the question was about their hero identities, Izuku proudly declared himself as Deku. 𝗀𝗚𝗃 smiled and went inside, while the boys headed back to the train station. On their way, they heard a car horn and saw Robbie driving by. He offered them a lift, and Izuku climbed into the back seat while 𝗻𝗃𝗧 took the front. Robbie shifted gears and they drove off. 𝗻𝗃𝗧 complimented Robbie on his sweet ride, asking if he had it during the fight. Robbie confirmed it had belonged to his uncle before he took it. Izuku inquired about any damage from the encounter with the Sentinel, to which Robbie confidently replied that it would take more than that to damage the car. Curious, Izuku asked who had instructed Robbie during the fight. Robbie mentioned that someone had helped him control his quirk. 𝗻𝗃𝗧 then asked if that instructor was facing any consequences for the incident. Robbie acknowledged that he was, but added that the instructor seemed unconcerned, casually dismissing the situation. Time passed quickly, and they soon arrived back at UA, heading to class. Their classmates were already there, with Kirishima and Siro laughing at Katsuki, who appeared irritated as his hair was smoothed down. Katsuki demanded they stop laughing, insisting that his hair had become accustomed to its current state and he couldn't fix it. Siro teased him, prompting Katsuki's hair to return to its usual spiky form in his anger. Mina expressed her jealousy at the idea of facing actual villains, while Jiro explained that she had only helped with evacuations and logistical support. Tsuyu shared that she had spent most of her time training and cleaning the ship deck, but mentioned an incident with drag smugglers, which shocked Mina and Jiro. They turned to Achiko, who radiated a powerful aura, and asked about her week. She described it as enlightening, leading Tsuyu to suggest she had found her fighting spirit. Jiro speculated that a battle hero must have inspired her. Wanda mentioned her experience, describing it as a bit strange, while Kaminari remarked on how different she seemed after just 1 week. Mineta, in a terrified tone, warned that all women were demons at heart, hiding their true selves behind pretty faces. Kaminari questioned what mt Lady had done to him, while Wanda reassured them that her internship had been great. The conversation shifted to the recent events involving the hero killer, with 𝗧𝗟𝗃 expressing relief that their classmates had returned safely. Momo and Sato shared their concerns, and Hagakure praised 𝗏𝗏𝗏 for his timely intervention. Todoroki confirmed that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had saved them, while Shuri expressed surprise at the chaos that had unfolded during their absence. Ojiro brought up the news about the hero killer's connection to the League of Villains, which made everyone uneasy. Kaminari mentioned a video of the villain that kept getting taken down but resurfaced online. Ojiro was unaware of the video, while Kaminari described Stain as a tenacious villain, almost cool in a way. Izuku and Arcturus reminded him of the seriousness of the situation, and Ida reassured Kaminari that it was okay to acknowledge the villain's tenacity. People might think he was cool, but instead of helping the world, his beliefs led him to commit acts of violence. No matter his motives, taking lives cannot be justified. To prevent anyone else from suffering like he did, he vowed to strive to be the perfect hero. Izuku was ready to take on the challenge, and Arcturus agreed, feeling motivated. Ida stepped in, announcing that it was time for class to begin, urging everyone to take their seats. Some classmates were a bit annoyed by the interruption, but Arc and Izuku smiled at seeing Ida back to his usual self. A short time later, the class gathered at one of UA's training grounds for a session with All Might. This particular area, Field Gamma, was filled with factories rather than buildings like in Training Ground Beta. All Might arrived with his trademark enthusiasm, welcoming the students back and explaining that they would be conducting a race as part of their hero basic training. He emphasized the importance of applying everything they had learned during their internships to this rescue training. Ida questioned why they weren't at the USJ, but All Might clarified that this was a race, and they needed to prepare for the challenges ahead in the labyrinth of factories. The students would compete in groups of 4, starting from different locations on the outskirts of the model city. All Might would send a distress signal, and their task was to rescue him. He reminded them to minimize property damage, particularly directing his gaze at Katsuki, who was confused by the attention. Wanda pointed out that it was indeed Katsuki's reputation that led to All Might's warning. Mina expressed her confidence that Arc would excel in the race, and Arc thought this would be a great opportunity to practice his phasing ability. All Might signaled the start of the race, and the 4 competitors, Arc, Wanda, Robbie, and Shuri, took off. Shuri leaped energetically, Wanda levitated above the ground, Robbie swung himself with chains, and Arc zipped through the course. The class watched in awe, impressed by Robbie's creativity and Izuku's accurate assessment of Wanda's abilities. As Arc raced ahead, he demonstrated his newfound skill, moving effortlessly through the course. His classmates were amazed, and Katsuki felt a surge of frustration, realizing he had wasted time during his internship. Arc was nearing the finish line when he stumbled slightly while phasing, causing him to trip. He hit the ground but was quickly caught by All Might, who reminded him to be careful. The other students caught up, and All Might praised their improvements since the beginning of the year, encouraging them to keep working hard for their upcoming final exams. Arc felt determined to push himself further, eager to see how the others would react to Izuku's performance. Wanda, curious about his comment, asked how he knew they would be surprised by Izuku, but Arc was just as puzzled about how she had read his thoughts. After the first group finished, they returned to the locker rooms to change out of their costumes. Sato remarked on the tough training, while Aoyama noted how it had made him sweat. Kirishima acknowledged the need to work on his mobility, and Tokoyami suggested improving other skills as well. Kaminari expressed his wish to use his quirk for speed like Arc, prompting Arc to explain his phasing technique, which allowed him to vibrate his molecules and pass through solid objects, although it left him feeling exhausted. Mineta, distracted, began talking about a peephole in the wall leading to the girls' locker room, but Arc quickly intervened, sending him across the room with a light punch, wishing he would be less awkward. Later, the group gathered for class, where Aizawa informed them that summer vacation was approaching but warned them not to get too excited. He revealed they would be training while camping in the woods, which thrilled the students. They eagerly anticipated the fun activities they could enjoy, but Aizawa reminded them that those who did not pass the final exam would face summer school. Kirishima encouraged everyone to do their best, while Katsuki expressed his frustration at the situation. Mineta reminded all the girls to pass the test. Despite knowing the consequences of failure, the class buzzed with excitement, ready to give it their all. At an undisclosed location, a few men monitored screens, one of them connected to medical equipment. One was the mastermind behind the League, another was his doctor, and the third was the architect of the Sentinel. The mastermind mused about the hero killer Stain, surprised he had been captured but pleased that everything else had unfolded as expected. With Stain gaining notoriety, those who wished to cause chaos or sympathized with him would seek out the League of Villains, compelling Tamura Shigaraki to unite new recruits. The doctor suggested that things would progress more swiftly if the mastermind spoke to them directly, agreeing that Shigaraki's impatience could jeopardize their plans. The mastermind chuckled, urging the doctor to hasten his work on his body, assuring him that everything would turn out in their favor. The doctor lamented that they had missed the opportunity to acquire the super regeneration quirk 5 years earlier, noting that while the mastermind's wounds had healed, the quirk could no longer assist him. The mastermind confirmed that the Sentinel was on standby, ready to act once they had a location. Suddenly, the medical equipment shifted, wrapping tightly around the mastermind. Before the doctor could react, he too was restrained. The mastermind made it clear that he had no interest in the brothers' quirk or the plans for Shigaraki, but he claimed Wanda Maximoff as his own. He warned that any harm to her would have dire consequences for the mastermind. Despite the threat, the mastermind merely smiled, acknowledging the determination of his opponent. He agreed to leave Wanda unharmed, releasing both men from their restraints. The mastermind instructed the doctor to inform him promptly when they had the location, emphasizing the importance of timing. The doctor questioned why the mastermind had not chosen the other man as his successor instead of Shigaraki. The mastermind explained that while the man was strong, his age would hinder him from handling the power, even with modifications. However, his strategic mind was invaluable, and the mastermind anticipated the chaos that would ensue once All Might's peace was shattered. Meanwhile, at lunch, the students gathered to eat. Arc finished a large meal and scribbled in his notebook. Achiko suggested he consider entering an eating contest, but Arc preferred running to sitting. Izuku expressed his anxiety about the upcoming practical exam, unsure of what to expect. Ida found it hard to believe they would face anything too outrageous, while Shuri speculated that their luck might lead to a challenging test. Izuku reassured himself that the written exam would cover material from class, so he felt prepared. Achiko questioned whether it would be that straightforward, and Izuku admitted the uncertainty was driving him crazy. Wanda explained that the practical would likely be a comprehensive test of everything they had learned that year, although they had little information beyond that. Achiko noted that it would encompass combat, rescue, and basic training. Arc reminded everyone that staying in shape was just as important as studying. Suddenly, he blocked an elbow aimed at his head from a blonde-haired boy trying to provoke him. The boy, Minoma from Class 1B, taunted them about their encounter with the hero killer, suggesting that Class 1A thrived on attention and trouble. He warned that their actions could endanger others, questioning what kind of villains they might attract. Before he could finish, Kendo, one of his classmates, struck him on the head, knocking him down and catching his tray before it fell. Kendo reprimanded Minoma for his insensitivity, recalling the incident with Ida. Arcturus thanked Kendo, admitting he had been tempted to retaliate himself. Kendo apologized for Minoma's behavior, suggesting he lacked empathy. Robbie chimed in, implying Minoma needed a reality check. Wanda, however, began to feel overwhelmed as the noise around her intensified, causing her distress. Arcturus noticed her discomfort and asked if she was all right. Wanda explained that everything felt louder than usual and decided to visit the nurse's office. Izuku offered to help her, but she insisted she would be fine and left the room, leaving Arc worried about her well-being. As the weekend passed, the students prepared for their practical exam, which they all found challenging yet manageable. They gathered at a new location, dressed in their hero costumes, facing their teachers. Aizawa addressed the class, reminding them that failure was a possibility and urging them to avoid any foolish mistakes if they wanted to attend camp. Why were all the teachers present? Aizawa expected many students had gathered information and believed they had some idea of what they would face that day. Kaminari mentioned they were fighting the large metal robots, while Mina excitedly anticipated fireworks and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫s at camp. Suddenly, Netsu appeared from Aizawa's capture scarf, announcing that this year's tests would be completely different for various reasons. The students were shocked when he explained that the tests would now focus on teamwork and combat against actual people, specifically their esteemed UA teachers. Wanda expressed disbelief, while Robbie cursed in surprise. Achiko was stunned at the thought of fighting the teachers. Aizawa added that partners and opponents had already been chosen based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. He revealed that Yaoyorozu and Todoroki would team up against him, while Robbie and Shuri would face Vlad King. A special team consisting of Farron, Midoriya, Maximoff, and Bakugo would fight against him and his partner. The shock intensified when All Might himself jumped down, declaring he was there to fight. The four students felt a mix of shock and fear at the prospect of facing All Might and Wyvern. All Might urged them to work together if they wanted to win. Izuku and Wanda exchanged nervous glances, while Arcturus and Katsuki glared at each other. In a flashback during a staff meeting, the teachers discussed how to conduct the practical exams. With the recent increase in villain activity, they realized the normal practical wouldn't suffice and wanted to better prepare the students. Aizawa suggested pairing up students based on their relationships. Cynthia questioned whether it was wise for All Might and her to fight Arc, Wanda, Izuku, and Katsuki. Aizawa explained that while Midoriya, Maximoff, and Farron could work with anyone, Bakugo would be the real challenge. He believed Cynthia, as their mentor, would have the best chance to guide them. Cynthia regretted not voicing her concerns, knowing Bakugo's pride could hinder their success and that Arc would likely clash with him. She hoped they would pull through. The rest of the class received their pairs, opponents, and the order in which they would compete. Each team had 30 minutes to complete the test by either capturing the teacher or escaping through the exit gate. To give the students a fighting chance, the teachers wore special weights that added to their physique. One by one, the teams entered to take their tests, with most passing through capture or escape, leaving only 2 teams failing. Now it was time for the final fight with the 4-person team. The announcement for their practical exam began. Arcturus noted the difficulty of fighting 2 teachers and speculated that one would guard the gate while the other engaged them. Izuku agreed, emphasizing that they should avoid combat, especially against All Might. However, Katsuki was already moving ahead, determined to confront the number 1 hero. Wanda questioned his reckless approach, but Katsuki dismissed her concerns, eager to prove himself. Arc intervened, irritated by Katsuki's attitude, and warned him not to underestimate their opponents. Izuku supported Arc's point, reminding Katsuki of the teacher's capabilities even with their weights. In a moment of frustration, Katsuki struck Izuku, who was caught by Wanda before falling. Katsuki insisted he didn't want to hear any more advice, especially from Arc. Arc challenged Katsuki, stating they needed to work together to succeed. Katsuki, angered, insisted he could win on his own. Arc retorted that he wouldn't save him if he got into trouble. Izuku tried to mediate, but Wanda noticed something approaching and warned everyone to move. Too late, they were caught in a powerful gust of wind that sent them flying back, causing damage to the city. All Might approached menacingly, seemingly unconcerned about the destruction. The 4 students were taken aback by his intimidating presence. As the dust settled, All Might stood tall, warning them that if they viewed this as just an exam, they would regret it. He reminded them he was a villain now and that they needed to come at him with everything they had. Wanda urged Arc to head for the gate, knowing he was the fastest. As he began to run, a powerful force threw him back, revealing Cynthia, her eyes and arms transformed. Wyvern warned him that escaping and surviving would be a mistake. Now the 4 were on edge, even Katsuki despite his smile. Arcturus thought to himself that this was why he called it, "The day you almost killed me." Wyvern raised a hand and unleashed a powerful blast of icy wind, creating a blizzard that froze parts of the area and nearly caught the others. Izuku realized she was using Arc's weakness to immobilize them and urged everyone to run. Katsuki, however, was defiant and refused to take orders. Wanda expressed her frustration, warning him not to act recklessly. All Might then leaped toward 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, who raised his arms in preparation. He unleashed a flash from a stun grenade that temporarily blinded everyone, allowing him to charge in. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 challenged All Might, claiming he was ready to give everything he had. Suddenly, Wyvern seized him by the face and released a powerful blast from her palm, sending him crashing to the ground. As 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 gasped for breath, Wyvern looked at him with a malicious intent, reminding him to be grateful that it wasn't deadly venom and warned him about the fight ahead. All Might praised Wyvern's attack, and 𝗏 and Wanda rushed in to join the fray. All Might struck them, sending them crashing into nearby buildings. As they recovered, Wyvern jumped in to unleash more ice attacks, taunting them to try harder. All Might then turned his attention to Izuku, appearing before him in an instant. He questioned Izuku's intentions, challenging him not to abandon his teammates. Izuku felt a wave of fear wash over him, reminiscent of his encounter with Stain. He activated full cowling but accidentally collided with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, who was charging in. Meanwhile, 𝗏 broke free and began to gather wind and pressure around him. Wyvern attempted to strike, but 𝗏 phased through her attack. He saw his opportunity and charged at All Might, but his strike caused him to lose balance, and Wyvern capitalized on that, sending him crashing to the ground. Izuku called out to 𝗏, concerned for his well-being. Wanda, recovering, fired a blast of energy just as Wyvern unleashed a fiery dragon roar. The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion that sent them reeling. Wyvern acknowledged Wanda's efforts but challenged her to prove herself. As Wanda prepared to fight again, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a cacophony of voices echoing in her mind, causing her pain. She covered her ears, struggling to cope with the noise. Cynthia, observing from a distance, speculated that Wanda's powers were evolving. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a weakened 𝗏 getting back on his feet, with All Might standing next to 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 while Izuku was pinned down. Wyvern revealed that she had anticipated their defeat from the start, particularly for 𝗏 and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, noting that 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's anger made him reckless in battle. Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 refused to heed All Might's advice, expressing his disdain for needing help from Izuku, and 𝗏, frustrated, declared that he would not fight alongside someone who was unwilling to try. All Might acknowledged 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's words but reminded him of the responsibility that came with being a hero. Wyvern prepared to strike, but before she could, Izuku and Wanda launched surprise attacks, catching everyone off guard. Izuku shouted that they couldn't afford to give up, while Wanda urged them to fight together. The boys were knocked back but quickly regrouped. 𝗏 realized he needed to regain his focus and rallied his teammates. They discussed their options, agreeing that a direct confrontation would be futile against their opponent's overwhelming power. They decided to combine their abilities, Wanda's Hex, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's explosions, and 𝗏's speed, hoping to turn the tide in their favor. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, feeling the pressure, reminded them of the importance of not giving up, echoing the words of All Might about true heroes never losing. 𝗏 encouraged 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to work with them, and despite his frustration, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 prepared for their next move. Meanwhile, All Might and the teachers were searching for the students, speculating on their whereabouts. Suddenly, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 jumped out from hiding, announcing that they were going the wrong way. All Might questioned whether that was meant to be a sneak attack, but 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 fired at them while 𝗏 zoomed in, landing powerful hits. The team was ready to fight back, determined to prove themselves against the odds. From behind the distracted teachers, Wanda and Izuku emerged, with Wanda charging up a strike and Izuku wielding one of 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's grenade gauntlets. Arcturus commanded them to fire. Wanda focused her energy, while Izuku expressed his regret towards All Might and Wyvern. With a powerful combination, they unleashed their attack at close range. The force was so intense that Izuku felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He exclaimed in discomfort, questioning how 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 could wear such equipment. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 urged everyone to run as they took off, leaving the adults to recover from the blast. All Might acknowledged the impact, noting that their impromptu strategy of running and fighting was quite impressive. Cynthia pointed out that they had minimized damage by targeting only the areas they had already destroyed, recalling a lesson from their first combat training class. All Might agreed, observing that Farron was regaining his previous mindset. Cynthia reflected on how Arc and Katsuki had once been close, but their personalities had shifted over time, leading to constant clashes. She believed their cooperation could mark the beginning of something significant for them. However, All Might felt he was reaching his limit and suggested they finish the encounter. As the group continued running, they spotted the exit. Izuku encouraged them, stating they were almost there, while Wanda declared that victory awaited them just beyond the gate. Katsuki expressed disbelief at All Might's power, questioning how an attack from the center of the fake city could reach them. Izuku noted that it seemed their pursuers had stopped, speculating that they might have knocked them out. Arcturus dismissed the idea, stating it would take something monumental to achieve that. Katsuki vowed to blast their enemies away with his gauntlet when they caught up. Suddenly, All Might appeared beside them, intrigued by Katsuki's bravado. The group was taken aback as All Might effortlessly destroyed the gauntlets. Wyvern then appeared, preparing her own attack. She unleashed a brilliant flame, creating a powerful fireball that left them momentarily stunned. Katsuki was struck, and Wanda was knocked back. Before Izuku could assist them, All Might seized his arm and swung him into their attackers, sending them crashing to the ground. Arcturus called out to his friends as he rushed toward them, but All Might's sudden movement caught him off guard. All Might moved with incredible speed, matching Arc's pace. Arcturus thought in disbelief about the situation. All Might acknowledged Arc's speed, admitting it was impressive but ultimately insufficient. As he launched his attack, Arc found himself dodging strikes that obliterated everything in their path, akin to avoiding a tank's fire at close range. Eventually, he was overwhelmed and crashed into a building, causing significant destruction. In pain, he struggled to rise, feeling the weight of his exhaustion. All Might pinned him down with a foot on his chest, commending his speed but declaring it was not enough. As Arc began to fade, he suddenly found himself on the other side of the gate, surrounded by injured teammates and a devastated area behind him, with All Might and Cynthia resting on the ground. Shocked, he questioned what had happened, recalling a similar experience from the festival. His injuries took their toll, and he succumbed to exhaustion. In the next chapter, the scene shifted to the group in their classroom. Most had passed the exam, but Kirishima, Sato, Mina, and Kaminari faced disappointment for failing. Mina cried as she expressed her longing to hear everyone's camp stories. Arcturus encouraged her, suggesting there was still hope for them. 𝐬𝐮 warned that by saying that, he might be jinxing their chances. Kaminari lamented their fate, realizing they would miss training camp and face summer school instead. He nearly poked Arc in the eye, but Arc caught his finger, urging him to calm down. 𝐬𝐮 expressed uncertainty about his own fate, explaining that their team only succeeded due to Minata's efforts, while he had been knocked out. Wanda reassured them that Aizawa would arrive soon, and just then, the door opened. Aizawa entered, reminding them to be seated as the bell rang. The class fell silent as he delivered the news that some had not passed their final exams. However, he smiled as he announced that everyone would be going to the training camp. The 4 who had failed were shocked, and Kirishima questioned if they really got to attend. Aizawa confirmed it, explaining that no one had failed the written exam, but 5 had performed poorly in the practicals. 𝐬𝐮 lamented his performance, realizing he hadn't done enough to pass. Shuri inquired about the reason for the unexpected twist. Aizawa explained that the practical battles were designed with opportunities for students to win, as they wanted to observe teamwork and problem-solving. Ojiro questioned the promise that teachers wouldn't hold back, to which Aizawa admitted it was a tactic to motivate them. He reassured them that those who had failed would receive extra lessons, which would be more challenging than summer school. Class soon ended, and the group was ready to head home. Ojiro expressed his excitement about going together, while Ida noted that they would be at the training camp for a full week. Izuku realized he needed a bigger suitcase, and Arcturus mentioned he might need new running shoes. Kaminari chimed in, admitting he didn't even have a bathing suit and needed to buy some things. Mineta suggested night vision goggles, but was quickly silenced when Arc playfully knocked him to the ground. Arcturus told him to stop being gross, and Hagakure proposed that Class 1A go shopping together since they had the next day off and had just finished exams. Kaminari agreed, noting that they had never hung out as a class before. Kirishima asked Bakugo if he would join them, but Katsuki found the idea annoying. Izuku then asked Todoroki if he would come, to which Todoroki replied that he would be visiting his mother on his day off. Robbie mentioned he had promised his brother they would hang out, and Arcturus accepted that it was alright for them to miss out. The rest of the group, minus Robbie, Todoroki, and Katsuki, arrived at the mall, now dressed in casual clothing. Mina expressed her love for the shopping center, excited about the variety of stores. As Izuku began to mutter to himself while looking around, Arcturus reminded him to stop. Tokoyami added that he might scare the children. They were soon recognized by some festival attendees, which was still a new experience for them, but they accepted the attention and split off to explore the mall. Arc found himself in a sports store, searching for shoes and muttering about how difficult it was to find a good pair that wouldn't wear out quickly. After a while, he found a suitable pair and moved on, eventually running into Shuri. Arcturus greeted Shuri, who asked if he had found what he was looking for. He replied that he had, and she mentioned she was just browsing. Shuri also talked about an upcoming collaboration event between Island and Wakanda, inviting him and Wanda to join. Arc was surprised to learn that the event would take place in Wakanda, and Shuri explained it was part of her brother's wife's initiative to open up more to the outside world. Arcturus promised to check with Wanda and let her know. Shuri pointed out Wanda, who was talking to someone in a hat and coat. When Wanda approached, Arc asked who the man was, and she explained that he was just someone who congratulated her on the sports festival. Earlier, while Wanda was looking at candies after finishing her shopping, a man had approached her, commenting on her choice of chocolates made in Sokovia. Wanda shared that she used to have those before moving, and the man introduced himself as Eric Lenscher. He expressed his thoughts on the current state of heroes, warning her to remain true to herself and not let others influence her beliefs. Wanda was intrigued but didn't have much time to ask questions before she spotted her brother and joined him, while Eric watched them leave. Now, as they discussed the event, Arcturus noticed something alarming. Below, Izuku was talking to someone who was not just a fan but Shigaraki himself, who had a grip on Izuku's neck, threatening him. Arc felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and he dropped his bags, moving closer to the scene. Wanda and Shuri called out to him, but he ignored them, approaching Shigaraki. Arc phased his hand through Shigaraki's body, warning him that if he stopped, Izuku would be in danger. Despite the threat, Shigaraki remained calm and recognized Arc, taunting him about his lineage. Izuku, feeling anxious, tried to reassure Arc that everything was fine. Arc demanded that Shigaraki let Izuku go, and Shigaraki questioned whether Arc had the resolve to take a life. Arc's demeanor shifted, and his eyes darkened, causing Izuku to feel a chill. Shigaraki, intrigued, noted that Arc had a darker side. After a tense moment, Shigaraki released Izuku, allowing him to breathe, and Arc pulled his hand back, his eyes returning to normal. Confused, he wondered how he had gotten there. Shigaraki warned them that if they followed him, there would be consequences, before walking away. Arc checked on Izuku, who was still recovering from the encounter. Izuku called out to Shigaraki, asking what All for One was after, but Shigaraki simply advised him to be careful, hinting that their next meeting might not end well. Same goes for you, Farron. But not before I see the other you once more. He resumed walking and soon disappeared into the crowd. Arcturus pondered the meaning of the other him. The incident was reported, leading to the temporary closure of the shopping mall. The heroes and police in the area conducted a thorough search, but Shigaraki was nowhere to be found. Later that day, Izuku was taken to the police station. Mr. Tsukachi, who was investigating the League of Villains, interviewed him. Izuku shared everything he could about Shigaraki's appearance and the conversation they had. He also mentioned what had occurred while Arcturus was present. Izuku noted that Arcturus's eyes looked different and that he had threatened Shigaraki. Arcturus couldn't recall that moment, just as he couldn't remember the previous times he had blacked out. Later that night, Arcturus was at home, asleep in his room. In his dreams, he found himself in his younger body, playing with his dad as they ran together. Young Arcturus pretended to throw an attack, claiming he had caught his dad. The man feigned being hit and fell to the ground, prompting Arcturus to jump on him as they both laughed. The scene shifted, and Arcturus now stood before a door in the hallway. He called out for his parents, wondering where everyone had gone. As he reached for the door handle, Richard's voice echoed in his mind, warning him not to open that door. Arcturus blacked out again, experiencing a disorienting shift, reminiscent of moments when Mark and Steven would find themselves in entirely different places. A cameo of another character had appeared in the previous chapter, and she, along with 3 others, would become part of 1B's roster of heroes. Before moving on to Season 3, the focus would shift to the first special, 2 Heroes. While it wouldn't mirror the movie, it would center around Shuri and her rise to the Black Panther. This special and other related stories would be written in a separate book due to space limitations, similar to previous works. The next chapter would mark the beginning of Season 3,